Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. We hit 10,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. And in order to celebrate this, I would like to give back to you even more, even though I think a lot of my content is giving you quite something, and I hope that's why you subscribed. And I hope if you watch this video and you're not subscribed, that you hit that subscribe button, because it's all about subscribing on this channel and getting a lot of value back for hitting that button. By the way, could you please also hit that like button? It would really help out this video and the channel. Thank you very much. And in this video, you're getting a boatload of knowledge and value, because it's about Firebase and Firestore and how to create an online app where you have a login system, a user system, so to speak, where you can register, log into the app. Well, you're going to build basically this app, right? Which is going to be a Trello clone. So if you know this software called Trello, which is a very powerful application for project management, but also which you can use for to-do lists and all the good stuff, we're going to build something like that in this video. At least we are going to build the fundamentals in this YouTube video. And if you want to build the whole thing, it's like 14-15 hours of content, then you should check out my complete Android masterclass, of which you can find the link in the description. You'll get a huge discount. So check it out if you want to know everything about this app and build everything that this course has. Basically, it's a 45-hour course which teaches you really everything that you need to know about Android app development. But coming back to this video, so you are going to learn how to use Firestore, which is part of Firebase, which is a better solution or application for this particular app that we're going to build. And it allows us to basically have this many-to-many relationship where one user can have multiple boards, meaning multiple projects, and multiple people can be assigned to a project. And that is something that makes it a lot more complicated. So you have a many-to-many relationship between the data. And that's why Firestore is going to be better than the classical Firebase solution that you would use. And that's why Google also decided to implement Firestore, because for these kind of solutions, it's significantly more powerful and faster and more efficient. All right, so enough of me talking about what we're going to do. Let's get started actually doing it. Welcome back. In this chapter, we're going to build this application, which I call Projet Manage. And it's a project management tool, and it allows you to create projects pretty much. So what we're going to build is all of that, what you can see here, and a lot more. So you will have a profile here. You can see you also get this slider here, which allows you to make changes. Then you can sign out, you can check out your profile and make changes here. And then you will also see how to create boards. And inside of boards, we have lists, and those lists have cards. Okay, so you have a whole structure here, a whole data model that you have to consider. And then we can add members to our boards. So other people who are registered in this application, who then also can be assigned to specific cards, so they know, okay, this is a task that I have to finish. For example, eat a donut. That's a task that Homer definitely has to finish. And then you can add cards here, and also you will see how to add drag and drop features and recycler views and a lot more. Okay, how to delete, edit those, and all of that is stored in Firestore, or better said, Firebase Firestore. So this is a tool that is provided by Google, which allows us to create such apps. And this is by far the most complex app that we're going to build. So we are going to use many features that we've used before. As you can see, rounded images, then recycler views, and deleting and editing. But we're going to also add a lot more new knowledge that we have not seen so far. So I hope you enjoy this chapter. This is going to be really the masterpiece of this course, and this is really going to teach you all those beautiful details of how to create complex apps with online data and a lot more. Welcome to the Projet Manage chapter. And that is the stupid name of the application that I came up with, or the name that I came up with. It's actually a clone of Trello that we're going to build, of course. So let's go ahead and build this screen, which basically just uses a background and then has a font here, a custom font that says Projet Manage or Projet Manage or Proj Manage, however you want to pronounce it. So basically it's a project management tool. That's the idea behind it. And we're going to build this screen for now. And this should be the splash screen. So the splash screen is usually displayed for 2 to 3 seconds, and then it moves over to the main activity or the login activity or whatever activity you want to display afterwards. So let's get started with this. Therefore, let's go ahead and create a new project. And I'm going to call this one Projet Manage. So empty activity, Projet Manage. Okay, just like that. And I think it doesn't have the E at the end, even then it would be more of a manage than a maneg. So let's go ahead and create that project. Once the project is loaded, let's go ahead and create a new activity. So I'm just gonna create a new activity, which is going to be an empty activity as well. And I'm just gonna give it the name splash activity. As we had no action bar in this activity, as you can see, we only display the image that we have here. I want to have the same design, of course. So let's go over to our resources folder. There in values in the styles XML, let's go ahead and create a new style. So I'm just gonna create this style called no action bar. So style, name app theme, no action bar. And what I want to have in this is an item called window action bar, set to false. And then another item called window no title, set to true. This will allow us, of course, to have no action bar and no title there at the top. So let's go ahead to our Android manifest, because here we have two activities now. We have the main activity and the splash activity. And I want those two to have the screen orientation of portrait. So Android screen orientation portrait. And the theme, at least for the splash activity, should be our new theme that we just created. So app theme no action bar. And then this intent filter that we had in the main activity is what I want to have for my splash activity. So this intent filter pretty much just sets the activity here, our splash activity, as the launcher activity and also as the main activity. So pretty much as the starting point of our application. Okay, so now if we start our application, it will go to the splash activity instead of going to the main activity. Now let's go to our activity splash and style it. So I don't want to use a constraint layout. I'm just going to use a basic linear layout. Keep it super simple. And inside of the linear layout, I just want to have a text view. So here, text view, which has the wrap content as the width, wrap content as the height. It's centered, so gravity should be center, as well as the text should be a text that we create. So let's go ahead and go to, well, actually we can just use the project app name. So add string app name. The text color, there I'm going to use white. So here add Android color / white. And then the text size, I'm gonna make it, well, the style is gonna be bold if it gives me the style first, but now text size, this one will be 70 SP, and that is maybe something that we want to define in a separate file as well. So let's go over to our project here and to our values. So we need a new value here, a new file, values resource file, and I'm gonna call this one dimensions. So it's gonna have all of our dimensions. So let's go ahead and create a new dimension in here. I'm just gonna call this one splash screen title text size, and I'm gonna set that value to 70 SP. All right, so this is our dimension. Now we can use it in our activity splash. So here I'm gonna go and say add dimen splash screen title text size. All right, and then let's close this text view. Now we can give it an ID just to be complete here, even though we probably won't need it. But in case we still want to use it later on, we will be able to access it via this identifier called TV app name. All right, that's going to have this design here, as you can see, project manage. It's just this white text right now. It's not perfectly positioned as I would like it. So we need to go back to the code and finalize our linear layout here as well. So we need to give it a layout height. Well, that's fine, match parent, but then the gravity should also be centered. Okay, and then finally, I'm also going to add a background here. And therefore we need, of course, an image. So of course we didn't copy any images in here, but that's what you can do by downloading the project assigned to this chapter. And then you can just download the whole thing and also find the splash background there. And in this case, I'm just gonna drag the PNG here to keep it simple. So I'm just gonna use one image, even though of course we should have the 6 different images for the different screen sizes, right? Okay, so here, this is the background, and I want to use that, of course, in my activity splash. So let's just add that, add drawable, and there we have our IC splash background. All right, let's look at the design once again. So you can see Project Manage here in our background. So let's also test this application. Actually, before we can test it, we should go to the splash activity and make some minor changes here, because we still have to set up a little bit so that we don't have the bar at the top. All right. And also so that we use our custom font, because currently, if we look at our background here, you can see, or in this activity splash, we can see we're using a default font, not a special font that I would like to use. Okay, so let's go ahead and first of all, set the window flag. So window set flags. And here I'm gonna use the window manager dot layout params flag underscore full screen. And another time. So you need to pass this twice. And now import window manager, of course, so that this works. Okay. So setting the flags hides the status bar and makes our splash activity full screen pretty much. Okay. So this is what these 2 or 3 lines here do. Okay. And then if you want to use a custom font, what you need to have is, of course, a folder where you have the font in. So new folder, asset folder. So I'm just gonna leave it as it is. So there we have our assets folder, and that's where you need to drag in the font that you want to use. Now, when it comes to fonts, there's this website called 1001fonts.com. There's also dafont.com and plenty of other font websites. The thing is, when you use a font, you have to be careful, because potentially you will have to buy the license to use it, depending on the font, of course. So in this case, I'm using this Carbon font, and it might not be the perfect font for this application, but it's good enough in my opinion, at least for these purposes that we're currently at. So if you want to use a custom font, then you can go to, for example, this website. You can select the font that you want to use. So in my case, I went for the free fonts for commercial use.html. So it's just a bunch of free fonts. You can see there are 5,000 fonts here. You can even decide which kind of style they should have. Should it be a headline, a sans serif, serif, and so forth. So I just went through, and on the 3rd page, I found this Carbon Black, which I liked. And when you hover over it, it says free for commercial use. But even though, you still need to be careful. So once you have clicked on this, you can read through the details here. And here it says hypodermicfonts.com/carbon. That's where you can find information about license, because it says these fonts include a license that allows free commercial use. So sometimes referred to it as desktop license. This allows you to install the fonts on a computer and use them to create posters, web graphics, game graphics, t-shirts, videos, signs, logos, and more. Read the license agreement for details. So then this is interesting for us. If you'd like to embed these fonts in an app, ebook, on the web, or anything that's not covered by the desktop license agreement, visit the link below. You'll find distributors who offer different types of licenses, or you can contact me for help. Okay, so then you can check out this website, and actually I have it here already, and then you can go to the details about the license, right? And then font embedding in apps. If you're making an application and you're using my fonts to create a title or some other graphic elements, the regular desktop license is sufficient. Sometimes you need to include or encode the actual font file data inside the application. This requires an app license. There are two types of application licenses. So you have to have the license for the font, or you can try to find some other free, royalty-free fonts that you are allowed to use in your applications, okay? So this is not going to be relevant if you just test this on your phone and you're not distributing it anywhere, all right? No one's going to be bothered by this. But once you make money with it and you distribute it in the application or use it in your application and hundreds of thousands of people use your application, then it might be a different situation. So this person might find his font in your application, and then he will investigate whether you have a license or not, and potentially you would have then to pay fees. All right, so that's something that you have to keep in mind. In general, when you use stuff from the internet, always be sure that you are allowed to use it in your application, and especially that it's allowed to use commercially as well. All right, so at this point you can go ahead and download this font, or any font you like and you are allowed to use. So I'm just gonna, I just stored it in my Projet Manage folder. There you'll find the zip file, and inside of the zip file you will find those 4 files. So if you want to read more about terms and so forth, you can check this out. But other than that, you now have the Carbon BL.TTF. So what you need to do is you need to drag it into your project now. To be more specific, into the assets folder. So then you can copy it from here with either right click and copy, or with Control Z, and then go to the assets folder, click on it, and then Control V or right click paste. Okay, so then it will create this asset with a new directory. So it's going to store it inside of the project, Carbon BL.TTF. And now if you want to use that specific typeface or that specific font, you need to go to your splash activity, or the activity in which you want to use it. So I'm just going to create a new typeface object, and it will be of type typeface. Okay, so then in order to create this typeface, you need to import it. All right, then typeface dot create from asset, and here you need to say where to find the file, and it's in our assets folder. This folder is called assets, right, by default. Then you enter the path. So in our case, it's directly in the parent folder, and it's called Carbon BL.TTF. Okay, so here, this name, you can see no underscore, nothing, just an empty space in between. It's still gonna understand it. Okay, so Carbon TTF or Carbon BL.TTF, and that is going to be the path for the asset. Now we can use that typeface. So you can go ahead and access the TV app name and use the typeface, or set the typeface to be the typeface that we prepared. So this one here, which of course is our font. So now it will use this font just for this one text. Okay, and there you already see why it was useful, to give it an ID. So this text view here. Okay, now let's test it and let's see what our application will look like. And there we are. So now that's how it looks. Projet Manage. And we have our splash screen. All right. So this was just the beginning of our application, of course, but we're going to build it up step by step, even though probably when you would build this application yourself without going through this course, then you would not start with a splash screen, I'd guess. So I think this is something that you probably would add towards the end of the project, so to speak, because you first of all want, of course, to have all of the core features, which means the logging in functionality or register and login functionality, then storing any kind of data in the cloud and so forth. All right, but of course we're going to look into all of that. So see you in the next one. Hey, and by the way, don't miss out on the opportunity to get the complete Android masterclass. You can find the link in the description below. You'll get a huge discount. And in that course, you're going to not only learn how to build this particular app, which is this Trello app, of which you are just seeing half of the course's content in this YouTube video, but you're going to get a bunch of other projects which you're going to build all the way from scratch up to the final prototype. All right, so link is in the description below. I hope to see you in that course where you also get support and all kinds of other goodies. So see you there. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to set up this screen here. As you can see, this Projet Manage Let's Get Started screen where you can either sign in or sign up. And yeah, that's basically just to introduce the user to what the app is for. So you can see this project manager just posting stuff on the wall. So it's pretty minimalist interface that we're going to use, and it's a project management tool. So let's go ahead and build this interface. Of course, you can go ahead and try to do that yourself. You will of course need this image, and as you can see, this button here is also a slight gradient color here, which is also pretty neat, I think. So let's go ahead and build that. All right, so the first thing that I'm going to do is to create a new activity. So let's go ahead to File, New, Empty Activity, and I'm going to call this one an Intro Activity. Then let's go over to the manifest to adjust the activity directly here. So our intro activity should have the same orientation and no action bar theme as our splash activity has. Then, as we're going to use different colors as the default colors, we can go to our values and colors XML. And here, the colors that I'm going to use are this color here, 0C90F1 and 0591F8. So even though the primary color and exit color are the same, we're going to use them as such. Okay. And then while we're at it, let's also add the text color. So I want to use specific text colors. I'm going to use the primary text color, which is going to be this dark gray, and then the secondary text color, which is going to be this lighter gray. All right, so these are the values here. Of course, you can use your own colors if you want to. All right, now let's go ahead and prepare the button, because we're going to use the buttons, right? And you can see that they are with this gradient, or at least this one has a gradient. Okay, so let's design this real quick. Therefore, we can go to our drawable, and here we can go ahead and create a new drawable resource file. And this one is going to be called shape button rounded. And the root element will be that it's a shape. So I'm just going to use shape here. Let's press OK. Now the idea is that this button should be a rectangular button, right? So let's go ahead and add this shape here being rectangle. All right, and then as I said, this is a gradient color, right? So let's make it gradient. Therefore, we can use this gradient property here and assign certain values to it. For example, we can assign the angle, which will be 360 degrees, then the end color, which will be #0 A80 F5, and the start color, probably I should have done it the other way around, so here's going to be 0BCCEB. Okay, and of course don't forget the hash at the beginning, otherwise you're going to get an error. Okay, so I'm going to do it this way around. Now the type of the gradient, and there are different types. You can see radial, linear, sweep. You can play around with those values and just see the difference, how they will look like. Okay, so I'm just going to use linear here, and you can see this is going to be the shape that we get right now. So this linear color. Of course, if you use another option here, let's say radial, you will see, well, you don't see much difference, I think, but just play around with those values and see what you prefer. And then I want to have corners for this gradient. Okay, so for now it doesn't have any radius or any corners. And I'm just gonna say, let's add corners with a radius of 10 density pixels. Okay, so now it's gonna have this corner here, as you can see. So this color, or this gradient color, pretty much will just be put into the button. So whatever size we give for the button, it will adjust accordingly. It will not be this exact size as you can see here. It's just going to use this gradient color that we have here. And then of course I also need a white color or white border for this button here at the bottom. And how I'm going to do it is I'm just going to paste it into the project and walk over it real quick. So I called this one white border shape button rounded, and that's what it is. So it's just a shape again. So here you can see it's this new XML file. It's a shape again, which is rectangular. Then we have a stroke, which is this blue color, which is this stroke around the button. And then white is the solid background. And then we have corners of 10 density pixels so that we have the same rounded corner as we have for the other button. All right. All right, now let's design the intro activity intro XML. And here I'm just gonna paste it in again because we have designed so many different designs before, right? I think there's not much use for you to watch me type all of that in. Basically, what we have is a text view, then we have an image view underneath that text view, then another text view, one more text view, and then our two buttons. Okay, so basically it's this design here. So text view, image view, text view, another text view, and the two buttons. Of course, we need strings and dimensions here for all of those buttons. So let's go ahead and assign those as well. And of course, if you want to build this manually all by yourself, feel free to do so. And yeah, you can of course go ahead and use the same dimensions as I did if you want to have the same or exact same style. So I'm just gonna paste the dimensions in here. As you can see, we're using many dimensions here: splash screen, title, size, and so forth. So many different dimensions. If you want to type them all in, you can do so. Okay, but I think it just makes sense to paste it in here. If you want to dig deep into creating XML files, then check out one of the earlier chapters where we build applications, where we really went deeper into that, okay? Because I think at this point it's just, yeah, holding you back from learning new things if we would go through this in depth. Okay, so these are the dimensions. We had the colors already. Now let's also add the texts. So here in our string XML, let's go ahead and create the new strings. And in our case, it's just a couple of texts, the button names and so forth. So let's add those in here. The thing is, if you add them here, it allows you to make your app global, right? So to distribute it globally with multiple different languages. Okay, so here, collaborate and plan together across multiple devices on Project Max minimal interface. Okay, so that's the intro text description. Then we have the image content description, which is just image. Let's get started, text, sign in and sign up. And by the way, feel free to download this XML file and look into it. All right, so then there are only two things missing for this to work correctly. Is one, the background, and the other one is this little image that we have here. So let's import those as well. And well, at this point, I think it makes sense to import the images in the right format, because before I just imported this one splash background PNG, but it's one for all sizes, even though I would like to have one, as you can see here, yeah, for the different screen sizes. So let's drag the different images into our resources folder. So let's go ahead and open that in Explorer. And then here inside of the resources folder, you will see the drawable and drawable v24. And then open up the project that you can download that is assigned to this video, and take all of those drawable folders here, HDPI up to XXX HDPI, and paste them in here. So you can replace this one IC launcher. All right, And then at that point, you will find the drawables in here as well. So it's going to reload, and you can see now we have the different images here. Even though this V2 or V24 is probably not going to be necessary, so we can get rid of that. And then it says here, delete alternative resource files for other configurations. No. And I'm just going to delete that one image because they all have the same name, right? Okay. And now we have the different images, right? The background, the task image, the intro background. So all of them with the different sizes, because if you look at it, so here, this is the LDPI. Then here, look at these numbers here, right? 360 times 640. This is for the XHDPI, so 720p. This screen displays this one for 1080, and this one for WQHD. Okay. All right, now let's go over to our intro activity and do the same thing as we did with the splash activity regarding the flags. So I'm just gonna add this as well here, and actually this should go into the onCreate method. So here we're setting the flags. We need to import the window manager, and then what I want to do is I want to move over from the splash activity to the intro activity, and that is where we finally have something new that we learn, and that is really to move from one screen to another after a certain amount of time. Okay, and in order to get that, we can use a handler. So let me show you how to do that. You go ahead and use the handler, and you use his method called post_delete, and then you need to import handler, of course, and here the Android OS handler. And then you can just say after which time you want to run something. So here the delay in milliseconds. So for example, after 2500 milliseconds, I want to start an intent. So here, start activity with an intent, which goes from this activity to the other activity, which is our intro activity. Okay, so we need to import intent, Alt Enter, and then intro activity class.java. Okay, so this way we move over, and then I also want to finish this activity. So the user should not be able to come back to the splash activity when he presses the back button. Okay, so by applying finish, this activity, the splash activity, will be fully closed. All right, so let's restart the application and see if we get to this screen here in our own version, so in our own project. All right, so there we are, project manage. And after 2.5 seconds, it went over to this screen, and we can see we have our sign in and sign up buttons. All right, so that is it for now. I think it's a good start, and we of course now need to go to the next steps here. As you can see, we still haven't used anything with databases and everything. So this is going to be super, super interesting in the next few videos. So see you there. Welcome back. We're almost there. We're almost at the point where we can finally sign up and sign in and do stuff with Firebase, right? So this is really what this whole application is about, right? So I thought about different approaches when starting this app. I thought about giving you like the whole structure before we even go into the Firebase stuff directly. So the whole project prepared, so we can just start with the Firebase stuff. But I still think it's good to look at these minor additional features which we have not used yet. For example, changing the typeface, meaning changing the font, and then using this handler and so forth. So there are still some things that we have to cover when it comes to new features. And as you can see, step by step, you're learning more and more about all of the different things of Android and how to get things done. So what we're going to do in this video is we're going to prepare the sign up screen. So you can see this screen here. It's also very clean. We just have this back button here, which brings us back to this activity. And then we have the name, email, password, and sign up button. And of course, you can try to set this up yourself. It's going to be a little bit of effort, but in the end, it's going to be a great start for this application because the sign-in will be very similar, and it will just not have the additional line here, one less added text. Okay, so let's get started. All right, first of all, we need to have a new activity. So here, new empty activity. Actually, there is something called new login activity, which is also something that you could potentially use, but I think building it from scratch is going to be the way for us. So sign up activity is going to be the name. And then when we have the activity, it's always good practice to directly go to the manifest and make changes. So for example, in our case, just the theme and the orientation. So let's add that to this new sign up activity as well here. So you can see now it also has the screen orientation and theme here. All right. So once that is done, we can go to the next step. And the thing is, I'm going to use the material design of Google. So if you want to use that, you always need to add that to your Gradle. So let's go to the Gradle script and go to build.gradle. And here under dependencies, let's add a new implementation. So here implementation is going to be com.google.android.material:1.1.0. All right. So this is the implementation. Once you have done that, you need to sync it. So press sync now so that this Gradle project sync is in progress, and we can use the whole classes which are inside of this dependency or this library that we're implementing here. All right, at this point, we can go to our activity signup XML and look at what we have here. Okay, so we will need some more dimensions and some more strings. So let's add those real quick before we look into this file. So here again, resources, values, dimensions. So here we're gonna have a bunch of new dimensions. And you can of course add the details about this. So you could say something like that this is sign up activity. All right, and there we have the sign up screen button, margin top, title text size, authentication, screen content margin top, and so forth. If you want to type that in, you can of course pause the video and type everything in. And then we also have to look at the strings. So let's go to the strings XML. And here I'm going to add some more strings, which is just going to be generic ones, sign up description text, the name, password, and email. All right, now let's look up our sign up activity and check that one out. So we need to have a background here for this. So of course you could go ahead and use those drawable folders again and put them into the same folder in your resources. So show and explorer, and there to resources, and paste that in here so that it will replace some files here. And now we should have the IC background as well. All right, so it's not complaining anymore. As you can see, we have a vertical orientation for our linear layout, and we have a toolbar at the top, which is the sign up toolbar, so that we can have a back button there. Then, as you can see, we have this text here, edit texts, 3 of them. So the name, email, password, and sign up. And that's how it's going to look in the code. So here is the text view. Then you can see this text view is, by the way, inside of this toolbar. Okay, so we create a toolbar which has a height, which is the action bar size height, which comes from the attributes. Then we have our linear layout, which is vertical as well, so stuff is put on top of each other. And then inside of that we have one text view, which is this text view here, this one that you can see. And then we have a card view, which is this beautiful little card which surrounds the 3 elements here, or basically they are on top of this card. So we have this little card with those 3 edit text and this one button. So card view, and inside of this card view we have the linear layout, which then puts the different text input layouts which have an app compat edit text. So with 3 of those, right? We've used text input layouts before. So it's basically always the structure. You have text input layout, and then you have the actual edit text inside of that. And we have that 3 times. Okay, so one is for the password, one is for the username, and then the other one is for the email. And finally, we have this little button here. You can see a lot of details that we can edit here. As you can see, layout, margin, start, top, end. So we have a bunch of settings that we have set up. All right, and at that point, the file is done. Okay, so now we can go over to this activity and finally do some action. So what I'm going to set up here is an action bar function, because I want to have this little icon here at the top left. This icon should bring us back to the activity before, or to the sign up, or this intro activity basically, right? So let's go ahead and create a new function here, private fun setup action bar. And what it's gonna do is it's gonna call this set support action bar, which is this default function of Android. And here you need to say which action bar you want to use. So I want to use the toolbar sign up activity. Okay, and where is it from? Well, it's inside of our activity sign up. You can see we have this toolbar that we created, which has a text view inside of it. So basically it's this one here, and I want to set that as our support action bar. And then we can go ahead and set the action bar to be the support action bar and check if the action bar exists. So if it's not null, then I want to go ahead and set some settings for this action bar. One is to set display home as up enabled to true, and then action bar set home as up indicator also as our r.drawable dot. And here it becomes interesting. So it's just this a little icon that I want to use, which is IC black color back 24 dp. So this one doesn't exist yet, so let's create it. Okay, so we can go ahead and create a new vector asset, which I'm gonna call just like that. I'm gonna select the back button looking one, so the back arrow. So you can decide which one, back arrow S or arrow back. I think I'm just gonna go with this one, arrow back or iOS. And I'm gonna give it this name that I have used, IC black color back 24 dp, because if we look at it, so here sign up, you can see it's this icon. It's just this black little arrow, and let's create it in there. All right, so now it exists and the arrow disappeared. All right, and now of course we just need to call this function. I'm just gonna call it here, setup action bar. Now, because this code is not really big, you could have of course just created or added the code in the onCreate method. So this whole code, but having an extra function is not going to be that much of a hassle, right? Okay, so that's our sign up activity, and we of course need to get there, right? So how do we get here? Well, we get here from the intro activity. So let's add the relevant code here. And how do we do that? Well, very simple. We go ahead and add a set on click listener to our button sign up. So here, set on click listener. And what is the code that we want to run here? Well, we want to start an activity, and we want to start an intent here, which is going to go from this class to our sign up activity class .java, and here it should be double colon. All right, let's import intent. And that should be pretty much it. So at this point, we should be able to test it. So when we click on the button, which is our button, sign up button, which comes from our sign up activity here. And by the way, it's not this one. So there we are. So we are using the same name twice. This is very tricky. Let's go back to our intro activity. So here, if I enter button sign up, and I was already wondering, so you can see we have two which have the same ID, button sign up and button sign up. So one of them is inside of our sign up XML and the other one is in our intro XML. So maybe we want to change the names here. So let's go to the intro XML actually. So here, activity intro, and let's rename the sign up button, because I don't like to have IDs which are non-unique. So here we have the sign up button, sign up intro. So I'm gonna call it, okay. And now we need to make sure that in the intro activity we also make this change. So sign up intro, set on click listener. And by the way, while we're at it, why don't we do the same thing for the other button? So for our button sign in, let's call this one sign in intro. Okay, so it's also an activity underscore intro, but I just think it's better to have really unique names, because you might guess it that in the next video or in the next few videos we are of course also gonna have a sign in activity. Okay, so at this point, of course, there are many different solutions to this, right? So one of them is the one that we have here, where you come to this screen and you can either sign in or sign up, or you could directly go to this sign up screen or to this screen, and then you would have a little button here at the bottom saying, do you want to sign in instead, or something like that. And it's just changing the UI. So it's one activity, but it's changing the UI. So this really depends on what you want to do. So both ways are fine. I think the second one is probably going to be a little quicker, but in most cases you should only sign up or sign in once, and then you will be signed in for a pretty long time usually. Okay, so at least that's going to be the design that we want to have. All right, so now let's test it, because we have prepared everything so far. I'd say we're starting the activity once we click on the button sign up intro, and that of course was the prepared project, so not the one that we just built. So let's check it out with our own project. All right, so there we are, project manage, then sign up, and we get to our sign up activity. And one thing is missing. You can see we still see the bar here at the top. I don't like that, so let's get rid of that. And in order to achieve that, we of course need to add those Windows set flags in our sign up activity as well. So in on create, let's just add those lines here, set flags, flag full screen, and then let's run the application once again. All right, so project manage, sign up, and beautiful. All right, so back button doesn't seem to do anything yet. And in order to add that, we need to go to our setup action bar and add one more line. So here it's going to be toolbar underscore sign up activity, set navigation on click listener. And here we're just going to do the same thing as if we had pressed the back button. So on back pressed. All right, so it's just going to be this here, on back pressed. Let's run it again. Okay, so project manage, sign up, and back button, perfect. All right, so I'd say let's go over to the next video where we're gonna prepare the sign in button or the sign in activity. So see you there. Welcome back. Now at this point, a little challenge for you. Try to do the same thing for the sign in button. So pretty much for the sign in activity, you can see this layout is what I want to have in the end. So this is the activity that I want you to prepare. So please go ahead and try to do that yourself. I mean, you have seen everything you need to do for this in the last video where we created the sign up activity and everything. All right, so try to do that yourself. All right, so I hope you tried it. So first of all, we will need a new activity, which will be our sign in activity. So here, sign in activity. Then we go to our manifest. We do the same orientation and theming for the sign in activity. We prepare the different strings that we will need for it. In our case, it should just be this one here, sign in description text. The rest is pretty much the same, right? Then in the dimensions, we just need one other dimension because we can use the same that we had already. So this authentication screen margin top is a little different. If we compare sign in and then sign up, and then in the sign in XML file here, we basically have the same code as in the sign up one. The only difference is that we now just have email and password, and the name edit text is not in there. Okay, the rest is pretty much the same. The other difference that we have is, or something that I want to change, is the button name, and that should be at the very bottom. So here, button sign in. Actually here it's fine because I think we changed it in the other one, right? So it's going to be fine this way. So this one is going to be button sign in. So that's the XML file. You can of course download it and check it out in more detail, but we've looked through it in the last video, so I think it's not going to add that much value. So then let's go over to the sign in activity, because here we want to do the same things as we've done here. So we also have this setup action bar, which we're going to do the same thing with. At this point, you could of course go ahead and create an external class for it where you have such a function name or such a function that you can then reuse, but I think in this case it's still just okay. All right, so copy and pasting here is just going to be fine for now. Okay, so here setup action bar, but as I said, if you would go ahead and reduplicate this code over and over, at one point it would really make sense to go ahead and create a helper class which will just take care of methods that are reused all the time, or that are, yeah, as we see here, reused. In this case, the setup action bar is reused. We could of course create an object of our sign up activity and then call the setup action bar from there, but that wouldn't make too much sense, I think. So let's just do it in here directly. And then of course we also want to set the flags so that we don't have the bar at the top. So let's go and get rid of this layout bar. Then we need a way to get here, and that's from the intro activity. So here we do the same thing as we have done with our sign up intro. So button sign in intro dot set on click listener. And now of course we don't want to go to the sign up activity, we want to go to the sign in activity, and the rest stays pretty much the same here. All right, then at this point we can test it. I hope you tried it, and you could have skipped this video of course if you tried it and were successful, but basically this is going to be the approach for creating these kind of activities for us. All right, so Projet Monage. Let's sign in this time. And it sent me to the sign up, so let me go to the sign in. Okay, now this time it worked. So sign in. Okay, so it seems there was some bug before. I'm not sure what it was. Let's see if we find this bug again. But it works fine. Okay, so at this point, it's finally time to look into Firebase and how to use authentication in order to only allow the user to log in if he already has an account and if he has entered the right account details, and of course also allow him to create a new account. All right, so let's do that in the next video. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to set up the authentication system, at least signing up, because we need both ways, right? We need to be able to sign up, and then we also need to be able to sign in. And of course, in order to be able to sign in, we need to have a user with the data. And so we need to sign up before. Okay. So if you want to know all about it, I in general would recommend to check out the documentation. Anytime that you work with something, check out the documentation to get a better understanding of what is going on and how things work and so forth. So here, for example, in the documentation, you can go to guides, and then in Android or under Android, use a custom auth system. So a custom authentication system, and there you can check out how it's done. So you need to add something to your build.gradle, which is this implementation here. And then when you scroll down, you will see that you can find the code in Java and in Kotlin for Android. And it just shows you what kind of code you will need in order to create a new user. Okay, so we're gonna set all of that up. I would still recommend to check out what you can see here. So email link authentication. So if you want the user to be able to only authenticate via a link once he registered, or if you want to allow Facebook login or Google sign in. So you can see there are many different options available here, but we're just going to use this custom auth system, custom authentication system, which is a email system. So it's going to be very basic and simple for our testing purposes. But at this point, you should be able to read through documentations and use other kind of authentications here. For example, if you want to use the Facebook login, you can find the code here, and it will show you how you can implement that to your code or to your project. All right, so of course you need to have a project in Firebase, and therefore you need to have a Google Mail account or Gmail account. And you can go to the console via the button here at the top right, or you can just go to console.firebase.google.com and then log in with your account. And by this, of course, I mean your Google Mail account. Okay, then you can create a new project. And by the way, if you want to create projects, you have to have a payment system or payment data in the background. So you need to set things up in Google for this to work. Okay, it's not going to cost you as long as you're not using, or as long as you don't have hundreds or thousands of users who are using your application. Only at that point it will start to cost. But if you want to know more about it, definitely check out the payment structure of Google Firebase. All right, so at this point we can give it a name, and I'm just going to call this one Projet Manage or Projet Manag. And then you can see it gives me this internal name, Projet Manage 96 EDB. So let's continue. Then you can implement the Google Analytics for Firebase projects, which will give you A/B testing features, crash for free users, features, and so forth. So we can just leave it installed or leave it active. You can see it's free, unlimited reporting. Then press continue. And here you need to assign a Google Analytics account if you have one. Otherwise, you need to create a Google Analytics account at this point. So I'm just going to choose mine that I already have, and I'm going to create the project. This can then take a little while, but as soon as it's ready, we can go ahead and use it. All right, there we are. It says your new project is ready. So let's go ahead and continue. So there is our Projet Manage project, and you can see that we have a bunch of options here on the left-hand side, which is pretty good because we first of all need, of course, authentication, because we need to create users and then, of course, authenticate them. Then you can see here we have something called the database, we have storage, functions, machine learning kit, and hosting. The ones that we're going to be in is going to be authentication, database, and storage. And when it comes to the database, there are different options. So there is this option of the real-time database, and there is this option of the Cloud Firestore. We're going to look into the differences later on, but But for now, just know that we're going to use a Cloud Firestore because our application is going to use a many-to-many relationship. And when you have something like that, then Cloud Firestore is a lot easier to handle and also a lot more performant than a real-time database. But in short, if you have an application which just displays a very limited amount of data, or where there's no direct relationship between every user and another user, or a user and another board in our case, and so forth, then the real-time database might be the better choice for you because it's just made for these kind of applications. Okay. For now, however, let's go back to our project. Let's go to our build.gradle, but this time the project one. And here we need to have a new class dependency. So let's add a new dependency, and the one that we're going to use is this one. Okay, so it's going to be com.google.gms :google-services :4.3.3 is the one that we're going to use here. So once you've added that, sync it. Okay, so sync the project. And then we need to add a plugin once the Gradle process is done in our build.gradle, which is the module app. So you can see currently we are in the project one, but then we also have this module app one. And here I need to add a new plugin. And the plugin that I'm going to use is the following. So apply plugin com.google.gms :google-services. All right. And the next thing is we will also need to implement a dependency. Okay. So in this same file, scroll down all the way to your dependencies and then add this implementation here. Okay. Implementation com.google.firebase :firebase -auth :19.2.0. Once you've added that, also sync it. So let's synchronize it. All right, next thing is that we're going to set up a new activity. And before we do that, I think it makes sense to clean up our project folders a little bit. So currently we just have this one folder in which we have all of our activities, but now we are going to also add models and helper classes and so forth. So let's go ahead and create new packages here. So one is going to be the activities package, and I want to drag all of those activities inside of this activities class or activities folder, and then we need to refactor, and it says can't move multiple ones, so let's move one by one. Refactor, and then the next one, and so forth. So we need to drag all of those in there because, as I said, we will have multiple more classes and it's going to be something like 20. So it really makes sense to have it all tidy and separated so that it's easier to find everything you need once you need it. All right, so these are the activities. And then we also need to create a new folder. So new directory, also new package, and it's not going to be inside of activities. It's going to be model or models. And then let's create a new one, new package, and I'm going to call this one utils. And for now, let's just leave it with that. Okay, so inside of activities, I will create a new activity. And this one will be an activity that we're going to use to reuse several functions that we're going to need in multiple different activities. Okay, so let's go ahead and call this one base activity. Base activity. And the first thing that I'm going to add in here is the R. So we need to import R. Okay, then as you can see, it's inside of our activities. So this base activity is basically gonna be our replacement for the app compat activity for our other activities. Okay, so currently our activities are inheriting from app compat activity. If you look at intro activity, for example, you can see it's inheriting from app compat activity. If you look at all of our other activities, they all do. But now if we want to put something in between, which we can then reuse all the time, then we can just make everything inherit from our base activity. So let's just do that. Let's say that it should inherit from base activity. Now at this point we need to make base activity open. So let's look at it. You can see now it's an open class base activity. And we will later on do that for all the other activities, okay? But for now, let's go ahead and create a variable here, which I'm going to use for tracking the back button functionality. So double back to exit pressed once is how I'm going to call it. Set to false. So the idea is if the user pressed back twice, then the application should close, just as an example. Then I need a dialog. So I'm going to create a late init variable called mProgress dialog, which will be a dialog. Okay, so the idea behind this dialog is that we want to display a progress dialog to the user each time that something is loading. And this will pretty much happen in every activity, right? So the user wants to sign in. Of course, it's not going to happen instantly. It's going to take a little while. So even if it's just a couple of milliseconds, but still, it's good to have something that displays to the user there's something happening in the background, okay, such as logging in, such as storing the data, such as loading the data, those kind of things. So we are going to require this, and we have used this quite a lot already, right? So we have worked with progress dialogues multiple times, so I think I'm not going to surprise you when I add this progress dialog function here, where I'm assigning or initializing our mProgress dialog, which is this late init variable with a new dialog. Then I'm setting the progress dialog content view to be a dialog progress, which we still need to set up. Inside of that, we have a TV progress text, which we assign the text to that we pass to the show progress dialog function. Okay, and then of course we show this dialog. So let's create this layout. So this dialog progress XML file, let's go ahead and create that. So let's press OK. And here, basically, it's just going to be the progress bar with a text view, as we have used it multiple times in this course already. We will need some more dimensions. So let's add the dimensions and texts to our project as well. So here, values, dimensions. So here at the very bottom, I'm just going to add those 4 dimensions here: progress dialog content padding, progress bar size, progress text margin start, and progress text size. Okay, so going back to our dialog progress, it's just missing the string. So let's go over to the strings as well, and let's add this little string in here. So the string should be, actually we have 2 strings that we're gonna need. One is gonna be please click back again to exit, and the other one is gonna please wait. Okay. Now in our dialog progress, you can see it's just this little progress icon and then the please wait text. So a text view, and before that a progress bar, which is this circular item that we have there. And in my case, it's complaining about this progress text. So let's import it from our progress dialog. Okay, so this is going to be the function to show a progress dialog. Now let's add the function to hide the progress dialog. So it's basically just going to be dismissing our progress dialog. And then what we will need is to get the current user ID. And this is going to be the first time where we're actually going to use Firebase. So fun, new function, get current user ID, which will return a string. So it's going to be a unique user ID that we will get as a result. And it should return Firebase authentication. So auth get instance current user. And from the current user, the unique ID. Okay, so let's import Firebase for this to work. So this is how we can get the current user ID. We will need that in order to display the relevant data. So of course we only want to show the user the projects that he's assigned to, and the tasks that he's assigned to, and nothing else, right? So that's the idea behind this. Then we need a function to double back to exit. So if somebody presses the back button twice, he should just close the application. So we're just going to check if double back to exit pressed once is true. If it's true, then do the super on back pressed function and return. And then otherwise, or on top of that, this double back to exit pressed once, I'm going to set that to true because at that point it already would have been pressed. So let's say we press it again. So if it was pressed already, then he would go back. But if he only pressed back once, then we want to display something to the user. So it's not really going to close the application directly, but it's just going to display to the user a little toast. Okay, so when he pressed back once, it's just going to say, please click back once again to exit the application. So the first click is just going to show this text, and the second click will actually do the on back pressed functionality. So we don't want the user to accidentally close the activity that he's in, and that's how we can make sure of that. All right, and then we want this to happen with a little delay. So if the user didn't press back for a little while, then we want to reset everything. So reset the back button functionality, so to speak. Okay, so let's say you pressed once and then 20 seconds later you press again, and then suddenly you won't see this screen anymore. So what we can do is we can use the handler again. We could just say handler, do something a little bit delayed. So let's import handler real quick so that we can actually use it. Handler Android OS, this one, and then use post delayed, and here we can run some code. And the code that I want to run is I want to double press to exit false after 2000 milliseconds. So basically, if the user pressed back twice, the back button twice within 2 seconds, then it will close the application or close the activity that he's in, depending on where he is. Okay, so that's the idea behind this whole double back to exit function. And then I want to display the errors to the user, but not just in a very super short toast, but actually in a snack bar. Okay, so if the user gets an error for some reason, I don't know, the internet connection doesn't work or the operation didn't work, then we want to display an error. And that should be available in all functions, right? Or in all of our activities, to be precise. So we want to have a message that we want to display when we call this function, and we want to display this message as a snack bar. So let's create a snack bar here. If you don't know what a snack bar is, check out the video on snack bars. So basically it's a little text at the bottom of the screen that says something to the user. In our case, I want to use snackbar.make, and here find view by ID Android RID dot content. Then after the closing bracket, the message that we want to display, then snackbar dot length long. Okay, so let me put that into multiple lines so that's a little more readable. So we create the snack bar, we make it, we find the view by ID Android content, so we display it in the content, we display the message that we prepared, and we display the snack bar for a comparatively long time, even though it's just going to be a couple of seconds. Okay, and then I need a snack bar view, which will be my snack bar dot view. And I need that snack bar view in order to, for example, set my individual background color. So if you want to have an individual background color, you can do that this way. Okay, so in an error, it might make sense to change the color to, for example, a red color. Okay, so here I'm gonna say context compat get color for this, and r.color.snackbar error color. Of course, we need to set that color up. So let's import the context compat, and then let's create this color. All right, so let's create color resource, snackbar color. And actually maybe not this way, but let's go to r.colors. Here in our resources, values, colors XML, and let's add that snack bar. So here color name snack bar error color, which will be hash F72400, which is going to be a very red color. All right, so let's see, the error disappeared. All right, that's very good. Okay, and then of course we need to show this snack bar. All right, so just preparing it is not going to be enough. So we prepared the snack bar, we edited the snack bar view. So this is how we edited how the snack bar is going to look, right? But then we need to display the snack bar by showing it. Okay, snack bar show. All right, so I'd say we make a pause here because it's going to be another part where we actually are going to set up the signing up feature. And yeah, let's just go there. See you in the next video. Hey, and by the way, don't miss out on the opportunity to get the complete Android masterclass. You can find the link in the description below. You'll get a huge discount. And in that course, you're going to not only learn how to build this particular app, which is this Trello app, of which you are just seeing half of the course's content in this YouTube video, but you're going to get a bunch of other projects which you're going to build all the way from scratch up to the final prototype. All right, so link is in the description below. I hope to see you in that course where you also get support and all kinds of other goodies. So see you there. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to do the final preparation for then finally adding the sign up functionality. So we're still not going to have the sign up functionality itself, but at least we're going to have everything prepared so that we can then finally use Firebase correctly. So far, the only Firebase stuff that we had was to get the current user, where we used the Firebase auth to get the instance and then to get the current user and then its user or its unique ID. So every user has a unique ID. Okay, so we have this base activity which we prepared in the last video, right? And it's of type app compat activity. Now we want to reuse this base activity, or we want to inherit from this base activity in our signup activity, because we want to be able to use all of the functionality of an app compat activity, but at the same time of our base activity, which contains features such as displaying the snack bar when an error occurs or displaying the progress dialog. All right, so in our signup activity, let's go ahead and create two functions. One is just gonna be there to validate a form. So private fun validate form, where we have the name and the email and then finally the password. And it should only have two passes, password, which is also of type string. Okay, so we get all of those values, and then we want to see if what we have gotten is not empty. So we want to basically just see, has the user entered something or not? So we're just gonna return when the text utils is empty. For the name, what do we want to execute then? Well, we're just gonna show the error snack bar, and we're gonna say please enter a name, and we're going to return false in this case. So you can see that this function should return a boolean. Okay, so here at the top, let me bring that in 2 lines. So here, validate form, name, email, password, and it's going to return a boolean. So when false, return when false. But then what other options do we have? Well, we have the other option where the text is empty for the email. So here, let's replace this with email. Please enter an email. And then the last one, well, to be precise, email address. All right, let's just do that. Okay, and for the last one, it's the password. So we're checking, is the password empty? If it's empty, please enter a password. Should be displayed to the user. And otherwise, return true. Actually, it's just going to be true. All right, so here, of course, else needs to also be in a Lambda expression. So else return true. Okay, so this is the idea of this validate form. Now, of course, we need a function which will use this. And I'm just going to create a function which will register a user. And for now, it's just going to prepare everything. So private fun register user, where I have the name, which will be of type string, and which we get from et name dot text to string. And what I'm going to do is I'm also going to trim a little bit. So let's say the user has entered a empty space somewhere in between, then I want to clean that up as well. So trim curly brackets it less equal empty space. Okay, so this is how you can trim something. So you can trim, for example, an empty space that the user has entered at the end of the email address or of the name. This happens quite often when you copy and paste something, right? Then we have the same thing for the email. So let's do this for the email, which is also a string, but it's et email. By the way, where do I get them from? Well, they are inside of our activity sign up XML. Okay, so that's where I'm using those from. Same for et email. It's this one here. And then let's do the same thing for the password. So here, password. Now the question is, do we actually want to trim an empty space or not? Maybe the user has edited an empty space in his email address, but I'm just going to assume that it's not the case, or I mean in this password, but I'm just going to assume that it's not the case. So I'm just going to trim it in the password as well. So if you have an empty space in your password, it's not going to work with our application. So this is something that you can potentially leave out. It really depends on how you design your login features or your sign up features. Okay. So if we validate the form with all of those names and emails and everything, and it returns true, then we want to actually register the user. So only if all of those values have been entered. Here, the name, the email, the password, and then the user pressed sign up. At that point, we want to sign him up, but only if he entered values. Okay, that's the idea behind this validate form. And for now, we can just do something, a basic toast to see that we can register a user. So let's just test it real quick. So I'm just gonna paste this little toast in here. Now we can register a new user. Or we could write something like registration complete or worked or whatever. Okay, so of course we need to call this function somewhere, register user. Where would be a good point? Well, once the user pressed this button here. So let's look at the button. What's it called like? Let's scroll down. It's called button sign up. So if button sign up is pressed, so set on click listener, call register user. Okay, so at this point, the user clicked the button and our register user function should be triggered, where we get the name, email, and password from the edit text. Then we validate if they're empty or not. And if they're not empty, we write something like, now we can register a new user. And of course here, at this point, we would then actually do the registration in Firebase. Okay, so I'd say, let's just test it. And when running it, we're getting an error here where it says file Google Services JSON is missing. So we need to add it in order to use the Google Services plugin. And yeah, let's just do that. Therefore, you can go to your project in Firebase, then to the project settings. And here on the general, scrolling down, you will see that there are no apps in your project yet. So we can add an app. In this case, we're going to select the Android icon here. And here we need to enter the name of our project. Okay. So it's just going to be this name here. In my case, it's eu.tutorials.project. And that's why it's important that you have unique names, right? So you should, of course, call your project differently. And you can add an app nickname if you want to. And you could also add the signing certificate SHA optional, but I'm just going to register it with the package name. And if that shouldn't work just with the package name, then you might need to add the other elements as well. So there you can see you have to go to project and then drag it into your apps. So let's just download this file. Then save it here, or save it somewhere where you can find it. And then go to your project. Then select project here at the top left. So you need to move over to project, because usually I'm using Android because it's more convenient, right? But then when in project, you can open your project. Then you can open the app folder, and that is where you need to drag it. So I'm just gonna drag this Google Services JSON file into the app folder. And I'm just gonna press OK. Once that is done, we can go back to the settings in Google Firebase here and press next. Here you can see that it says that we should make some changes to our project level build Gradle, which is basically what we have done before. All right, so on the app level, you need to add this implementation, and on the project level, you need to add this class path. Okay, and if we look at our project, we can see that we already had added that. Okay, so if I move back to Android now, it's a lot easier to find it there. So here, build Gradle, that's where we added this implementation, right? Implementation Firebase Auth 19. And in the other one, in the project build Gradle, we have added this class path com.google GMS Google Services 433, which is the same as you can see here. And here the implementation as well. Also the plugin, by the way, you can see that we need to use this plugin, but we've added this already. Okay, and then we needed to sync it, but we already have done that. So let's press next and see if it's going to work. And of course, we need to run our app to verify it. So let's do that real quick. Let's run it again. Now this time it's hopefully not going to crash. And this can take a little longer than the times before. As soon as it's done, it's installing and launching the activity. So it's launching our application, and then we can check again if it's gonna communicate with the servers. And in case it doesn't, what we can do is we can go ahead and uninstall this application. So let's uninstall ProJManage. And as you can see, I have multiple iterations of it. So hold, press, drag, uninstall. And once you uninstalled it, let's run it again. Okay, this time it was a lot quicker. And now let's see if the app starts communicating with the servers. In case it doesn't respond or doesn't change here within a couple of minutes, you can just go ahead and skip that step. It still might work later on, or it still should work later on. But you will see that your apps, you will find your app here, and yeah, you can just then go ahead and use this app inside of Firebase or with Firebase. All right, at this point, let's go ahead and test our application because we prepared so much stuff. So we're in the sign up screen. Now let's press sign up, and you can see please enter a name because there's no name there. So let's enter a name. Let's enter an email address, email@email.com. So here at email. In this case, it's going to be imnail.com, and the password is going to be 123456, best password ever, and then sign up. And we can see now we can register a new user. Of course, we're not communicating with the server at that point, but that's what we're going to add in the next video, or maybe later. All right, so see you in the next one. Welcome back. Finally, we get to the Firebase stuff, the real Firebase stuff, which means we are going to see how to sign up our user, and it will be represented here in Firebase. Therefore, we first of all need to set things up in Firebase itself. So let's go to the authentication here and then add a new sign up method here, or sign in method. All right, so there are multiple different methods, as you can see, email, phone, Google, and so forth. So there are plenty of different options here. And the one that I want to use is email and password because it's the easiest one for testing purposes. So let's enable this. All right, and then let's go ahead and save this. All right, you can see here under your sign-in providers, email password will now have the status of enabled. You can of course enable other options as well, but then you would have to implement them. And as I showed you in another video, if you want to use any other method, then you can just follow along here in the guides in the documentation. So they give you some advice on how to use these different approaches here, Google sign-in, Facebook login, and so forth. Okay, so now that we have that set up, let's go back to Android Studio, because here we can now finally do the code or add the code, which will do the registration. So here we wanted to register the user in our sign up activity with this register user function. And for now, we had this text here, make text, or this toast, which just said now we can register a new user. But now instead of just showing this, we want to show first of all our progress dialog, so that the user knows that something is happening. Okay, so let's go ahead and show progress dialog. This is the function that we had in the base activity, and our sign up activity is inheriting from it. And what I'm going to say here is please wait. And actually, when you do that, it's always good advice or better to use a string for this. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out our strings. Do we have that already? So here on the resources, values, strings, we had this please wait. Yeah, let's use this please wait, because otherwise, if you want to create this app multi-language, then you will run into errors. So how do we get the string? Well, we use r.string.pleasewait. Okay, so by this, it will automatically show this string here, or it will pass this string in, but it's under resources get string, where we then need to pass an r.string dot please wait, just like that. Okay, so this is how we can get the resource. We pass it now, and now that we let the user know that he has to wait, we can finally do the Firebase stuff. So let's go ahead and do that. Firebase auth get instance, and then create user with email and password. All right, so that's what we want to do. We want to create the user with an email and a password. Now, if we want to do that, we of course need to pass in the email and the password. So let's do that. Let's add the email and password as the two parameters here. Okay, and then you see we have a huge connection here, so stuff is connected. So first of all, we get the Firebase authentication or class, then we get the instance method here, or we use it, then we use the create user with email password method on top of that, and then we can have another method that we use on top of that, and you can see there are multiple different options here. So the one that I want to use is the add on complete listener. Add on, and you can see here there are another set of add-ons here: add-on, success listener, failure listener, complete listener, and so forth, canceled listener. So I want to use the complete listener. So add-on complete listener, and inside of that I can now go ahead and run a task. So I'm gonna pass in a whole code block here with a task. So you can see IT task. So task is gonna be, first of all, run hide progress dialog. So if it was successful, you don't need to show the progress dialog anymore. And you can check if the task is successful itself. So this is on complete listener. So once it's complete, and here we're checking if it's successful. So if the task is successful, then let's create a new Firebase user. Okay, so this will be a Firebase Firebase user object. And where do we get that from? Well, we get it from the task itself. So we need to import Firebase user here, and then we can go ahead and use task result user, and all of these are nullable, so we need to use the double exclamation mark here. All right, now we have the Firebase user, and we can also get the registered email. So val registered email is going to be Firebase user dot email, and this is again a nullable. Okay, so by this we get the registered email address, and for now we can just let the user know that he has registered with a certain email. So we can add a toast here. So toast make text in this context, and then let's say we first of all enter the name of the user. You have successfully registered the email address, and then email address. So user email, or how do we call it? Registered email. Registered email. Okay, so let's put that into multiple lines just to see here what we're doing. And of course, we also need to add toast length. For example, let's show it for a long period of time. And for now, what we're going to do is we're going to sign out the user again. So Firebase of get instance sign out. So just because we don't have anything to do with him yet, but in the future we will of course do something else. So for now, let's sign him out and close this activity once we have successfully registered the user. All right, and then we have this if task was successful. Now let's say the task was not successful. So what do we want to do if it wasn't successful? Well, I'm just gonna display the error message. So toast make text, and here in this context write the task exception message for a long, or let's say short time this time, length short dot show. All right, so this is going to be our add-on complete listener. And here of course it's complaining because I have these unnecessary parentheses. So let's get rid of them, those brackets. All right, so now we have our add-on complete listener. At this point, we should be able to test our application and see if we can actually register a user or not. All right, so let's run our application. And by the way, if that works, then in users, so here we should find a new user. So it will create a new user entry here, and we can use or create users manually here as well. So that is something that you can do directly in Firebase. If you, for example, just want to test the sign in functionality, and let's say you have an app where only you as an admin can create users, no one can create a new account, you have to create the account, then you could develop an app like that where you just create the users manually in here, and the user can of course log in, but he cannot create a new account in the app. So that is of course also an option, depends on the use case that you have, or on the use case of the customer that comes to you and wants an app. Okay, so there we are, our beautiful sign up screen is there, and I think it is fully loaded, right? Yeah, no, it's still running. Okay, let's just give it some more time. That's important that it's fully done, so that you only test it once it has the latest version which contains all of this code on the device. All right, once it's all done, let's see what we get there. So let's say my name is Dennis. My email is dennis@gmail.com, and my password is super secure. So let's sign up. Please wait. A network error such as timeout interrupted. Okay, that's very nice. Let's try again. All right, so yeah, I tried it once again and again, and then At one point it worked, so it seems like my connection on the phone didn't work or something like that. So I registered the user once I pressed it again. So let's reload the page and you can see the user exists. So let's try it again with another account. So sign up, still Dennis, this time Dennis at yahoo.com or whatever, yahoo.com, and same password, super secure. So let's sign up again, please wait. And you have successfully registered the email address dennis@yahoo.com. All right, so that worked. So now let's refresh the page here and we can see we have the new user. Okay, so at this point, you can create the user, you can see when it was created, and you can see that each user gets a UID. So this is a user UID, so UUID. If you see that ever, then you know what it is. It's a user unique identification. Okay, so, or identifier. So it's like a very super unique, weird combination of characters and numbers, right? So this is how you can then, of course, or letters and numbers, and this is how you can identify every single user individually. So maybe you have multiple users with the exact same email address, even though that shouldn't be the case, but for some reason it could happen. Then you still have the UID or UUID in order to find the user individually, or the individual users. You can also see here in providers, you can see it's an email. So this user has registered via email. All right, so this is this little icon that you can see here. All right, so at this point, you see how you can register a user. Now we, of course, want to be able to log in with that user because we are directly signed out by the application. At least that's what we developed with this one line we added. But in the next video, we're going to see how we can actually sign in. All right, so let's do that in the next video. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to sign in the user using email and password, and therefore you can go ahead and try to do yourself. So just follow along the password authentication here in the Firebase documentation, and you can see that it's they're using an extra variable here, which is called auth, in order to have the Firebase auth system once and not having to recreate it every single time you want to do something with it. But as we are just using it once when signing in, it's actually fine the way we do it, but both ways are fine. So you can, of course, go ahead and create a late initialized variable called Firebase auth or just auth, and then use that. So you need to initialize it at one point, of course, so you get the Firebase auth instance, and then you can go ahead and use this code here in order to sign in the email with, or the user with, an email and a password. All right, so please try to do that. Try to implement the sign-in feature in the sign-in activity. All right, so this time I'm gonna just follow along here. I'm just gonna use the documentation to create this new late init variable, and we need to go to our sign-in activity. So in here, activities, and then the sign-in activity. Then we need to create this late init variable that we want to initialize later on. So we need to import Firebase authentication, and then so we can either set the auth in on create, or we can do it at the moment when we actually use the function. So either way is fine. I think just doing it here is going to be fine as well. So let's just set the get instance here. Firebase auth get instance. All right, and now we of course need to have a function which allows us to sign in. So how do we want to call it? Well, I'm just going to call it sign in registered user. So private fun sign in registered user. You could of course also just call it sign in user. That would be fine as well. So now let's go back and check the code here. So it says val current user auth current user, check if user is signed in. So this is how you can check if the user is signed in. We will do that later on, but what's important is this part here. So where we sign in the user with email and password. So first of all, of course, we need to have the email and password. So val email string, that will be et email text to string. And then we trim as well. So actually it's the same as we had it in the sign up functionality. So here we only need email and password. So let's just copy those two over to our sign in activity because they're really just the same. We're just trimming an empty space at the end. Then we need to validate the form, and we're going to validate it in a very similar way as we've done here. So private fun validate form. Let's just copy that and use it in our sign in activity as well. So here I'm just going to create one, but the difference is that I'm going to not use the name here. So when signing in, we just need the email and password, right? So we don't need to have the username as well. And here, of course, we can then get rid of this whole part here. And also we need to make sure that our class is inheriting from base activity, because in base activity, that's where we set up everything that we can now use for the snack bar. So show error snack bar is what we prepared in our base activity, and now we can reuse it here. So now we have validate form. Okay, so at this point we can validate the form with the email and password that we have from the user. So if email and password are validated, so validate form with email and password, if that is true, then we want to sign in the user. So in validate form, we just checked if the user has entered anything at all. If it's empty, then we just want to let him know, hey, you need to enter something. But otherwise, we're going to be fine with whatever he has entered. And then we can do the authentication. Of course, we can also first show the progress dialog, where we just let the user know, hey, please wait. So actually, it's going to be the same as in sign up. And it's a little more because we also need to get the resources, get string and so forth. So let's do the same thing here. And it's almost the same function. So the sign in registered user is almost, or this validate form actually, it's almost the same function as our sign up, but slightly different still. Okay. Now we need to make sure that ET email is the right one because it is the one from sign up. So we need to make sure that it's the one from sign in. So ET email, we can see we have two here. So now what we can do is we can rename one of them. So let's rename the one from our sign up, or actually let's go for the one in sign in. I think that makes more sense. So here it's on our resources, layout, sign in, and here the edit texts are the ones that we are interested in, right? So text fields, input layout here, ET email underscore sign in, and then ET password underscore sign in. So how I'm gonna call them. All right. Now, of course, you could use sign underscore in to be more precise so that it's even happier here, just like that. Okay, so now in sign in, we need to make sure that it's ET email sign in and ET password sign in. Okay, because otherwise we will use the one from sign up. Okay, so at this point we can go ahead and run our code. So here we can now finally run the code from the website. So let's copy this and then add it in here. Okay, so update UI, I'm not going to use that. Log, well, we can use that. We can import it. We don't have a tag yet. That's also something that we might want to import. So import toast, update UI is not what we're going to use. So here they have tag as well. So I'm just going to call this tag sign in. And here as well, sign in. Also, by the way, this val user auth current user, well, that's fine, but we're not using it right now, so we don't need it yet. And also here we say authentication failed, but well, we are writing the exception in the logcat, so I think that's going to be fine. Okay, so this is very similar to what we had before. In our sign up here, of course, we could also, instead of toasting the whole error message to the user, which he doesn't understand probably, or which doesn't make sense to him, we could replace that, of course, with also registration failed or something like that. So let's just do that real quick here. Registration failed. All right. So now we can go ahead and test it. So let's see if we can sign in our user once we click the button. But of course, we still need to fix the error that we have here. So as it seems, I'm lacking one curly bracket at one point. When I copied the validate form, I didn't copy it correctly. Also, something that we probably should also do is hide our progress dialog at one point, because here we show it. And if we don't hide it, then it's not going to be a very good look to our app. So let's hide it directly here. So once it's completed, so hide progress dialog. And then let's move over to our main activity. Okay, just so that we see that it actually works. So start activity, intent from this to the main activity class.java, and intent needs to be imported. Let's do that real quick. Okay, so once we are successfully signed in, we want to move over to our main activity here. Now, of course, there's one last thing to do, and that is to add a functionality to the button, because currently when we sign in, when we click on the sign in button, activity sign in, so let's see, we have this button called button sign in. If we click this one, nothing happens. So let's add an on-click listener to it. Sign in, set on-click listener, and here we will use the sign in registered user function. So this function that we just prepared. All right, and then there's one bug that I found as well when running the application. So you can test it, run it. The thing is, our setup action bar is really just a copy of the setup action bar in the sign up activity. And when you do that, you have to be careful, and I wasn't careful enough. So you can see set support action bar for toolbar sign up activity. Of course, it should be for our toolbar sign in activity. And the same goes down here with the set navigation on click listener. So if you do these kind of things, copy and pasting, you always need to double check for changes. But at the point when you test it, that's latest, or the latest moment when you will realize those things. So no worries there, it's still fine. So let's run it again. Now we should hopefully get to the sign in activity. All right, so there we are, sign in. Okay, so this seems to work. Let's test Dennis at gmail.com. Password was super secure. Sign in. Please wait. And we are moved over to the hello world screen, which is our main activity. So as it seems, this worked. So we are now logged in, which is pretty cool. So now you can see how you can sign up a user and how you can sign in a user. And now we can go ahead and display stuff to the user that is relevant to him. So that's of course what we have to set up step by step, because there is a lot of functionality that will follow, and we haven't even touched the database yet. So that's super interesting stuff that we're going to look at later on. So in the next video, first of all, we are going to create a new entry in the database. So we're going to create a new database itself, right? So using the Firestore in the next video, and then we're going to use the user class. So we're going to create a new model and so forth. So let's go ahead and check that out. See you in the next one. And by the way, I hope you were successful in writing this code and you fixed the bugs that we have here and everything, because at that point I would expect you to be able to do that. So if you weren't able to do that, then try to do create another app where you do the sign in and sign up functionality from scratch all by yourself using the documentation only, because this is going to be super relevant and important when it comes to developing applications for customers in the future, or even for your own ideas that you have. Because running into errors is normal, it's no problem. Running into bugs is also normal. it's important to fix them. It's important to check out documentations, to read through the internet, to find solutions and so forth. All right, so see you in the next one. Welcome back. Now that our authentication functionality seems to work, let's look at database. So there we have two options, right? So when in the database, you can either use Firestore or you can use the real-time database. And I talked about it very briefly before, but what we are just going to use the Cloud Firestore because it's more powerful queries, automatic scaling. So it's just a better choice for us, right? So let's go ahead and create that. We are going to use the test mode because we want to be able to test everything, right? Anyone with your database reference will be able to read write to your database for 30 days. So this is a high risk approach, of course. Anything could, or many things could go wrong, but in our case, because we want to test it, it's going to make our life a lot easier, especially at the beginning. So once you're in production, you should definitely change your rules there. Then you have to select your Cloud Firestore location, so where the data should be located. So you have, of course, multiple different options here. I'm just going to use Europe West because I am in Europe, and then I'm going to press done. If you have an application where your user base will be mainly in another country or in one specific country, then you definitely have to consider that you put your location, Cloud Firestore location, specifically at that location. Okay. All right. Once that is done, you will find yourself seeing this screen where you have data, rules, indexes, and usage. And by the way, in rules, that's the thing that has been changed for us. So here read write is activated so that we can write around and play around with it. You can see here read write and then request timestamp date 2020, the 22nd of March, then it will change. Okay, so for now it's read write are both allowed, but later on it will change it. And you can change those rules anytime. If you want to know more about the rules, check out the documents here. Okay, but for now it's just going to be fine for us. We can just go ahead to the data tab, and here we can now create our own collections. For example, we can go ahead and create a collection called users. So let's go ahead and create this collection called users. And now you can go ahead and create a document ID. For example, you can go ahead and create an auto ID. You can add all of the different fields that you want to have. For example, for a user, what we have is the name, the email address, and then we could have something like an image or whatever you can come up with, right? But the thing is, you don't even need to do that here. So we can, of course, create a collection and create everything just here in this beautiful UI. But we are going to do that in code. So you will see how to create collections and those objects, so to speak, in code. Because we will create a class, a users class, which will then contain all of the information that we want to store about a user. All right, at that point, we can go back to our project and we will need to add a new implementation here, or a new dependency to our project. So let's add that. It's the Firestore implementation here. Let me add that. You can see Firebase Firestore 2140. So it's similar to what we had before when we had Firebase Auth, and you can see the versions, they differ a little bit. So now we're using Firestore. Later on we will use storage, and we will need to add another dependency, but for now this is gonna do. So don't forget to sync it, of course. And once the syncing is done, you can start syncing. All right, now you can start using Firestore. All right, and the next thing is that we are going to create a new class. So the thing is, I thought about different ways to approach this application, and doing it in, well, doing the code that you need in the classes where you need them creates a lot of duplication. And I thought it would be a lot nicer to have a very clean structure that you can easily reuse and then also easily adjust and maintain. So let's say at one point Firebase doesn't work anymore. So you don't want to go to every single class and make changes to every single part of the application, but you want to have one class which handles the whole database stuff. So in case Firebase doesn't work anymore and you need to change to another solution in the future, for whatever reason, Firebase doesn't exist anymore, they go bankrupt, even though it's highly unlikely that Google will ever go bankrupt. But I mean, like, generally, if you use a solution which could potentially go obsolete at one point, then it's always good to have the code already be prepared for this. So then that's what we're going to do. So we are going to create an extra class which will take care of the whole database stuff or of the whole Firestore stuff, and that will make our life a lot easier if we ever have to change anything. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new directory here. So a new package, and this one will be Firebase. And inside of Firebase, I want to have this new class, which I'm going to call Firestore class. Very awesome name. So file class Firestore, or maybe it's just Firestore class. All right, and in here I want to put all of the different Firebase Firestore dependent or relevant code. So first of all, I will need to have an instance of the Firebase Firestore. All right, so private val m Firestore, so I'm going to call it, and it will be Firebase Firestore .get instance. So let's get the instance directly. Firebase Firestore needs to be written correctly, then it will also allow me to use it. Okay, so you can see we have this new import here, Firebase Firestore, and then we get the instance. So let me see why it's still complaining, because it added this store. Okay, so now we have our Firebase Firestore instance, and now we can go ahead and create a new user. So we can register a user in our database. So the idea is that we don't only register the user directly in the authentication module, but also in our database. So not only here in authentication, where we have the user, we have his identifier, then we have when he was created and the user ID, but we also want to store a little more information about the user. So each time a user registers, we also want to have him in the database so that we can then add information about his, let's say, telephone number if you want that, or if you want to add an image of him, or he wants to add an image of him, then we want to be able to do that, okay? And that's why we need to have an entry for every user in our database. So let's create a little function which will do just that. So fun register user, which will need an activity, and I'm gonna pass in the sign up activity, and then user info, which will be of type user. So we will need to create a class which allows us to do a lot of stuff, right? So let's go ahead. Do we have the users already? No, we don't have it. So we need to create a new model called user. So let's go ahead and create it real quick. New Kotlin class, and this one will be user. Now this is going to be a data class. All right, data class user, and we want to have a bunch of information about the user here. So when we use a data class, we just need those kind of brackets, so not the curly ones, just the rounded ones. So I want to store the ID of the user. So let's do that. Then I want to store the name of the user. Then what else would be interesting? Well, the email would be nice. So let's add the email as well. Email of the user. Then what else? Well, image. How about an image? So I'm going to store the image as a string as well, because I'm just going to store the image location on the database. So it's not really the database, but it's actually the storage functionality of Firebase. So you can see we have an extra by a point here, which is called storage. So you can store images or even videos on the storage. All right. So we will have the image, then maybe also the mobile number of the user. So mobile, which will be a long, which I'm just gonna set to 0 for now, and then the FCM token. So we will also need to have a token of the user so that we know that it's this specific user that is logged in. Next, I would like to make this class parcelable. And in order to do so, I can of course write all of the code manually, or I can just go to settings and then add a new plugin. So here on the plugins, let's search for parcelable. And you will find this Android parcelable code generator. That's the one that I want. And for it to work, you need to restart the IDE. All right, at that point, it should work. So let's make it parcelable. Parcelable with a capital P, of course. So parcelable. And now implement the members. And also add the parcelable implementation. So you can see it will create all of this stuff here: constructor, parcel, read string, write to parcel, describe, then also this companion object creator. So this is automatically generated now by the help of the plugin that we just installed. Now at this point, it's complaining because parcel or read string is going to return a nullable, so we need to add all of those exclamation marks. But once we've done that, you can see the class is ready so far. Now when we want to describe contents, what we're going to do is we're just going to assign 0 to it, and to write parcel here we're just going to add a bunch of write strings. So write string, the ID. And by the way, I'm just going to make parcel a non-nullable. And also I need to add this statement here with dest. And now write string is going to work. So we need to do write string for all of the different values that we have. So here it's going to be write long for the number, for the phone number, right? So let's add mobile here. This one was the ID, then we had the name, we had the email, and we had the image. And then finally, we had the FCM token. Okay, so when we write it to a parcel, what we're going to do is we write all of our variables that we have here. Okay, so at this point, this class is going to be ready and we can go on. Because the video is already going to be so long, because we need to still add quite some stuff in the Firestore class, or we need to create a Firestore class and so forth, I would say let's make a quick break here and then finish this part of the exercise or part of the code in the next video, where we're going to finally be able to add data to our database in the Firestore database. So see you there. Hey, and by the way, don't miss out on the opportunity to get the complete Android masterclass. You can find the link in the description below. You'll get a huge discount. And in that course, you're going to not only learn how to build this particular app, which is this Trello app, of which you are just seeing half of the course's content in this YouTube video, but you're going to get a bunch of other projects which you're going to build all the way from scratch up to the final prototype. All right, so link is in the description below. I hope to see you in that course, where you also get support and all kinds of other goodies. So see you there. Now that we have the user class, we can go ahead and use user. So let's import user here, which is our models. So inside of models, and not the user that we get from Firestore. Okay, it's important that we use the right one here. So now what I want to do is I want to register the user, right, in this function. But what we need therefore is our Firestore collection. So I'm going to create a new collection, which is going to be called users. Okay, so it's going to be something like this or something like this. But the thing is, I'm using a magic string here. That's something that I shouldn't do. I think it's better if I go ahead and create a new class, which will be, or a new file, which will be constants. This will just be a constants object, which will, for now, just have one constant, const val users string, which will be users. All right, so now we can use this constant that we prepared. So constants dot user or users. So this is just the code way to do the same thing as if we just created a new collection here, which is called users. Okay, so here creating a collection or start collection, and we call this one, for example, users. And then we click next. And now it becomes interesting because the document ID and all of the different fields, that's what we do next in the code. So we now go ahead and create a document, right? So dot document. And here we need to get the current user ID. So we want to create a new document for every single user that we have, because we want to store details about every single user, right? So it would be good if we could get the user ID, which is this unique user ID. So how do we get that? Well, we need a function for that. So let's create a new function, which is just going to give us the current user ID, get current user ID, which will return a string, which then will simply return Firebase auth get instance current user UID. Okay, so what that will give us is the current user's unique ID, which is this UUID, this one here. So it's going to give us this one, and we want to use that as the document inside of our collection. So we create a new collection, which we call users. Then we have a new document, which is going to be called this weird number or this weird value that we just saw for every single user. So every user will have his own collection, or not collection, but every user will have his own document. Okay, so we have collections. In collections, we have documents, and then we have all of those fields. And the fields will be the one that we have in our user class, which is ID, name, email, image, for mobile, and so forth. So we don't want to create all of that stuff manually, but we want to do it in a code. And that's exactly what we do now. So now let's go ahead and pass in the user, the current user. So get current user ID. Then we want to set the user info to be set options merge. So it's gonna merge the user info, whatever user info is passed to us. And then we need to finally add an on success listener. So did it work? Add on success listener. And if it did work, well, then we want to execute some code. So we want to run the activity that is passed to this function, this register user function, which is the sign up activity. And we there want to call the user registered success. So user registered success. So this doesn't exist. So let's go over to the sign up activity and create it. For now, it's just going to be a new function, user registered success, which will show a toast. So let's see if we find a toast somewhere. I'm just gonna use this toast here, and actually I want to do the same thing as I did here. So where is it? It's up here. So let's write this little toast without the name and the email. You have successfully registered, something like that. And here we should also hide the progress bar. So hide progress dialog. So here, make text, something is wrong with make text. It still needs the length here. So that's because I forgot to add a little quotation mark here. So hide progress dialog at that point, and then log the user out. By the way, if we now use the hide progress dialog function here, we won't need it anymore in our register user, because we also did that somewhere in here, and that is right here. So we won't need it here anymore. And now at that point, we need to make sure that when we are registering a user, that we call this Firestore class function, which is called register user. So the thing is, we're registering the user on two levels, right? So one is we actually create a new authentication entry for him, and the other one is that we create a new entry in the collection of users, which is a new document, right? And this is a little abstract still, but it will make a lot more sense once we actually run the code and we see what it does with our entry in the Firestore database. Okay, so at this point, there's one little thing left to do. And that is to get rid of this toast here. We won't need it anymore in here. And we also don't need to sign out here anymore. But what we want to do is we want to create a new user, right? So here we just go ahead and say val user is going to be a new user, which is going to be a Firebase user.uid is what we're going to pass there. We pass the name and we pass the registered email. Okay, so let's go ahead and import user. This time it's also our models here. So we'll create this new user object. And now we can pass that user object to our Firestore class function, which is this registered user. So we need to pass in an activity, which is going to be this, and then we pass in the user, which is the user that we just created in our sign up activity. So now we can go ahead and say Firestore class dot register user, and here we pass in this, and we pass in our register or our user that we prepared. And then of course I need the brackets here because I'm not using a Firestore class object, I'm using the actual class here. So I need the brackets in order to call its function. All right, so at this point, let's test our application and see if it's gonna do what we need from it. And by the way, while it's loading, let's go to authentication and get rid of those two users because those two, they would cause problems later on because otherwise, well, we will try to access their information as users, but they don't exist, right? Because we changed everything. So they just didn't exist in the database. They exist in the authentication, but they don't exist in the database. So if we want to access anything from the database, that would cause problems. All right, and at that point we can test it. There's only one little thing that I noticed when I ran into an issue testing it. And it's not really the code itself. The code is fine as it is now. There's just one duplicate that I have here, which is activity finish, which I run here once again in the Firestore class, even though it's not necessary because in user registered success, we already run finish. Okay, so it's not really necessary. Also, when testing it, and by the way, now it works, so the code is fine, and I had to test it on another machine in order to make sure that the code is fine, but it still didn't work for me. So registering the user did work for me, but creating the collection for some reason didn't work. So what I needed to do is I needed to restart my computer and then run it again, and then it worked. So if you have the problem that it doesn't work for you, then just try to do these kind of things, such as restarting your computer or closing Android Studio and opening it up again, or even deleting the different folders that are inside of this project folder. So the build, Gradle, and idea, and also the build folder in here, you could delete them and then run the application again. I'm telling you this because this issue, which is super funny, it didn't happen on other machines, but for me it did. That's why I wanted to talk about it real quick so that you know if something like that happens, that sometimes it's not the code, sometimes it's some unknown force. That's how I'm gonna call it, because I have no idea where it comes from sometimes. All right, so let's sign up now. Therefore, I go here, I create a new user. By the way, I deleted all the other ones, as you've seen. And now let's add this user here and sign up. Please wait. And you've successfully registered. So now let's go back to the authentication and just refresh the page just to see if we have new users. And we can see we have them. Of course, I could have pressed this reload button. That probably would have been faster. And then in the database, let's see if we have something in Projet Manage, we have this collection called users, then we have the user with this unique ID, and we have all of this information. So we have his email, FCM token, nothing yet, ID, yes, image, nothing, mobile 0, and name Dennis. All right, so it worked. We have passed an object into our database as fields. Okay, so we have this object. This is the object, the user object, and these are all of the fields of the user object. So all of the variables that the user class has and all of the details that we have with it. All right, so now you know how to create a collection, how to add a value in there and store data inside of the database. And we will of course have to check how to retrieve the data, and we will work with all of those things in the next few videos. So see you there. Welcome back. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to sign in the user. Now you might say, hey, we have signed in the user already, so why would we do it again? What is the purpose of this? Well, we signed in the user, yes, but we didn't get the data about the user yet, as we didn't have the data before. Now in the last video, we added the data about the user, and we want to store additional information about, for example, the boards that the user is assigned to or has created with all of the different tasks that he has to do and so forth. So in order to implement that, we need to create a new function in our Firestore class. So we have this function called register user. Now let's go ahead and create one which is going to sign in the user. All right, fun sign in user, and we need to have the activity. So it's not the sign up activity, it's the sign in activity that we need, because we actually want to execute some code from the sign in activity. So let's go ahead. Now the thing is, we're going to use a similar approach than, or as we have done with registering the user. The difference is that we don't want to set something, we want to get something. So let's just copy this code that we had here, and I'm gonna go over it real quick. So we need the Firestore again. We need to access the collection constants users. We want to get the document that is assigned to the user that is currently logged in, so current user ID. But then instead of setting something, we want to get something, and we don't need to pass in any additional information, we just want to get something. All right, and here let's just get rid of those entries for now. So here, instead of just displaying, or instead of doing what we did before in our registering class where we used the registered success, we will do the same thing with login success. Okay, but in order to do so, first of all, I'm going to prepare this by having a new variable which is going to store the logged in user, because I want to know more about it. And the thing is, our document gets us this information. So the document has all of the information at the current user ID. So here I want to use this document and make an object of it, to object. Now the document from here, in order to get it, what we need to add is a little lambda expression. All right, so here we just say, okay, document, give me the document, and once I have it, I want to make an object of it. Now when you use the toObject method, you also need to say of which class you want to use the object method. And I want to use it for this user. So I want to make a user object out of whatever is given to me in the document. All right, so here I can just say, okay, make a user out of this. Okay, so this is going to give me the logged in user. Now let's look at it in the database. So in the database, it will be this user here, which is YQQHM and so forth. All right, so this is going to be the user object that I want to have. This is the UUID that I just got from the getCurrentUser function. And then these are all of the information for that object. So here, now I have the logged in user. Now I know about him. I have his address. Well, we didn't store his address, but I have his email address, I have his name, and so forth. All right. So now I can sign in that user. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call activity dot sign in success and gonna pass in the logged in user. Now you might wonder, what is the sign in success function? Well, we still need to create it. So inside of the activity that is passed to us when we sign in, and it's in the sign in activity. So let's go ahead and create a new function here, which is going to be called sign in success. So fun sign in success is going to be a new function here, which needs a user object. So we're going to pass a user to it. All right, now let's import user here. And we're talking about our own user, not the Firebase user. So the user that we created from our model. And here, hide progress dialog. So first of all, when we are signed in, we want to hide the progress dialog. And then we want to start an activity, which is going to send us to the main activity. So similar to what we did when we registered. So here, this part here. Okay, let's do that. So start activity, intent from this activity to the main activity. And then also let's finish the current activity so that the user can't get back to this login or sign in activity anymore. So this is called sign in success. And this is of course also only going to be called when we actually have a successful listener here, or if we had success when getting the collection of the user with the current user ID. All right. So we pass in the logged in user, and it could be null. That's what it's saying here, but we can force it here, or we can add a check. So if you really wanted to make sure that it's of the right type, if you want to make sure that it's actually not going to be null, you could add something like if logged in user not equal null, then execute this code here. All right. So then it's still complaining here in the add-on failure listener because it doesn't like my activity that I'm passing here. So let me just say something like Firestore class sign in user. And that's a long or too long name. Still too long. Firestore. Well, let's just say sign in user. And now we can go ahead and test our application. All right, let's sign in. It was dennis@gmail.com and then the password. And we are transferred to the main activity. All right, so this seems to work as well. All right, now we are logged in and we have the user information. Now we could display the user information here, and we could add a settings image or screen, which we will do later on, and a lot more. All right, so let's go ahead and do some more stuff in the next video. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to see how we can log in the user automatically and send him directly to the main activity instead of showing him the login screen once again. And that is going to be based on whether there is a user ID for the current user. So Firebase takes care of that automatically. That's the power here. We don't need to do that ourselves. So we don't need to download a token and then store that token somewhere and all of those kind of things. But the token is generated in the backend. So it's generated on the Firebase side, so we don't need to do that. So the power is here, or what makes it easier for us is that we can just check if there is an instance for the current user, and then we can either get the user ID or we will just return an empty string. And we can then use that in order to either log in the user directly and send him directly to the main activity, or we can just send him to the login activity or the intro activity that we have here, where he can then decide to either register or log in. Okay, so let's go ahead and build the code for that. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pretty much copy this code here and store it in a variable, which I'm going to call current user, which will be Firebase get instance current user. So we will use that in order to then check if the current user is null or not, because this can return null. And if it does return null, it means that there is no current user. All right. So let's go ahead and create a helper variable, which will then be the one that we will return. So I will show you what I mean in a second. So this will check if the current user is not null, because if that's the case, then go ahead and assign the current user ID the value of the current user dot UID. So you maybe remember how we used UID here just a second ago, and we had to force it, as you can see. So we had to force it with the double exclamation mark. But now we don't need to do that because we check if it's empty or not. So this time we just get the current user, and if the current user is empty, then we will return an empty string. So we will just say, well, actually, we don't even need to do that because it's going to be empty anyways, right? So now we can go ahead and return whatever current user ID is, because at that point, it's either going to be an empty string or it's going to be the unique user ID, which we then, of course, can use in order to download the right information about the user, such as the boards that he has, the tasks that are assigned to him, and all of the user information that we have about him. Now, of course, where we want to do the sending over, so the activity intent is in our intro activity. So here is where we want to send the user either to the intro activity or to our main activity. And in the main activity, in the end, we want to have all of the different boards and everything. All right. So here, what we have is the splash activity. So we don't want to go to the intro. We want to go to splash. Here, we had this little handler, right? And we post, delayed, started an activity and sent the user to the intro activity. But now what we're going to do is we are going to check if the current user ID, so here current user ID, I'm going to give it the same name, and here we take the Firestore class and get the current user ID. So this will either be an empty string or it will be the user ID, so the UUID that is stored in the backend. So this number here. All right. So here we can then check if current user ID is not empty. All right, because if it's not empty, we know that we have a user that is logged in. So what we can do is we can send him directly to the main activity, in which we then will display, for example, the boards. All right. And then if we don't have a user ID, so if it's empty, then we want to send him to the intro activity, where he can then choose to either register or log in or sign in. Okay, so that is pretty much it. That's our splash activity now. It will take care of everything. It will send us over to the right activity within 2.5 seconds. So now let's test it and see if our application will directly send us to this activity instead of sending us to the login activity or the intro activity. All right, so there we are, projet manage, and we were sent directly to the main activity. All right, so this means that we are still logged in, and of course we would need a logout button to allow the user to log out, but we will add all of those features later on. Okay, so that was it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video and the next, and probably the second next, so the next 2 or maybe 3 videos, we are going to set up this functionality here where you can swipe something from the left. Well, it's a little more difficult with the mouse than it is on the actual device. So you can open up this setting here or this drawer in which you can then go to profiles, sign out, and then potentially add more stuff later on. And we can also see currently the name of the application. Later on it will be replaced by the username and then also the user image. So that's the idea of this feature. And of course we will also have this little burger icon which also adds this functionality or opens up this drawer. Okay, so This will take quite some time to set up, so be prepared for quite some XML stuff and then also some coding. So in this video, we are going to start with all of the XML stuff, and I think in the next one, we should be at the point where we can start with the Kotlin stuff so that it will be displaying also when using this icon button here. All right, so let's get started. Let's go to our activity main, and here what we can do is we can just take all of the code and put it into a separate file. So we're going to use this file called main_content XML and then paste it in here. So instead of having our hello world text view, which will later on be replaced of course with our recycler view, instead of having that in our activity main XML, we are going to have that in the main content. Okay, so the activity main XML will be our entry point, so to speak, to the activity, but in here we are going to then prepare everything else. So we're going to send to the different files, of course. So it's not going to be everything in one file, it's going to be in multiple files. Okay, so if we look at it, we have multiple aspects of our application, multiple parts of our application. So we have this top part here, then we have this menu here, then we have an app bar, then we have a content main. So we have a bunch of different sections, and of course this here is a navigation drawer. So a lot of stuff that we use here. So let's start with this one where I'm using a drawer layout. So here, drawer layout, and inside of this drawer layout, I of course need to add some more settings, for example, the namespaces and so forth. So I'm just gonna put that in here and talk about it. So we have the namespaces, and this one is never used, but it's okay. So we have the namespaces, the tools, and then we give this drawer layout an ID. So our whole activity main is going to be a drawer layout. Then it's going to have the ID here. It's going to match parent and height and width, and I'm setting the fits system windows to true. What that will do is it will allow us to adjust the UI accordingly. So it's just going to adjust view layout based on system windows such as the status bar. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. Then we set the drawer to be open in the settings. Of course, we don't see anything yet because the drawer is empty, but we will of course add stuff in here now. Okay, so let's do that. First of all, I'm going to include something. I'm going to include a new file, which is going to be layout, and you don't have this file yet, so you will need to create it. Add layout app bar main. Okay, so you can just enter this and then right click or click on it and create this file. So this is what we're going to include. It's the same thing as we will later on inside of this file do in order to get the main content to be displaying as well. Now we need to give it a height and width for this layout. So let's do that real quick. Width match parent, height match parent. And then inside of my drawer layout, underneath this include, what I would like to have is a navigation view. Navigation, so open navigation view. So this one here. And it also needs a width. I'm going to use rip content, and the height, I'm going to use match parent here for the height. Then I'm going to assign an ID here for it, which I'm going to call nav view. So ID is going to be nav_view. Then I'm going to give it some gravity. I'm going to say that fit system is also going to be like the other setting that we had. So fit system windows set to true. And then what I also need to have in here, or want to have in here, is the header layout. So there is this header layout, and therefore I create a new file. So add layout nav header main, and you can type in the whole text and then also auto create this file once you have entered this, because it will appear as an error. So create this file, and then I need a menu. So app menu, and this one will be my activity main drawer. So you also need to create this file. So just enter add menu / activity main drawer, and then auto create that once you hover over it. So in your case, it will just be red, right? Like here, and then you can hover over it and say create menu resource file activity main drawer. Just do it as is, and then you'll see it will create this menu for you. And it will also create this new menu folder in which the activity main drawer now will be. So now that we have included that, we can go to our app bar main and design that. Then we can design the activity main drawer, then we can design the nav header main, and then we can go over to our main content as well. So this one, well, actually we have designed that one as well already, even though we still of course need to put a recycler view in there later on. For now it's just this content which says hello world, right? But later on it should be of course a list view or a recycler view which displays all of the different boards that we are assigned to or that we have created. Okay, so now let's go to our app bar main. Here what I want to have is an app bar layout. So let's create an app bar layout. And it's gonna match the parent in width and wrap the content in height. Also, I'll give it a theme. So theme will be add style, and I'm not sure whether we have it here. So it's gonna be an app theme. Well, let's just do it like this, app theme, and then it's not no action bar, but it's app bar overlay. All right, so we will need to also create a style. So let's just go over and create this. So create value, and I'm just gonna create it like this, and let's go over to our values here in the resources folder. There we go to styles, and now we have this app bar overlay. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say that it has a parent which will be theme overlay app compat dark action bar, and here dark dot action bar. Okay, so this is just the style for now. We can of course then edit the style as we want. So for now we just take the parent of app theme overlay app compat dark action bar, but if we want later on we can style it even more in here. All right, and while we're in here, let's also create another style which will be the pop-up overlay, which we're going to use later on, which is going to be this one. So app theme pop-up overlay, and we'll have the parent of theme overlay app compat light. Okay, so now we can use it in here in our app bar main. And then the next thing we need to set up here, of course, is going to be a toolbar. So let's go ahead and create a toolbar in there inside of this app bar layout. And by the way, you can see it's still complaining here. That is because probably it doesn't have a content. So let's just add the content and see if the bug or if the error disappears. So Android X app compat widget toolbar. So that's the one I want to use in there. And now let's design it. So let's give it an ID first. The ID will be toolbar underscore or toolbar underscore main activity. Then the layout width will be match parent. The layout height will be just the height of the action bar size. So maybe you remember how to do it. We get the attribute and then we use the action bar size. So we say it should be as high as the action bar, and then we can also assign a background color if we want to. So I'm just gonna say it should use the attribute called color primary. And then finally, I'm gonna add a pop-up theme. And here we need to import app. So let's create the namespace declaration here at the top. You can see it added it now for us. And now we can use pop-up theme, which will be our style. And here it's the pop-up overlay style that we created. All right. And here it's still complaining, well, because it needs the constraints, but I don't want to add all of those constraints in here. I'm just gonna replace the constraint layout with a coordinator layout. just like that. All right. So this will be our app bar, the one here at the top. All right. Now let's go over to our nav header main. So we need to design this one as well. And I'm not going to use a constraint layout here. I'm just going to use a linear layout. This makes my life a lot easier in this case. So what I will need in here is a background. So I'm just going to use a background of nav header main background. So at drawable / nav underscore header underscore main underscore background. So we will need to create this file as well, or we will need to import it, which is just going to be another XML file. Then I want this to be gravitating towards the bottom. So gravity bottom, then orientation is going to be vertical. So that stuff is put on top of each other. And then the theme is going to be our theme overlay, which is going to be the dark version. So dark. So basically this nav header main is going to take care of this part here at the top. So I want this to be this background, which is this, well, background that you can see here. So this gradient. And then I want to have, of course, the icon, which is this rounded icon, and then a text underneath it. So how do we add rounded icons? Well, we need to add another dependency. So we've worked with this dependency before when we worked with rounded icons. So we will need to go to our Gradle and add a certain line to it. So let's go over, build Gradle, and add the implementation here, which is this implementation. So H Dodenhof circle image view 3.1.0, and of course don't forget to sync it. So at this point I totally understand that this might be a little confusing, how I'm creating all of these different XML files and so many different XML files which are interlinked with each other and so forth. But in the end, if you look at this screen here, we have an app bar, then we have a main content, this part here, which we can design however we want, but we don't want to have all of those different things open at the same time, because we also have this whole UI or whole XML file, which consists of two XML parts. So this top part, and then this one here is a menu with different items. Okay, so we have this menu with different items, which we haven't designed yet. So activity main drawer XML, which is this one here with the menu in the background, where we will need to add those two things here. And then we have this top part, which is what we have already prepared. So this nav header main, this is going to be the one. And then, yeah, that's how all of those XML files come together. All right, so let's make a little break here. It is a lot of XML, and it really makes sense for me to go through it this time a little more in depth, because we have skipped a lot of XML before, but we have never used a drawer such as this one. So I think it makes sense to really go over this a little more in depth. So let's go ahead and finish the XML part in the next video. And then afterwards, we're going to add the Kotlin code. All right, so see you there. Okay, but now let's go back to our nav header main and finish that. So we prepared the linear layout structure, but in there we now have those two image views, right? So the circle image view, which we get from our third-party library that we have implemented. So now we can assign a width, and here we are just going to use 80 density pixels. Of course, we can use a dimension for that. So let's go ahead to our resources and export all of the values that we have here in the dimensions file. So I prepared this, of course, already. And it's going to be the ones that you see here. So height of nav main menu or navigation menu, nav image size, nav content margin start end, nav content margin top, bottom, then the username text size, the circular border width, and then the nav divider height. So if you look very carefully, you will see that there is a little divider here, which is just one line. and we define the height as being just 0.5 density pixels. And while we are adding values, so let's do the same thing with strings. So we will need 2 more strings here. One of them is going to be the nav my profile. So it's just going to say my profile, and then nav sign out, which is going to be the sign out. So it's just those 2 texts that we have here, so that we can make them global, or that we have multiple languages later on, or we could have multiple languages where we use different terms for those 2 things, right? Okay, so that is that. Now we can go back to our header main, and now we can use all of those dimensions instead. So the height of the circle image view will be the nav image size. The same for the width, so both will be the nav image size here. Then we are going to define the margin start as being nav content margin start. Actually, start end. And then margin end will be the same. So that's why it's called like that. So margin end will be nav margin start end. Okay, so in both cases we have the same margin. Then we can define a border color, which I'm going to do here. So civ border color will be Android color /white, and then the width, which will be our nav image size. Actually, it's not the size, it's the image nav image circular border width. So this is the border width, and then the content description will be our string, and here it's image content description. And finally, the source will be our IC, and this is one that we need to create still. So it's going to be called IC user placeholder. So we will need to add a drawable, which will be the user placeholder, which is just this little icon that you can see here with the head. All right, and underneath we want to have the text view. So this is our circular image view. And underneath we just have a basic view and an image view. So first an image view and then a view. Let me show you those 2 things. So the text view will have the ID username. It will have a width of rep content, height as well. Then a little margin towards multiple directions. The text color will be white, and the text size will be nav username text size, which we prepared in the dimensions, right? So nav username text size. Okay. And the tools text will be username. So let's create the namespace declaration so that it's just gonna say username here. Of course, it doesn't display anything because we still don't have a background here. Neither do we have an IC user placeholder here. Before we add those, let's do one last thing, which will be the last preparation pretty much, and then we can add all of the different images and backgrounds that we're still missing. And then we should be able to test it. So let's go over to our menu, and we have this activity main drawer, right? Which was this menu. Now I want to have a menu group. So I want to have 2 menu items. So my profile and sign out. So let's add those 2. Let's add a group, which will be it's gonna have checkable behavior single. So only one can be active at the time. And then I want to have 2 items in there. One item will have the ID nav my profile. So if we click on that, we want to do something, and then it should have an icon. So we will need to create an icon, which will be in the drawable folder. So here add drawable, and I'm just going to call this one IC nav iUser, and then we have a title, which will be a string, and for now it will just be the app name. And later on, or actually my profile, I think it should be something like nav _ my profile. Yeah, that was the one that we prepared. So that's going to be item number 1. And then we have another item. So item number 2, and that's the sign out icon. So this one here, right? We have my profile and then we have sign out. And sign out already does something. So that's what we're going to implement in the next video. But for now, let's just add Android ID equals ID. And this one will be nav sign out. Then it's going to have an icon. And here I'm going to use IC or drawbles and IC nav sign out. And the title will be sign out. So nav sign out. Okay, so now let's create those drawbles. Therefore, I need to log in again to show you how the icons will look like. So let's open this up. We can see it's this shutdown icon and then it's this profile icon. So let's add those two. So new, and here vector asset. And then you can search for person. So here I'm just gonna use this person here. And let's see, is it that one? Well, it's not exactly that one, but it's very similar, right? So you can just select an icon that you prefer. It doesn't have to be specifically the one that I'm using. Maybe it's this one, like this assignment indicator. So let's use this one. And then let's give it a different name. So it was IC nav user. So IC nav user. And let's also see, was it in dark? Well, it was, yes, I think it was like this. All right, IC nav user. And let's go next and finish. Then this one disappears, this error. Now nav sign out, same thing. File, new, vector asset. So you open a clip art and then here we can search for power settings new. So this one is going to be fine for us, and I'm just going to rename it to nav sign out. So IC nav sign out. All right, and let's see if it's in dark. Yes, it is. So let's go ahead and finish it. Okay, so now we have those two icons, and we're only missing a few minor things. So for example, here we are still missing the image as well as in the circle image. So this IC user placeholder. And at this point, I would like you to download the project. So the version for this project, and then drag in all of the drawables. Or you can of course use your own images if you want to. So just drawable HDPI up to drawable XX, the HDPI, just put those in here and skip the files that are already prepared. So just copy the ones from the version 11 and put them inside of the project. At this time, our images should be done, or should be working. All of them should be found, and at this moment we should be able to test our application. You can see this is how it's going to look. Username, so this is our header main, even though it doesn't look as good as I would like it to be. So let's add some more settings to the linear layout here, because I think we don't have a fitting height here. So the height that I want to use is the height of nav main. So here, height of nav main. So that's the one that we had in the dimensions. So here, height of nav main, which is 200 density pixels. And then let's look at the design now. And you can see it looks a lot better. This looks a lot more like what I want to have. Okay, so then, by the way, this little view here is only creating a little divider. Okay, so it just has a width of match parent. It has a color accent color. And then it has the height of our divider height. So just a little line here, super thin line. Okay, so it's just a divider. But now you know how to create dividers. Just create a little view with the height that you need. At this time, we can then finally test the application. So let's sign in, or we should be signed in automatically. You can see we have 2 bars now. So this is not perfect yet, but this is something we will need to fix in the code later on. But what you can also see is we have this drawer here that we can drag in. We don't have an icon here yet that we could use, but we have this drawer. Okay. Also, this project Monage here at the top, it's something that we potentially can fix from here. So we can add the portrait mode and no action bar to our main activity settings. So here, let's do that here in the main activity settings, and let's test it again just to see whether this is gonna make the difference. And there we are. So now we don't have two action bars because we created one via code and the other one was there by default. Now this is of course not so easy to drag out, but you can see we have my profile and we have the sign out. So those two icons are here. The text doesn't appear yet, so that's something that we need to look at. And that is of course because we have not assigned a text here. So we only have it in the tools, but we haven't assigned a text directly here. But that is fine because we're going to do that in the code later on. There's one last thing that I would like to still do, and that is to add the activity main, actually, or the content main, because you can see everything is in there, but the content main is not there. We don't have this hello world text, which is our content main or main content XML, this one here. It's never appearing. So let's look at the structure. I think this is good review. So the thing is, we have the activity main. Okay, in the activity main, we have a drawer layout, then we have a navigation view inside of it. But in between, we have this include statement where we say include the app bar main. So let's look at app bar main. Here we have an app bar layout and a toolbar. But then what is missing here is just underneath the app bar layout, our include, so that we have the layout, which is going to be our add layout content main. Or here, main content. Okay, so we were missing this one. Now if we test this again, now we will also include our main content, which is in turn this one here, where we have the text view, which is currently just this hello world text. But having all of those elements now being combined and connected to each other, we create this user interface that we have here where everything is coming together. Okay, so here we have hello world. Then we have the app bar at the top. Then we have our drawer here, which consists of two elements. So here the nav bar top and then the nav bar bottom, which is our menu pretty much. So we have the nav bar, nav header main, which is this part here. And then our menu, which is our activity main drawer, which is this part with the my profile and sign out. Okay, so I think this is enough for this video. See you in the next one, where we're going to, of course, implement the hamburger and a bunch more functionality. So see you there. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to add the little icon here at the top, this hamburger icon, and then we will open up the drawer and close it accordingly. Of course, we want to have the right functionality for this. So let's go back to our code, and where this is going to happen is, of course, in the main activity. So let's go ahead and go to our activities here, the main activity. Currently, it's an empty activity. It doesn't do much, right? So we still need to make some changes here. And I'd say we should start with creating the action bar. So setting up the action bar. So private function setup action bar. So I'm going to call this one. And in here, we're going to do the default stuff that we need to do to use a support action bar. So setup action bar here with our toolbar that we have. So we created a toolbar called toolbar main activity. So if you remember, in our app bar, we had this toolbar which we created, which was the one with the main activity. All right. So that is part one. Then I would like to add an icon to this toolbar. And in order to do so, what you can do is you can just add a navigation icon. So here, set navigation icon. And then which icon do I want to use? Well, r.drawable.ic action navigation menu. Now, of course, this icon doesn't exist yet, so let's create this resource. So let's copy this and go to new vector, then add the icon here. And here you can simply search for menu and then give it the name that we prepared. IC action navigation menu, next, and finish. And then if you want this toolbar icon to also have a functionality, you of course need to add an on-click listener. So toolbar main activity dot set navigation on-click listener. And what I want to execute here is to toggle the drawer. So therefore we need to have a function which will do that. So toggle drawer. All right, so let's create one. Private fun toggle drawer. And then here what we can check is if the drawer layout, by the way, if we look at it, it's this one here. In the activity main, we have this drawer layout, which we gave an ID, which is drawer underscore layout. If that one is open, so we can check here, is drawer open. And what we need to pass to is drawer open is a drawer gravity integer. And here we can basically use the gravity compat start. So here, gravity compat dot start. Okay, so if the drawer is open, then I want to execute something. All right, so then I want to close the drawer. So drawer layout dot close drawer, and here we also need to add the gravity compat start. Okay, and then otherwise open the drawer. So drawer layout dot open drawer, and here again gravity compat start. So now here we can toggle the drawer once we click on the icon. And now of course we need to call our setup action bar in our onCreate method so that any of that will ever happen. All right, and then there's some other functionality that I would like to add, and that is when we press the back button, then the drawer should also close. All right, so then I also want to toggle the drawer. Okay, and if you want to override the on back pressed functionality, you can simply go ahead and say that you want to do that. So just implement the on back pressed method with override fun. And then what I want to do here, if that happens, is I want to simply check if the drawer layout is open. So basically what we have here, let's implement that. But I instead want to do in the else case our double back to exit. And that is a function that we prepared in our basic activity. So let's have a look. It's inside of our basic activity, right? Our base activity. So here, double back to exit. So if you want to use that in our main activity, we need to make sure that it inherits from our base activity. All right, so that's what we do. And now we can use the on or this double back to exit function. Now the next thing that I would like to have is a capability to click any of those icons or those options pretty much, right? So we have two options, sign out and my profile. And for now, in our case, they won't do anything. But in this example project, which we prepared, there it is already. So we need to add something to our main activity so that we can actually have an selected or item selected listener. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to say navigation view dot on navigation item selected listener. Pretty long name, but if you import navigation view, it will probably help you out and it will be a lot easier to enter this whole name. Okay, so once you do that, main activity will ask you to implement some members, and in this case it's just this one function on navigation item selected. Okay, so here we can now implement the functionality that should execute once we click one of those navigation item options. Okay, so one of the navigation items, of course, is our logout function, and the other one is to open up the profile. So here we can just go ahead and say when the menu item that is passed to us, which is in our case called item, so when item dot item ID, and then we have the different cases. So case number one, the item ID is r.id.nav my profile. So if we look at it, nav my profile is in our activity main drawer, this item. So we have prepared this menu in the last video where we had this group of items, and one item was our my profile and the other one was my sign out, or this nav sign out. Okay, so if it's the my profile, for now what we will do is we will basically just write a little toast here. Okay, so nothing fancy. So toast, make text, and basically just say something like my profile. Later on, of course, we want to replace this with something more meaningful. So at that point, we will then replace it with the functionality that allows us, of course, to go over to the profile page. So we will need to create another activity, which will do that. And then we have the other icon. So r.id.nav sign out. And what do we want to do if we press that button? Well, first of all, we want to sign out of Firebase. So Firebase auth.getInstance.sign out. So at this point we can sign out, and then val intent. So we should move over to another activity, intent, and we need to import intent. So alt enter from this activity to the intro activity. So we send the user back to the intro activity class.java. And of course, double colon here. All right. And then we can add some flags to it. So let's add a flag to the intent, add flags. And the flags that I want to add is intent.flag activity clear top, or intent flag activity new task. All right, now you might wonder what those flags do. Well, you can anytime read through this. So there's a huge explanation. So if set and the activity being launched is already running in the current task, then instead of launching a new instance of that activity, all of the other activities on top of it will be closed, and this intent will be delivered to the now on top old activity as a new intent. Okay, and then for the flag new task, what that does is it says when using this flag, if a task is already running for the activity you are now starting, then a new activity will not be started. Instead, the current task will simply be brought to the front of the screen with the state it was last in. So basically, we're not starting a new activity for intro activity if there was an intro activity in our stack already. So in our activities stack, and we're just getting the intro activity to the front, so to speak. Okay, so this is what we do with those flags there. All right, and then we can, of course, start the activity with this intent. So start activity with intent, and then finish the current activity so that the user can't get back to the main activity once he signed out. So that's basically the idea, right? And of course, in any case, when the user clicked on anything, we want to close our drawer. So drawer layout, close drawer with this same concept that we had before with this gravity compat start. So if you want to know more about gravity compat start, push object to x-axis position at the start of its container, not changing its size. So it just pushes it to the left side. And this of course has to be done just here. Okay, one bracket later. And then if we look at our non-navigation item listener, it expects a Boolean, so we need to return something. So let's just return true. And then the arrow here disappears as well. Okay, and now we can go to our onCreate. Here we set up the action bar, but we're not setting up our nav view. Not the nav view, but the nav view. And then we set the navigation item selected listener to this, because this class is going to be a navigation item selected listener, as we have added this part of code, or this piece of code, to the top of our main activity. So basically we're saying, okay, when something is clicked, do whatever is designed in here. So it's very similar to a on-click listener as we have seen before, but now it's an item selected listener because we have multiple items that we can click on. All right, and at that point we can test our application on the device. So let's see whether the icon works. So you can see we have the icon now. It's our menu icon that we added. When we click on it, it's there. Let's press the back button. Let's see. All right, it closes it. Let's press the back button again. You can see we get this little toast at the bottom, and then yeah, everything seems to work. Profile, you can see my profile is displayed. Now let's try to sign out, and we are sent back to the sign-in screen. Okay, so at this point we have added this navigation system, and it's quite some work, as you can see, but on the other hand, it's a super useful feature that you will see quite often in applications, and it's very, very helpful. All right, so I'd say let's go ahead and add some more features in the next video. See you there. Welcome back. The next thing that I would like to implement is the My Profile functionality, and we will do that in multiple steps. So first of all, we want to get the user data in general to populate this top left corner here to display the username, and then also prepare at least the code that will display the image of the user. And when it comes to downloading images from the cloud, in our case where you're downloading it from storage here, not yet, but we will do so in the future. And when we do that, it makes sense to work with a third-party library. In this case, it's the Glide one. So Glide is a fast and efficient open source media management and image loading framework for Android that wraps media decoding, memory, and disk caching. And this will make our life a lot easier when it comes to downloading images, right? So that's the idea here. Glide with my fragment, then load URL. So whether you want to crop it centered, whether you want to adjust it however, then the placeholder that you want to use, and then finally in which UI element you want to put it. All right, so that's what Glide does, and that's what we're going to use now. Therefore, let's go back to our code and start with the sign-in user from our Firestore class. So we need to adjust it a little bit so that we can use it in multiple activities. So let's go to our Firebase or Firestore class here. So I have this function which is called sign-in user, and I need to make minor changes to it. So for example, in the on success listener, currently I'm running sign-in success, and that is the function in our sign-in activity. Okay, so this basically, this part here only works if the activity that calls this is a sign-in activity, but, or at least if the activity that is passed in here. So we're passing in activity, which is the sign-in activity. And I want to replace this with a basic activity so that it can not only be a sign-in activity, but it could also, for example, be a main activity or something like that. So let's import activity here. And then here we need to check if the activity is of a certain type. So when activity, and now it becomes interesting. So is a sign-in activity, then sign-in activity, this one, then run some code. And the code that it should run, well, it's the same that we had before. Okay, so now it's going to work because now it is a sign-in activity, this activity. But otherwise, if, for example, it is a main activity, so if is main activity, then run some other code. So in this case, run a method called activity.update navigation user details. This method will also need to know who is the logged in user. So we pass in the logged in user. Now, of course, we need to create this function in our main activity. So let's go ahead and create it. So fun update navigation user details, and it needs some information here, right? To be more precise, it needs a user object. So here, user of type user. So let's see here, logged in user, by the way, it's of type user. We transfer the document, which is, if you recall, this document in our database. So here, users is the collection, right? And then we have the document, which is the user. So we download this user and we make an object from it, which is of type user, which is the class that we prepared. So which is this model that we developed quite some videos ago. All right, so here we have the ID, name, email, image, and so forth. Okay, so now we get a user. So let's import user, and this is not the Firebase user, but the project manage or project manage user. And in here, I want to load the image from the user, right? So user has the information about the image. So it's this one. And I want to set it to be the image, which is inside of our nav header main. So here we have this image view, which currently doesn't have a name. So let's give it a name. ID, nav, user, image, something like that. All right, so it's inside of our nav header main, which is basically this image here. So I want to be able to access it and adjust it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm saying, okay, give me the ID now. And now in our main activity, in update navigation user details, I want to update the image and also maybe the text here at the bottom, so that it says the user name. Okay, and if you want to do that, what you need to do is, of course, to use glide. So we saw glide just a second ago. This is the code that you will need. So let's just use that. So let's put it in here. We need to, of course, add the dependency. So let's go over to our Gradle. Here, resources. It's this one. Well, actually, it's the Gradle scripts here. Build Gradle and add another implementation. So the one that they say here. So add this implementation. And also this annotation processor. So let's copy both. And let's add them in here. So com bumtech glide and com bumtech glide compiler. All right, so those two. Let's sync it so that we can now use glide. So the class glide, which will then of course make our life easier. And now let's go back to our main activity. Let's see if glide now responds positively. So still it wants us to create a new abstract class. Now we can import it. It takes a little while. So now we need to say which fragment we want to use. Well, in our case, we don't want to use a fragment, but we want to use it in a specific activity. So we're going to use it in this activity, which is the main activity. Then we need to load a URL, and it's going to be our user image, which is going to contain later on a URL where the image is stored. Then we want to center crop it, that's fine. And we assign a placeholder. So we will need a placeholder image here. And then finally, in which image view we want to put it. So let's have a look what the name was. It was nav user image. So let's just put it in nav user image. Now let's add a placeholder. So I'm just gonna paste in an image to my resources here into the drawables folder, which is gonna be is IC user placeholder. Okay, well, it was there already. That's good. So we have this IC user placeholder. You probably also have it if you dragged it in. So let's just use this one, IC user placeholder. All right, so this is going to set the image currently for a placeholder, but later on with the image that we have in the user object. So for example, if I want to use this image here, let me copy the link, and really this is just for demonstration purposes. Don't use it like that. And then here I'm just gonna edit the string with the value of this Homer Simpson link, so that we will have an image now for me. This is going to be Dennis Panuta, or dennis@gmail.com. We'll have this image now, so we can use it for testing purposes, so that it hopefully will not use the placeholder, but it will actually load it from the user image. Okay, so that is just the user image. Now we also want to set the text, and now let's do that. TV username text equals user.name. And then at that point, we can go to the onCreate function, And here we will just call this function that we just prepared. So Firestore class dot sign in user, and here we pass in this activity. Okay, so now the sign in user is this one, right? The function that we had before, but we just adjusted. So now it's gonna work accordingly. So if we sign in as well within the sign in activity, then it's just gonna use the sign in success function. Otherwise, it's gonna create or use this function that we just created, which just gonna set the image and the username text. So this TV username, by the way, is this username here, which currently I think is empty. Yeah, it's empty. There's nothing in there. So we want to change that. And then there's one more thing in the on failure listener. I would like to also make sure that I'm at one point calling the hide progress bar. So here, activity dot hide progress bar, or progress dialog it was. Now the thing is, in this case, I need to have the same structure as we had here, because it doesn't know that the activity is of a certain type. So in either case, I just want to run activity hide progress dialog. Even though this seems to be duplicate code, it's still necessary, right? And by the way, this should be inside of the Lambda expression body. Okay. So basically, when the activity is a sign-in activity, use the hide progress dialog, and when it's a main activity, use the hide progress dialog. In both cases, it's just going to call this function, which is inside of our base activity, but still, at that point, it doesn't know that what kind of activity it is, and that's why we need to define it specifically here. And by the way, if we now test it, what we will see is that we have this beautiful Homer Simpson image here. It's cropped centrally, and we also have the username here. All right, so let's test it. Let's go over here and replace the name from Dennis to Homer. And now update this and go back to our application, sign out and sign in again. So let's sign in. Email is still the same. It didn't change, right? And password is also the same. So now we should see that it says Homer and the little image of Homer, even though the image is not perfectly positioned and everything, but that is something that you can, of course, define when developing it in here. So in your main activity and the update navigation function. So here you have multiple different options. Now, of course, if you want to play around with the values, you can see here download and set up docs page. There you find a lot more information. So this is a proper documentation that you have here. For example, transformations. You can see built-in types are center crop, fit center, circle crop. So these are the different options that they offer here. Of course, you can define your own if you want, but these are the ones that are available automatically. All right, so that is it for now. In the next video, we are going to prepare the profile screen. So just the activity with the UI, and then in the following video, we are going to add the functionality to also load the data into that UI. All right, but at this point, you already know how to do that, right? So you've seen it multiple times already. So if you feel comfortable with this and feel self-confident to start this, I would highly recommend to do this. Even if you don't feel self-confident and don't feel like doing it, I still recommend to do it, because I think this is the kind of stuff that will help you to really learn it completely. So really learn how to do it in the future. Just watching me is not going to be enough. All right. So please try it yourself and good luck with it. And thanks a lot again for still being part of the course. See you in the next video. Hey, and by the way, don't miss out on the opportunity to get the complete Android masterclass. You can find the link in the description below. You'll get a huge discount. And in that course, you're going to not only learn how to build this particular app, which is this Trello app, of which you are just seeing half of the course's content in this YouTube video, but you're going to get a bunch of other projects which you're going to build all the way from scratch up to the final prototype. All right, so link is in the description below. I hope to see you in that course where you also get support and all kinds of other goodies. So see you there. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to set up the profile screen. As you can see here, my profile, we have this little image here, which will later be clickable so that we can edit the image. Then we have the name that we can change. Email is not changeable, and then the mobile number, and we can update that. Of course, it's not populated yet. That's what we're going to do in the next video. But for now, we're just gonna set up this activity as it is. You can, of course, try to build it yourself. What's important is that this email edit text is not focusable, so we cannot click on it and edit it. Okay. Of course, they're not populated yet, so it doesn't make any difference, but later on it will make a difference. And of course we have this little back button, which then brings us back to our main activity. So if you want to build this yourself, go ahead and try it yourself, please. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. If you want to do it together, that's fine as well, or if you just want to check how I did it. So I'm just going to create a new activity here, new empty activity, and I'm going to call this one my profile activity. And of course it should inherit from our base activity. So here that's in base activity. Then we need to import R. So let's do that because we are in an activities folder and it doesn't find R. Now it does find it. And now we will need to do multiple steps in here. So first of all, let's go ahead and make changes to the manifest. So let's go to the manifest. Here we have this new activity somewhere. There it is, activity my profile, and I want to use the same style for it. Okay, so I'm just gonna add those two lines as I've done with every other activity as well. It's portrait mode and it's themed with the no action bar. And then let's go to the activity my profile XML. So here we will need to set up quite something. And in order for this to not become a typefest, I'm gonna go through it. I have the code prepared here, but before we do so, let's go to our dimensions and the strings real quick so that we have the right dimensions in there as well. So the dimensions that I'm gonna use are gonna be the following ones, and it's quite some. So it's a lot of different dimensions. So let's look at those. We have the screen content margin start and end is going to be 16. The screen content margin top bottom will be 10 density pixels. Screen content padding will be 16. The user image size will be 100. The margin top for the profile name will be 25. The edit text mail margin top will be 20. The mobile margin top edit text will be 20. And the button update margin top will be 30 density pixels. Now at this point, you could of course say, all right, I would like to use the same margins as we have done in other activities and other examples so that we always have the same sizes. So we only change one of them. That is something that you can do, and that would probably be a better choice. But for our case or for the purpose of this video, it's a lot easier to just do it like this. Okay, so I'm just going to show you the dimensions here and then we're going to use them. And then also the strings that we're going to use, it's not many, but still, let's add those in here so that we could potentially make our app multilingual later on. So we can see here, mobile, update, and my profile. Those are the terms that are used here. All right. So now we can go over to our activity, my profile, and you can see it's a linear layout, which has a match parent for width and height. The orientation is vertical. And in there, I have an app bar layout with a toolbar. So first of all, we start with this toolbar at the top. You can see here this blue toolbar there, which has the app bar overlay theme, which is the style that we created ourselves earlier on, which inherits from theme overlay app compat dark action bar. Then we have our toolbar here, which has only the action bar size height, which has the color primary background, which is this blue color, and the pop-up overlay as the pop-up theme. And then we have a linear layout here, So it's this background linear layout here, which you can only see in the background, and inside of that we have a card. So we have this card in which we then have all of the other elements. So the image, the edit text, update button. Okay, so linear layout, which is the background, which will also use IC background, which is a drawable that we have. Okay, then we have the card view with the margins that we have prepared in the dimensions, and a little elevation, which we also have in the dimension, so that it creates a little shadow. We have a little corner around it as well, as you can see. Well, you cannot see it in the design, but you will see it once it's in the application. So if we go over to my profile, you can see that there is this little rounded corner here at the top left, or at all of the 4 sides. Then we have another linear layout so that we can put, for example, the image view, then the edit text 1, edit text 2, and edit text 3 inside of it. And then finally we have our button at the very bottom. Okay, so this is nothing new. So I think this should be fine that I just rush over it. If you want to dig deeper into it, of course, check out the XML file. So download it and check it out in more depth. There's only one thing that I want to specifically show you, and that is this focusable or focusable in touch mode is set to false for our app compat, which is the ET email. So for our email address, we don't want to be able to edit it, or we don't want to allow the user to edit it. And of course, the input type is set to text email address so that the user gets the right interface directly when clicking on it, potentially. Of course, not in this screen, so it doesn't really matter for us, but it's still a good practice to have that when you work with emails. But in this case, it wouldn't even really be necessary, but I think it's still good for you to know that if you want to use email addresses, then use the input type text email address. Okay, so now we can go to our My Profile activity and set that up. And it will be very similar to what we have here regarding the action bar. So let's set up the action bar here as well in the profile activity. So set up action bar. It's not toolbar main activity, but it's the toolbar underscore. And does it give me something? Yes, My Profile activity. And here we won't need those 2 elements. So we don't have a navigation icon in there. What we do have, however, is our action bar. So val action bar should be a support action bar. And then we check if the action bar is null. So if action bar is not null, to be specific here. So if it's not null, then set home or display home as up enabled. Action bar set home display as up enabled to true. And then action bar set home as up indicator. And here we use r.drawable.ic, and here black color or black color back, even though probably black is not going to be perfect for this case. So if we look at it, we can see that we're using a white color here. So maybe we should use, or we should create another one, which is gonna be the same one in white. Okay, so let's copy this and new, or actually, do I have it already? White? Yeah, no, I don't have it. So let's create the white version. New vector, give it this name, and then it's an arrow. So hopefully we find it. Yeah, it says arrow back iOS. So let's press next, finish, and actually I gave it the wrong name. It should be back still here, but this should be white here. White color back. So let me see in the project if it created this drawable for me. I see black color back. Did it give it some other name? Well, it seemed it didn't even create it for me. So let's go ahead and do that again. Vector, like this. I see white color back, and the color should of course be white. So here 6 Fs will do. Choose this, next, and then finish. Okay, and now it should work. And then of course we can set the title of the action bar as well. So let's do that. Action bar dot title should be something like my profile. Even though here, of course, we should use a string, right? So in order to use a string, what we can do is resources dot get string, and then we get the string from r dot string dot, and here it was my profile. Even though now that I see it, I think it would be better to call this one my profile title to be more precise. Okay, so this is also something that you can then of course edit later on, but I personally think this is going to be a more descriptive string name. And then of course I want to give this action bar, or this toolbar to be precise, toolbar my profile activity, a navigation on click listener so that it does something, and it should just do on back pressed. All right. So now of course we need to call this function in our onCreate function. So let's just do that in here, set up action bar. And now at this point we should of course make sure that we can get there. So where would be a good spot? Well, in our main activity, because if we look at it, when we're in the main activity and we press on my profile, that's when we want to get here. Currently, we just display this little toast here, which says toast make text my profile. Now, of course, we want to start an intent. So let's start the activity here. Start activity with the intent from this activity to our my profile activity : class.java. All right. At this point, we should be able to test it. Hopefully I didn't add any minor bugs in there, so things don't work as intended, but everything should be fine, I think. All right, so there we are, Projet Manage. Let's go to the profile, my profile of Homo Simpson, and we can see it works. Perfect. Now let's click on email. You can see we cannot access it. We can access the others, however. All right, so in the next video, we are going to populate this screen with the image, the name, and so forth. All right, so see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to load the profile data of the user. So here we want to display the data, and yeah, let's just go ahead and build that. So in order to do that, in the my profile activity, I will need to call a function, which is our Firestore function. So I'm just going to do it right here. Firestore class dot sign in user and pass in this activity. So at this point, I think passing in the activity, my profile activity, is not going to work, right? So it doesn't understand what's going on. But I'm also not very happy with the name of this function anymore. So if we look at the function in our Firestore class, sign in user. Okay, I called it, or I wrote it correctly. But the thing is, we are not really signing in the user anymore when we update the navigation user details. So how I want to rename this function is I'm going to rename it to load user data. So load user data. I think this is going to be more descriptive because it's really just loading user data. In one case, it's signing in the user and logging in the user. Then in the other one, it's updating the navigation user details. And in the third one, which we add now, is our my profile activity. So in that case, what it should do is it should call a function from the profile activity and give it the user data, right? So let's go ahead and create a new function here. I'm going to create a new function called set user data in UI. and I need a user here, and then I can go ahead and display the image first of all. So here I'm using the models user, by the way. So we are going to use the same function that we used before. We're going to use this glide function. Now this time with the profile activity, we load the user image, we crop it, then alternatively we use the IC user placeholder. And where do we want to use it? Well, in our IV user image. Now to make sure that this is the correct one, let's go to our profile XML file, this one, and see if we actually called the image IV user image, just to be sure. So it's at the very top, I think, inside of the card view. So circle image view, it's this one, IV user image, inside of our activity my profile, right? So that's the one that I want to assign here this image to. Okay, so this is just one step, and of course we also want to get the name of the user, or set the name of the user with the text of user.name, then the email, set text with user.email, and then if there is a user mobile number, so user.mobile is not equal null or 0 as a long value, then also set the number. So et mobile set text user.mobile to string, because otherwise it would look weird if just not a 0 would be entered there, right? So if we look at it, if a 0 would be the mobile number, I think this is not good. So that's why we do this check here. If 0 is stored in the user object, which basically is what we get when we download the document. So when we download this document, we get this mobile number, which is 0. And if it's 0, we don't want to use it. And that's what we do here. So if it's not 0, then we want to use the number that is stored there. All right, and that is the function that I want to use. Here, by the way, it's not sign in user anymore. Now it's called, so Firestore class dot get, no, not got current user ID, but load user data, and I pass in this activity. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to run the code here. So activity dot set user data in UI with logged in user. So you see we here say, okay, activity, please call this function inside of our my profile activity. But before that, we say in my profile activity, please call this function, which then in turn calls this function here. But then it also gives us the username, or not just the username, but the whole user object, right? So that is the idea. It's really, we go from the my profile activity over to Firestore class. We call this function. This function goes back to the activity, which is our my profile activity, and then calls the function inside of this one. But this time we get the user. That's the huge difference, right? So we just wanted to have the user, and the thing is, we already have this class which gives us, or this method even, which gives us the user that is currently logged in. So why wouldn't we reuse it? And that's exactly what we have this code for. So by doing it this way, we save us so much code. We would otherwise have to do this code or reuse this code multiple times, or copy and paste it multiple times. So each time in the activity sign-in activity, then in the main activity, then in the my profile activity. But the way we do it now is we just call this function. It gives us the logged in user. We don't need to create extra code all the time. I hope this makes sense, even though of course it would be probably a little easier to read if we would not do it in one place. But on the other hand, if we do it in one place, it's just all there, right? It's a little more obvious. Well, it really depends on what you prefer. Okay, so let's just test it. Let's see if we now get Homer with the image and his email address and potentially even his phone number. So let's add a phone number of Homer Simpson. I don't know what his number will be, 555-123-456, something like that. Let's update it. And now the only thing that is still me is going to be the email address, but other than that, it's going to be Homer Simpson. So let's see, let's go to my profile. And we can see there is Homer, the name, the email, the mobile number, 555-123-456. All right, at this point, we know how to load all the user data. We, of course, still need to update user data. So let's say we make changes to the mobile number or the name, then we would, of course, want to be able to update it. Of course, our update button doesn't do anything as of now, but we will add functionality to our app in the next video, of course. So see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to implement the functionality to add an image here. So to select an image from our storage and then use it in our profile. So for example, I can click on this icon, then it will ask me for permission. I'm just going to allow it for this case. And then I can go ahead and select a photo from the camera. So let's select our Homer once again, and then it will populate the image accordingly, as you can see here. All right, so you should already know how to do that, right? You have seen that multiple times. The thing is, what we will start with is the internet connection, because we also want to have internet rights, so to speak. Of course, also storage rights, as we will use that as well. So let's go over to our Android manifest and use those permissions, or add those permissions here, because as I said, we will need them. And then the rest, you can try to do that pretty much yourself, right? So you know how to do all of the steps that are necessary for this. So you can just pause the video and try to implement that. That will definitely improve your development skills. So you go ahead and try it. All right, so I hope you tried it and were successful. So what I'm gonna use here is the internet. So this is permission number 1. Next, we need a permission for the network state. So network state, this one here, and then the one for external storage. So external storage, and for now we're just reading external storage. We're not going to store anything as of now. If you want to store anything on the external storage, you can of course also add the write external storage permission, but this is going to do it for now. So now let's go over to our profile activity, because here is where the magic will happen. By the way, just a little thing is I want to make sure that my image view has an ID. So I call this circle image view IC or IV user image. Maybe we should make it more precise, because this is the profile user image. Okay, so it's going to be unique now, because I think we used IV user image somewhere else already. So it always makes sense to have IDs as unique values. All right, and as it is with permissions, you maybe recall it makes sense to have constants for the permission codes. So let's go ahead and create a companion object, which will have the private constant value read storage permission code, which will be 1. And then, because we know we will also need the image request code, let's just add that as well. So pick image request code, and let's assign the value 2 to it. All right, so when should anything happen or something happen? Well, as soon as we click on the button, and by the way here, set user data. So now it's of course renamed. So IV profile user image is the new name in the set user data UI. So okay, in our onCreate, we can now go ahead and give our image view an onClick listener. So IV profile user image set onClick listener, so that we can execute some code in here. And of course, what we want to do is we want to check if we have permission already. So if context compat, so here context compat check self permission, and here we ask for the external reading. So here we need to pass in the context. And by the way, let's import context compat, just so the error disappears. So we need to pass in the context and then the permission that we want. And we will just get it from manifest permission dot read external, here external storage. All right, and here we also need to import manifest. Would have been easier if we had imported it before, because then it will tell us which one of those is correct or incorrect. Okay, so that is the request that we have, and then of course we want to execute some code in the case that we have this permission, and we of course need to check it, because this is just to check here, is it permission granted? So here, package manager dot permission granted. So this is always the structure, and I think it makes sense to have it in multiple lines. So we're saying if this here is equal to package manager permission granted. Okay, and if that's the case, then what we want to do is we want to show the image chooser. So we want to select the image pretty much. Otherwise, so in the else case, if we don't have permission, and that's what we can implement before we implement that one. So otherwise we want to ask for permission. So activity compat request permissions, and here permissions, let's import activity compat here as well. Okay, and then in here we need to first then pass in the activity and then the array of our permissions that we want to ask for. All right, and the one that I'm going to ask for is read external storage, and that's pretty much it. So we need to pass in manifest permission dot read external storage, and then the last parameter here will be the code that we need to pass. All right, so read storage permission code. That's the code that we prepared, of course, in our companion object. Okay, so this one here. As we can potentially ask for multiple permissions, that's why we have those codes, and we also need to pass in the code. So we start with the code 1 here for our read storage permission code. It could have been any number that we wanted. All right, so this is how we request the permission. Now we need to catch permission results. So let's override the on request permission results, or permissions result. So we get the request code, we get the permissions, and we get the ground results. All right, so what we can now check is if the request code is equal to our read storage permission code. If that's the case, then we want to check if the grant results is not empty and the grant results at the position 0, because our array could have multiple grant results here. It's an integer array. If that is the package manager dot permission granted. Okay, so I think it's nothing new here, right? I'm just repeating what we've done multiple times already. So basically what we want to do is we want to get permissions, and if we don't have permissions, we want to ask them for them. And if the user didn't give us the permissions, then we want to make sure that he understands that it's important that he gives us those permissions and so forth. Okay, so if that's the case, so if the grant results aren't empty and we have the permission granted, what we want to do is basically the same thing. We want to show our image chooser. So show image chooser, and by the way, the same thing should be done in this if case. So if we already have the permission and we just ask for it. All right, and of course, what should happen if the user didn't give us the permissions that we wanted? So he didn't grant us the permissions. Well, then let's just say you just denied permissions for storage. You can allow it from the settings. All right, so this is basically a little text to let the user know that it's important that we have those rights, or that he can still make changes, but in the settings of the app or for the app in Android itself. All right, and now at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new function, private fun show image chooser, and that one should just show or start an intent, right? So let's create a gallery intent, which will be an intent which will have the intent action pick as action. So action pick, and then it should go ahead and use the media store in order to access the images, and then media dot external content URI. And this of course will just open up the functionality so that we can select an image from the storage of the user, or the user can select an image from his own storage. All right, and of course we want to start that activity with the request of a result, because we want to get the result, which is going to be the data, so the image that we want then to store inside of this little icon here. So this icon, of course. So start activity for result, gallery intent, and we pass in a code, which is our pick image request code. So that's the one that we prepared before in our companion object, so that we can find out which request code it was, because we could have had multiple requests, right? So multiple start activity for results. Okay, now at this point we can of course call this function at the required to do points. So here, when the grant results are given, permission is granted, and of course if we already had the rights to use it, so here in our on click, when we click on the image. Now at this point we need to look at something. The thing is, what we are using is, we're using a functionality to display an image, and we are using a third-party library for it, right? So set user data in UI is where we use Glide. And if we look at Glide, what we can see is that it requires something which is a URI. So this load here, this load function, requires a string which is a URI. Okay, so the location. The URI could be something in the web, but it also can be something on the device. We want to load something from the device, but we need to know where it is. So we ask for the location of it. So when the user selects an image from his phone, it's not like we're copying the image from the phone into the application, but we're just saying, okay, this image has a certain URI, and that's the URI that we want to reuse. And that's the one that we will have to pass in here when we load the image. So now let's go ahead and get that. And therefore I'm going to create a variable. Actually, let me put that underneath the companion object, private var m selected image file URI, which will be of type URI nullable, and a URI can be transferred into a string easily, okay? But I still want to store it as a URI. And now I can go ahead and ask for the activity result. So we prepared this function where we have the image chooser and we start the activity for result. And now of course we want to do something when we get the activity result. So on activity result, and it's this one here, what we want to do is we want to check, is the result code okay? So did it work? Activity dot result okay? And is the request code the one that we prepared? This is the pick image request code, this one here. Is it the same? And is the data that we get something? So is it not null? All right. So that's basically what we need here. We need to get the data. We need to make sure that the test was okay and so forth. Okay. So once we know all of these things are true, what we can do is we can set our m selected image file URI to be data.data. So this data is what we get as a result here from our onActivity result, and from there we take the data itself and we store that in a selected image file URI. So if we look at the data, you can see get data returns a URI. And that is beautiful because that's exactly the same type as our m selected image file URI. It's of type URI. Perfect. So at this point you can see that our URI is going to be where the image is. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and use the same functionality where we load the image. So we basically just do the same thing from our glide in here. And of course the data will not be user image, but it will be the m selected image file URI. Now the thing is, this could potentially go wrong because we're loading something and so forth. So if you want to make sure that this is gonna work fine, we can put a try and catch around it. That's always a good idea in these cases. So let's have an IO exception here that will be captured or caught, so to speak. Okay, and we're just gonna print it onto the stack trace. All right, and at this point we should be able to test this and it should work on our device. Okay, so there we are. Projet Manage. Now let's go to our profile. My profile. You can see that the image is in there, but it's not brought into the right format. Now let's select it. So first of all, you can see it asks us for permission. We're gonna allow it. And now let's select an image, and I'm gonna use Homer again. But this time you can see it's slightly different. It's not exactly the same image, and it crops it directly for us. All right, so that is it for this video. I hope you managed to get most of this done yourself, or maybe even you get it done completely. That is definitely something that you should strive for. You should always aim for getting stuff done by yourself at this point, or a lot of it at least. And of course, when something new comes in to play, then of course check out how I do it in order to fully understand it. All right, so thanks a lot and see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video we are going to use the storage, and we're also going to update the user. And before we do that, I would like to talk about two things. One of them is the concept of a hash map. The concept of a hash map is also something that is called dictionary in other programming languages such as Swift. And the idea is that you have a pair of a key and a value, but this whole thing is stored in a hash map instead of in an object. Okay, so what we have done is we stored stuff in an object, so we created an extra user class for the user information. But in some cases you don't need to pass in a whole object, but it makes sense to pass in a hash map, and it is even required in some cases. So we need to look into hash maps. So the idea is that you, for example, have a string as the key and then a value of the type any as the value itself. So in our case we will have any as the type that is stored within the hash map, and that will be the value type, so to speak. Okay, so we have the key email, and the value then is at gmail.com. Then we have the key FCM token, the value is an empty string. Then the ID, image, and then here the mobile is different again, so we have the string as the key type, and then the value type is the long value here that we can see here, which is a number. We will see later on when that makes sense, and I think I will show you a little more then it will be a lot easier to understand, I think. The other thing that we're going to use is the storage. All right, so far we have used authentication, database, and now it's time to use storage, and you can simply get started. So here, store and retrieve user-generated files like images, audio, and video without server-side code. So this is super powerful, very helpful. We can just go ahead and store the images that we have in the storage. All right, so let's get started with it. You can see you have to have the security rules accordingly. And at one point, so after you define your data structure, you will need to write rules to secure your data. You should definitely check this out. But for now, we can just press next and we can now use it. And here the cloud storage location is going to be the same as we have selected before. So now I'm going to press done and it's creating a default bucket for us. So now we can go ahead and start storing stuff in our Firebase storage. You can upload files from here directly if you want to. Then you can see that there are certain rules that you can define. So if you want to know more about the rules, view the documents and check those out in a lot more depth. But what is interesting for us is going to be to upload files. By the way, we also have here usage, where we can see how much bytes are stored, how many objects there are, the bandwidth that was used so far, and everything. All right. So let's go ahead and upload files, but of course not by using it manually, but via code. Therefore, we need to go to our Gradle and add an implementation here. So let me add this implementation, which is com.google.firebase Firebase -storage:19.1.1. All right. So once you have added that, let's sync it. And once it's synced, we can use it. So now let's go back over to our My Profile activity. In here, I will create a new function which will help me to understand the file extension of a file that we have downloaded. Because a file could have multiple different extension types, right? And it's interesting for us because if it's an image type, then we can use it as an image. If it's another type, then we cannot use it as an image and, for example, not as a profile image. So we're just going to go ahead and create a function which will get the file extension based on the URI. So we get a URI, which is a link, right? And we can see, is it an image or whatever type is it? All right, so we can return a string or we can return nothing. All right, it really depends. Now you see, we of course need to return something. And what we will use is we will use the MIME type map class. So return MIME type map, get singleton dot, or here, get extension. And by the way, we need to import MIME type map. Let's do that real quick. And then get extension from MIME type. And here we can pass in the URI. So content resolver get type with the URL that we pass in, and it's our URI. All right, so let's look over what's happening here. So MIME type map, the two-way map that maps MIME types to file extensions and vice versa. So it's basically a class which allows us to find out the type of a URI. Then we use get singleton in order to get an instance of this MIME type map class so that we can use its functions. Then we use the get extension from a MIME type. So we basically find out the extension for the given MIME type. So we just go ahead and say, okay, use this URI, get the type of the URI, we use the content resolver here from the context wrapper. So basically we just say, okay, use this URI here and then return the extension, so the type of it, or find it out based on the extension. So if we have a file which is, let's just use the Homer Simpson example again. So it's stored right here. Let's use this value. So you can see it has this .png. So this is the extension. This is the ending of the file. It starts with a dot. So we know, okay, it's of type PNG. So this will be an image. If it's of type MP3, then it will be an audio file. If it's of type MP4, then it will be a video file. All right. So basically we are passing in the whole link, this HTTPS and so forth, .png, and we will get a return type, which will be of type string, and it will basically give us the extension type. Okay. All right. Now it's time to upload something to our storage. So private fun upload user image is how I'm going to call this function. And what it should do is it should first of all show the progress dialog. So show progress dialog with our please wait text. So please wait. Actually, we have to get it from the resources. So here, resources get string r dot string dot, and here it was something like please wait. Yeah, there it is. So we have this string, right, which is called please wait, this one. So of course we want to make our application easily extendable and adjustable, so that's why we use this approach. Okay, so we show the progress dialog, and then if the selected image file URI is not empty, so if m selected image file URI, that's the variable that we created in the last video, if that is not null, then do something with it. So basically we want to then store it in our storage. Okay, and in order to do that, we need to have a storage reference first of all. All right, so we use val sref, which stands for storage reference, will be our Firebase. And this is, by the way, the type. It's not the equal sign here, the colon. Storage reference, we need to import that. It's also from Firebase, right? So this is a class which is given by Firebase. And we can go ahead and use Firebase storage now to get the instance of it. And here, import Firebase storage as well. Or write it correctly like this. Okay, then you don't need to. Well, actually, we need to import it. Let's do that. Then you enter reference dot child. So this is basically the structure that you will need every time if you want to store something. So you need a storage reference first, then you get the child of that Firebase storage instance, and here you can pass in the name of the image that you want to then use. Okay, so in our case, what I want to do is I want to call this one user image plus system dot current time in milliseconds plus a dot and then the file extension. So get file extension based on our m, and how did we call it? M selected store image URI. Okay, so let's look at it in one line so it's a little more readable. So basically what we want to have is an image which has a very unique name. So it's going to be called user image. Then it's going to take the current time in milliseconds, and then it will add the file extension. Okay, so this will generate a rather unique value for us so that each image has a unique name. So it's going to be whatever this will return. So it's going to return the time in milliseconds, right? So it's going to be a very long value. Okay, plus a dot and then the file extension that we get from our selected image file URI that we have stored on our device. So that's what we use this get file extension function for, so that we get the extension, that we can add that to the location where we want to put it. So this is the storage reference where we want to put our image, and now let's put the image there. So we can go ahead and say sref dot put file. And which file do we want to put there? Well, our m selected image file URI. Now the thing is, this is a nullable, so what we do is we force it here because we check that it's not null. So we only do the code if it's not null, right? And then when we put a file onto our storage, we can check if it was successful or not. So here on or add on cancel listener, add on complete listener, add on success listener. So all of those are available again. And I want to use the add on success listener. And there I'm going to get a task snapshot. And as a result, I want to then use this task snapshot to log it for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the snapshot, get the metadata from it, get the reference from it, get the download URL from it, and make a string from it. Okay, so basically with this line here, I make a string out of where the file is stored. Okay, and I'm just gonna log that as an error into my log, saying Firebase image URL. You could of course use info here as well instead. So we're gonna get an info saying Firebase image URL and then the image URL where it is stored. And we can later on check this value out in our logcat. All right, so what is happening here is that once we put the file, we get an on-success listener, right? And once it was successful, we get a snapshot of that task. And that task will give us the download URL. And we need that download URL in order to store it in the user data as well. So in order to store it here, right? If we want to store it here, we need to get the link of the file in the storage. All right, so in the storage, it gets a unique link. And now we want to also store it in the database. So let's prepare that. Therefore, we take this task snapshot. We get its metadata and so forth. So we pretty much do the same thing as here, except for this toString part. And we add another onSuccess listener here. So here, this time we get a URI, which is the actual link. Okay, now we can go ahead and store that URI somewhere. So what we can do is we can have another log entry, which is going to be the URI as a string. So downloadable image URI, and that will now be the URI to string. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and create a variable in which we store that value. So let's go ahead and create a new variable here. So we have the selected image file URI, which is on the device, but now we need to have the downloadable URI. So private var m profile image URI. I'm going to call it simple string, because that's going to be fine as well. An empty string for now. So the profile image URL, and now we can go ahead and set that. So in the upload user image function here, we can now go ahead and set it. So let's say m profile image URL is going to be a URI to string. So the URI that we get as a string will be stored in m profile image URL. Now at this point, what we want to do is we want to update the user profile data with this profile image. Okay, so here to do update user profile data. So we will need to create a function which will update the user profile data, which includes the name and all of the changes that the user could have made, right? He could have changed the email, well, not that, but the phone number, his name, and then whatever settings you want to add later on as well. Okay, but of course, when something can go right, there's also something that can go wrong. So let's add for this part here, for this putting file something into our database or into our storage, an on failure listener. So what shall happen if we get an error here? So then we will get an exception, right? And what do we want to do with this exception? Well, what we're going to do is just write a little toast with the message. Okay, so we're just going to take this exception and then display the exception message. And of course, what we should also do is hide our progress dialog, because otherwise it will be constantly displaying if we had the error and will not disappear. All right, so at this point, let's just test it real quick. And in order to be able to test it, we need to give our update button a functionality. So let's go ahead and use the button update, set on click listener. And here we're just going to say if m selected image URL is not empty, so it's not null, then run our update or upload user image. Of course, it's not done yet. We still need to do a lot more here. So what if the image URL is empty? What do we want to do then? Well, then we just want to update the other information. For example, if the user changed the name or changed the phone number, then we still want to update those, right? All right, but now let's test it with what we got. Okay, so let's go over to our profile. Now let's select the image of Homer. And let's see if we can upload anything. Okay, so let's press update. Please wait. And of course, we don't have the functionality that will close this, because currently, if we look at our code, when we upload it, upload image URL, we start a progress dialog and we only close it in the on failure listener. So here, this hide progress dialog. Of course, we will later on do that in the update user profile data. So this hide progress dialog, but for now we can do it in here as well. But now let's just see in the logcat to check out if we get something. And what we should get is a downloadable image URL. So let's search for downloadable. And we can see downloadable image URL is Firebase storage Google APIs.com/v and so forth. So the name of our project here, appspot.com/user image, and then this value, and then .png. So it's 158255. Search for these values here in our storage, and let's see if we got it there. We can see 158255. All right, so the image is here. And if we check out this image, we can see it's this Homer image. It has roughly 75 kilobytes, but overall you can see it works. So now you know how you can store something on your Firebase storage. But of course, what we want to do is also store it in our database here as well. So where we just update the image here with the new URL. And that's what we're going to look at in the next video. So see you there. Welcome back. Now that we have created the functionality to upload an image, let's go ahead and pretty much update our user info as well, because just uploading the image is not going to be enough. We also need to make sure that the image is stored in the user database as well. All right, so let's go ahead and first of all create a little function here, which I'm going to call profile update success, which will be called each time that our profile update is successful. And for now, we're just going to do the following. We're going to hide the progress dialog, and we're going to finish the current screen or activity. So we're closing the current activity with the finish statement here. So basically, when the user has updated, what we want to do is we want to close this activity and send the user back so that he doesn't have to do it manually. Next, what I want to do is, and that will be the code that will be done in our Firestore functionality. So let's go over to our Firestore class. So here we will have another function which will take care of updating the user profile data. So you can see this class is responsible for all of the database stuff. The other functions, they just do the code that has to be done inside of the class itself, and which is not directly linked to the Firestore or Firebase functionality. So this is very useful when you want to make your app maintainable. Okay, so fun, update user profile data should be responsible of updating the user profile. Okay, and here what I'm gonna require is an activity of type my profile activity and a hash map. So let's look at this. I'm going to call this one user hash map, and it will be of type hash map. And now we need to define what variable types it will have. So as the key, it will have a string, and as a value, it will have any. Okay. So this is what I was talking about in the last video. So basically the idea is that we will have the functionality that allows us to pass in the user as a hash map. And I will show you why that is required in a second. So let's just start this Firestore collection stuff as we have done before. So we get the constant users, then we get the document for the current user ID, and then now we don't want to get the data, but we want to update the data. Now the thing is, if you want to update, so here, let's have a look at this. Update. It will offer you multiple options. So data, field, and field property or whatever. And the one that I want to use is the one that requires a user or a hash map. Okay, so it requires a type of a hash map. If you look at this update function, you will see non-nullable or non-null map with a string and object. So object is the class name in Java, and in Kotlin it's called any. Okay, and that's exactly the type that we have here. So instead of object, you have to use any in Kotlin. You can see object itself is not accepted. We need to use any here. It's the Kotlin class, the base class, everything is built upon. So that's why we need to pass in a hash map instead of a user object, because it would have been easier as we have done before, right? Where we get the whole thing as user object and then we make changes to the user object and then we just send it over and update it. But the thing is, it requires something of type hash map. So we need to transform our user object into this specific hash map type. So whenever you call this update user profile data, you need to pass in the activity and the user hash map. Okay, and that will then update the collection. So then the next thing we want to do is we want to add an on success listener. So we want to know if things went right. So what do we want to do there? Well, first of all, let's write a little log entry here where we just say profile data updated successfully, very basic log entry. Then we can make a little toast so that the user also knows that things have been updated, profile updated successfully. And then we want to call activity.profile update success. So basically this function that we just prepared before, profile update success. So what shall happen if there is a failure? So add on failure listener. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that exception and use activity.hide progress dialog. Have a little log entry again. So arrow while creating a board. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We can also, of course, add a little toast here saying profile update error or error when updating the profile. All right, and now we can go back to our my profile activity and we will need 2 new variables here. Actually, we have one already, which is the profile image URL, but we will need another one, which will be private late init variable muser details of type user. And we will initialize it in set user data UI update function. Where is it? Set user data in UI. So that's where we're gonna set up the user, because that's where we get the user, right? So we get the user from the other class, from our Firestore class, and now we can set it. So muser details will be our user object that is passed to us. So what we're gonna change is the image, the mobile, and the name. And it makes sense to have these names, so to speak, as constants, because they are constant names inside of our database and we want to change values behind those keys. So keys should always be used as constants, at least in this context, right? So let's go ahead and go to our constants again. So here, utils constants. So far we only have the users table as a constant. Well, actually it's not the table, it's the whole document, right? But what we want to have is we want to also have the image, the name, and the mobile as constants. All right, so these 3 variables here. All right, and now we can actually update the user profile data. So we have this function called update user profile data in our Firestore class. Now let's create a function with the same name and our my profile activity. Okay, so it's also going to be called update user profile data, and this time it doesn't need any specific data because the profile data is inside of this class already. So what we will do here is we'll create a user hash map. All right, you probably already guessed that we will need it at one point, right? So user hash map will be of type hash map with a string and any as the key value pair. Okay, and now we can add values to that hash map. So how do we add a value to a hash map? And what are the values that we want to add to the hash map? Well, it's the image URL, it's the name of the user, and it's the mobile number. It's the same three values that we have here as constants, right? Image, name, and mobile. Okay, so let's do that. Let's add the image. First of all, we can check if mProfileImage URL is not empty, because if it's empty, we shouldn't use it. And image profile URL is not the same as the image that we already use as the user details image. So userdetails.image. So this is the one that is stored in the database, right? If it's exactly the same URL, then we don't need to make any changes. But if it's not the same, then we want to make changes. So then we will just say user hash map at the position, so at the key, constants dot image is going to be equal to mProfile image URL. So here we're just saying user hash map at the position. It's the same as if we had user hash map, and here we pass in image. Okay, because if we look at this, constant is just image. So it's just a key, and if you want to get the value from something or from a hash map, you can just use the key like this. So this will then return whatever is behind image. In our case, it will be this URL here, this value. Okay, so this upload, Wikimedia, org, and so forth. And if you want to assign something to it, you just use the equal sign. Okay, so this is how we can update a hash map, how we can add values to the hash map. Now the next thing, we want to see if the user has changed the username. So if et_name dot text to string is going to be not equal the same as muser details dot name. Because if it's the same, there is no use in updating, right? So the idea is that we first check if the user has made any updates before he pressed the update button, because maybe he didn't make any changes and he still presses the update button. But if that's the case, we don't want to make another call to the database. It's not necessary. We don't want to make any changes in the database if there are no changes to be made. And that's why we check first if there are any changes, because we already know the data from the database and we can compare it to the data that the user has entered. And if there's no change, then don't do anything. Okay, so here we're just changing the same thing for the name. So we're just saying hash map constants name is going to be equal to et_name text to string. And then finally we do the same thing with the mobile number. So et mobile text to string, is it the same as the mobile value? Then we check, is it mobile? And here mobile to string, of course. And then we say et mobile text to string to long, because the user hash map expects a long value here, because of course our phone number here is not a string, it's a long value. Okay, and at that point we have prepared everything, and we can just say Firestore class dot update user profile, and here it's this Firestore class, like this Firestore class update user profile data with this activity and the user hash map as the hash map that we need to pass. Now, of course, as I said, if there are no changes, we wouldn't need to call this function. So you could create a new variable here. So var any changes made is false. And then if that is the case, you could say any changes made equals true. And here the same, any changes made equals true. And then finally here as well, any changes made equals true. And then check if any changes made equals true. No, not equals, well, actually, just like this. If it's true, then just run the update profile data. Okay, so this is how you could check it. If the user presses the button, either we want to update anything or we don't. But the thing is, in our update user profile, do we do anything about hiding the progress dialog? Well, we are hiding the progress dialog here. So in that case, what you would then of course also have to do is to hide the progress dialog accordingly. All right, so I'm just gonna get rid of this if any changes made and so forth. You can use it, now you know how to do it, but I'm just gonna keep it simple for now. Okay, so we have the same name, right? We use the same name for both functions, update user profile data. One is inside of our my profile activity and the other one is in our Firestore class. But the Firestore class needs the activity in which it should perform it, and it needs the user hash map as well. All right, and at that point we can modify our on update button click listener. Here, button update, set on click listener. So now we can make changes to it, because otherwise what we want to do is we want to show the progress dialog, not the image chooser, but the progress dialog with please wait. And then what we want to do is we want to update our profile data. So update user profile data. Now this user profile data, we have a to-do still. We added a little to-do somewhere in our code, and actually it's easier to find it like this. So here we have this to-do hide progress dialog. So now instead of doing this, we can call this update user profile data function, and that is inside of our upload user image. So the thing is, when we upload the user image now, what we will also do is we will call the update user profile data function, which will then trigger making changes. All right, now we can of course make this function private, and at this point we can test our application, because we never use update user profile data somewhere else, so it makes sense to make it private. All right, so let's test it. Let's see if any changes are gonna be made. So let's go to my profile. Let's select the Homer image here. Okay, now it's uploaded. We can see Homer. Well, let's change it to Homer Simpson. And the mobile phone number will have 789 as well. Okay, at that point, let's press update just to see if anything's gonna happen. Okay, so the progress dialog opens, profile updated successfully, and we're sent back to our main activity. And now let's look at the database. Let's see. Okay, so the link has been changed. The link now is this URL here, which is this Homer Simpson image. Perfect. And other than that, what else was changed? Well, the mobile number has been changed and the name also has been changed. Okay, so now it works perfectly. You can see how you can update data in the database, not just create data, but also update data. Of course, also how to load data, because if you want to update something, you need to know what you want to update. So now you pretty much know everything you need to know to build the whole application, I'd say. Of course, there are functionalities where we need third-party libraries still, and where we need to look into it a little more, but overall I think we're at a very good spot now. Okay, so that's it. Let's go over to the next video. Welcome back. One thing that you might have noticed is the fact that even though we made changes to my profile and now it's not Homer but Homer Simpson, and also the image is a different one, there are no changes on this screen here. All right, so if we go to my profile, we can see that it's a different detail that we see here. So Homer Simpson instead of just Homer. If we update, we go back to the project manage screen here and no changes. So that is something that we will change now, because we will start this activity as a activity for result activity. All right, so basically we want to get a response, and then based on that we want to do things. So let's go ahead and just implement the functionality for that. So first of all, I'm going to create a companion object in my main activity so that I can create some constants in there. So let's go over to the activities here and then the main activity. So here, companion object, which will simply contain information about our profile request code. So const val my profile request code, and I'm gonna assign 11 to it. So let's define it as an integer just to be sure, even though it shouldn't be necessary, but still, now it's an integer and we can go ahead and use it. So the next step we will need to do is to start the activity for result once we click on the navigation item. So here in our on navigation item selected, we have this nav my profile, and we start the activity but not for a specific result. So that is what we want to change now. So we're just gonna add the for result here, for result, and if we do that, we also need to enter the request code that we want to pass. Okay, so let's add a comma here and add the my profile request code. Okay, so overall this intent is gonna look like this. You can see here start activity for result with the intent and then with my profile request code. Then the third step is to send the result from my profile activity, because at one point we need to send the result, right? And I'd say we should set the result once we click on the update profile success. So profile update success function, hide progress bar, and here at this point let's set the result as being activity result okay. Okay, so once we update it and we click on this button, the result will be okay, and we can here in this function now have an on activity result override. So on activity result, and here we can check if the result code was result okay. So if result code is equal to activity dot result okay, and the request code was in fact the one that we prepared, which is my profile request code. So if that is given, so those things are given, what we need to do is we need to load the user data in this activity. So Firestore class dot load user data, and here we need to pass in the activity, so we just pass in the main activity. And if it was something else, so if we got an error, we can just log an error here, log e cancelled, and the message could be also cancelled. We're going to be of course more descriptive here, on activity result or something like that, cancelled, so whatever we want to add here to be more descriptive. But at this point we should be able to test this and see if it's going to give us the required result. Alright, so projet manage. Now let's look at it. We can see now it's going to be Homer Simpson. Of course it will be, because now it loaded the whole page again. Of course it loaded the user data, because that is what is done when the page is loaded, right? But now let's make changes in my profile. Let's now call this guy Homer again. It's not Homer Simpson, it's Homer again. Let's update. And let's have a look, and we can see now it's Homer again. All right, so that seemed to work. Now you can see how you can make these changes without having to load the whole database once again when you come back, without having this clean approach that we used. So now we start the activity because this profile page is really just a pop-up, so to speak. Okay, so we are opening it, and once we go back, we want to make changes. If we press the back button, however, then cancelled will be executed. So let's have a look. Cancelled. We can see we get this error here. It says cancelled. All right. So that's it. Let's go ahead to the next video. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to add this little fab button here. And once we click on it, it will open up this screen where we can create a board. So we have this image here at the top. Then we have the board name and we can create it. So once we click on the image, we then of course later on want to be able to select an image, but for now it's going to be fine. So you can see the board gets a name, and once we click create, we want to create a board. All right, so let's go ahead and set everything up for this. You can of course try to build this yourself, like the whole part actually, not just the part with the UI. So good luck with that. All right, so I hope you did it. Now, first of all, let's go to our activity XML, and I'm going to add that in our resources file here in the layout app bar main XML. So here, just underneath the include statement, I'm just going to add a floating action button, so a fab button, so to speak. And this is the code for it. All right, so you can see we'll need some dimensions and the new drawable here, the vector add 24 dp. So let's add that one real quick. New vector, and here let's select add this one, and then give it the name IC vector add, and any info about the color. I think it was white, so let's leave it white. And finish. Okay, then I'm also just going to give you the dimensions that I'm going to use overall. And by the way, I'm not going to go over the details of the UI. So these are the dimensions that I'm going to use: the fab margin, then the create board content padding, board image size, create board TIL margin top, and the button margin top. And now let's go ahead to the strings, and let's add some more strings in here as well, because we will need new strings. One of them, create board title, then the create button, and the board name, which will be the name board name. Okay, of course, later on, you could go ahead and change those names anytime you wanted. Okay, next we need a board screen. So create board activity, so to speak. So let's go ahead and create a new activity here. Activity, empty activity is what I'm going to choose. And I'm going to call this one create board activity. Once that is loaded, we can import R, because our activity is an activities folder, right? Okay, now we can design this activity create board. And I'm just going to use the following. So you can see we have an app bar here at the top. We have a card view. Instead of this card view, we have an image view, which is this H-Dodendorf image view kind of thing. Then we have an edit text and create button. So let's look over it here real quick. We will also need a new image, by the way. So you can see I'm using a linear layout here. Then I have this app bar layout with the toolbar, which is this app bar here at the top, which allows me to also go back then, and it's fully customizable, so that's why I created it this way. Then I have a linear layout. Inside of that linear layout, I have my card view, which then in turn has another linear layout, which then has the overall image view, text input layout, which is an edit text, and the button. Okay, so these are the elements that I used. If you want to know more about them, you can of course check them out. So download the file, and then you can see all of the different parameters that I'm using here. All right. Then here I see board placeholder. That's the image that we will need, which I'm just gonna paste in here so you can download an image for this. You can use any image you want. I'm just going to use this one. So I see board placeholder PNG, which is this slightly grayish image. It's a little difficult to see here, but if you look at it here, you can see it's just this gray color, basically a rounded gray color, which you then can replace later on. Also, by the way, we can see we are using a specific background image here, the one that we have used before, so that we stay in the same theme, so to speak. All right, so then let's go to our manifest, because in our manifest I always add the 2 lines here, this orientation and the no action bar to the new activity. So let's do the same thing with our create board activity here as well. All right, and at that point we can go over to our activity itself, so to the create board activity, and add the magic in here. So first of all, we will need the setup action bar, and it's the same as in the other action bars. So let's go here. We also have a setup action bar function. At that point, you can already think about reusing it. Actually, we don't have it here, though we have it here. All right, so let's copy this one. It will be very similar to the action bar that we have in our My Profile activity. So let's add that one here. So this time it's the toolbar underscore create board activity. So it's just this name that is given here in the toolbar in the activity create board XML file. So however you call it here, in my case it's toolbar create board activity. That's the name that you should use here for the set support action bar. Then you can of course give it a title. I'm just gonna leave it as is for now. And of course here it's not toolbar my profile activity, but it's toolbar create board activity. We also set the navigation on click listener and say that on back press should be executed. And now of course let's call this setup action bar function in our on create. So here setup action bar, and then finally we need to send the user to this create board activity from the main activity. So let's go back to our main activity, and here when we click on the plus button, which means when we create or click on the fab button here, fab underscore create board set on click listener is what we want to do here. So once we click on this button here, this floating action button here at the bottom right, that's when we want to start an activity. So here let's start the activity. No result this time, with the intent from this activity to the create board activity : class.java. All right, so let's test it. Okay, so there we are. Now let's press the plus button, and there we are. We're sent over to the board here. We can add the board name and we can click create. Now it says Projet Manage here at the top. Maybe we should give it a title. So here action bar title is going to be the resources, and here it's r.string. And what was it? Create board. And of course it's resources.getString. Okay. So that was it. I hope you managed to get this more or less done, or maybe fully done by yourself. And in the next video, we are going to add some more functionality. So you can see there's still some stuff to do here. So let's test it. Plus button, create board. Okay, perfect. See you in the next one. Hey, and by the way, Don't miss out on the opportunity to get the complete Android masterclass. You can find the link in the description below. You'll get a huge discount. And in that course, you're going to not only learn how to build this particular app, which is this Trello app, of which you are just seeing half of the course's content in this YouTube video, but you're going to get a bunch of other projects which you're going to build all the way from scratch up to the final prototype. All right, so link is in the description below. I hope to see you in that course where you also get support and all kinds of other goodies. So see you there. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to add the functionality to select an image for our board, and then it should replace the image in our board itself, as you can see here. So you can try to build this yourself. You have seen how to do that with the profile image. It's pretty much the same functionality. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some functions to the constants class. So instead of having everything in my profile activity, I'm going to use those two functions and put them into constants so that I can reuse them in both my classes, in the board class and also in my profile activity class. All right, so good luck with trying that. Okay, so let's get started. I'm going to put those two functions into my constants kt. I'm going to need the activity here. So in which activity do I need to start the activity for result? The same goes for our get file extension. So here, activity. So the thing is, when we want to get the content or the content resolver or start an activity for result, we always need to know from which activity we should do that. So that's why we need to add those. And these are the two functions. So this is the show image chooser and get file extension that we can get out of our my profile activity and use in both of our my profile activity as well as in our create board activity. So in here, what I also need to change is that it's not my profile activity in which I want to have the pick image request code, but I want to have it inside of my constants itself. Okay, so let's go over to my profile activity and take the two constants from our object here, from our companion object. Let's get rid of this companion object and put it inside of our constants directly here. And by the way, we need to get rid of private so that we can use it in other classes as well. Okay, so now we can go ahead to our my profile activity and use the two functions from the constants. So constants dot show image chooser, and I need to pass in this because show image chooser now needs an activity. And by the way, I'm doing this really just to reduce the duplicate code as much as possible. Okay, so if you were wondering why I'm even doing this. Okay, so then read storage permission code is in constants as well. Then I have another error here, same story, constants.read permission code. Then here constants.show image chooser needs the activity as well as this part, constants pick image request code. And then finally, going down here, get file extension is also in the constants class now. Get file extension, and there we also need to pass this as the activity that will be used in get file extension, because you can see it needs activity to get the content resolver. So now the thing is, now our functions are prepared so that we can very easily copy them and reuse them. So for example, I want to copy the on activity result and on the on request permission result, those two, and I want to copy them into my create board activity. So let's put them in here as well. And now I need to make some changes, of course. So it's not this at the other activity, but it's just this, as well as selected image file URI is a variable that we need to create still. So let's go ahead and create a private var selected URI, which is going to be a URI nullable, which is just going to be null for now. And then when we look at the code, no more errors. All right. So then we of course need to start the activity. And when do we start the activity? Well, once we click on the image. So it's very similar to what we have done in our My Profile activity, where when we click on the image, which is this one, IV profile user image, we do all of this code. So we basically can copy this code from here and put that into our create board activity. So here in on create, we can now put this code because we are checking for permission, then we are opening show image chooser, and then we are using read storage permission code in order to request the permission if we don't have it, and so forth. And of course, we only want to execute this code here once we click on the board image. So set on, click listener, and what we want to do is all of that once we click on the image. And then of course, when we get the activity result, we need to be careful with glide. So now we want to use a different placeholder. So here we're going to use IC board placeholder, this one here, as well as we want to put it into IV board image, this one here. Okay, so that's the thing, when you copy and paste, you have to be careful with the minor changes that still occur or need to be edited. Okay, so at this point, we should be able to test this. All right, so there we are. Let's create a new board. Let's select an image, the one from the camera, and there we are. Okay, so that is it. You can see we used the same functionality as we used for the profile image. Of course, we're not permanently storing it. For now, we're just getting it and displaying it in here. But when we press the create button, of course, nothing will happen. But that's what we will implement in the next video. All right, so I hope you managed to get most of this done by yourself, and see you in the next one. Welcome back. At this time, we can go ahead and prepare everything that we need for the board to work. So the idea is that we have a data model which allows us to create boards, and we can then use that data model to store the boards in the cloud, and that's exactly what we want to do, right? So we need to know the details about a board. So I think let's just get started with it. You can pause the video and think about what would be the things that have to be in such a project board, so to speak. Okay, so if we look at this here, what we can see, it has an image, it has a board name, and then what else would we want to display about the board or know about the board in the backend? All right, so I'm going to tell you what we will start with. It's not everything that we will do for a board later on, but I think it makes sense to start with a name for the board, then with an image, or at least a string for the image, or the URI, the link, so to speak. And then we need to know who created the board. And then we also would want to know who is assigned to the board. So these would be the information that we need to know for now. Later on, we also potentially want to store the information about the different cards that are in the board and all those kind of things. So let's get started with the basic model first though. All right, so therefore, I'm going to create a new class in here in the models. So create new Kotlin file class, and I'm going to call this one board. All right, so this board is going to have, or it's going to be a data class. So we keep it super simple. We don't need to have any additional information in there, right? So let's make it the data class, no functions or anything, just the basic data, and we will make it parcelable later on. So what we need is, as I said, the name, which will be a string. Then we need the image, which will also be a string. And by the way, we need to separate them with a comma, of course, because that's as if it was in a one line. Then I want to know who created it. So created by, which will also be a string, and this should be the unique user ID or the username. We will see later on. And then we need to know who it is assigned to. So assigned to array a list of strings, because now it could be multiple people, so it needs to be an array list. All right, so I'm gonna say that it's an empty array list for now. All right, now let's make it parcelable. So parcelable, and we need the colon here, and of course it's with a capital P here. Once we have that, we can import parcelable, and then we need to make adjustments here. So add parcelable implementation, so it adds the constructor, write to parcel, creator, and everything. And here we need to add parcel dot create string array list, just like that. Also, we still need to make some changes here, so I'm just gonna say it should directly return 0. Well, that's a fine way to do that actually. Write to parcel is lacking one thing, so it's still missing our list here. So write string list with our assigned to. I'm going to say that it should do with the parcel, all of those things. All right, so then the error disappears and things seem to work. But here, parcel write string, well, we can also say parcel dot write string list here. And then here we need to force it here with a bunch of exclamation marks. Okay, so this is going to be our board. And we need to do that, by the way, because read string is at nullable. So you can see it returns a nullable, so a variable that could potentially be null, and I cannot pass a null to the constructor because it always expects something. That's why we need to use the exclamation marks here. Okay, so that was step number 1. Our board is prepared now. We will have to adjust it accordingly if we ever want to store more information about the board, but for now it's going to be fine. Now let's go over to the main activity, and here I want to create a new variable which will be a late init variable, and it will store the username in here. And where I'm gonna set the username is in our update navigation user details. So here I'm gonna set up user name is user.name. Why is that? Well, the thing is, at that point we get the username. So as you might have already noticed, we put all of our database relevant code directly into our Firebase class or Firestore class here, because if Firestore for whatever reason shouldn't work in the future anymore, we want to just replace the class and do all of the stuff that the class does instead of having to replace everything. And that's why we create functions which are not directly related to Firebase in here, where we're not dependent on Firebase, but we are just dependent on a specific variable, right? So here we're just waiting for a user object that is passed to us so that we can then get the name from that object and store it in our variable username. Now at that point we can pass in the username to the create board screen. So here when we click on the Fab create board, set on click, that is where we start the activity, right? And it would make sense to send some more information with this intent. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new intent here, val intent, and then we will add something to the intent. So intent put extra, and here I'm just going to say at the position of name, so constants name, and it's this one here, I want to pass in the username, so username. All right, so then start activity with the new intent that we prepared. So why can we do that? Why can we already pass in the user here? Because onCreate is the thing that is called first, right? Well, what is also called is Firestore class load user data, and load user data is called And inside of here, our update navigation user details is called, in which we set the username. So basically, in our onCreate, this line of code is executed before this one, which means that the load user data function is called inside of Firestore, which then calls, of course, this update navigation user details, in which the username is set, and then we have the username prepared and ready for our set on click listener with our fab button, so our floating action button. Now that we sent over the name, let's also retrieve the name, and that is in our create board activity. So let's go ahead and catch it here. First of all, we need a late init var, which will be my m username of type string, and then we can catch it in our onCreate actually. So here, after the setup action bar, if intent has extra details for the constant dot name, then do something. And in this case, just assign the username. So set the username that we prepared up there, which will be intent get string extra at the position constants dot name. So now we sent over the username to the create board activity, and we have it here. This way we don't have to get the username here again and have another database request, because what we try to do is to have as few requests as possible. All right, so now that we use the boards, let's also go to our constants and add a new name for the boards here as well. So we have users. This is our collection of users. And now let's create the same for our collection of boards. Const val boards will be a string called boards. So now if we create a collection here in our database, it will be the boards collection. So here it will be called boards. Okay, but we don't need to do it here in our Firebase interface, but we will do that in the code itself. So let's move over to our create board activity, and let's also create a function here which will let us know that the board was created successfully. So fun board created successfully, and it will pretty much be the same information here as in our user created successfully. So height progress bar, and that will of course only work if our create board activity is inheriting from our basic activity or base activity. Yeah, that was the one. Now we can go ahead and use the height progress dialog, and then we call finish. So we close this activity. Okay, so this was a little prediction or preparation, so to speak, for the actual creation of the board. All right, and now at that point we can go ahead and create the board. And where would we do that? Well, the creation of the board, of course we would think it's in the create board activity, but as I said, I try to put everything that has to do with the database connections and creating database entries and updating them in the Firestore class. So here we created one where we loaded the user, so this is how we get the information, but then we also had one where we created the user, right? So here document update, well, that's updating, and this is registry user, this is where we created the user. So now we're going to create a function which is going to be very similar. So you can see we need an activity here. In this case it was the sign up activity, but we're going to use the create board activity, of course. Then we don't want to have a user but a board. Then we don't want to use constant users but constant boards. We still want to create a document but not with the current user ID. Then we want to set it and have add-on success listener. So let's go ahead and just build that code. So it's going to be very similar. So create board, which will need an activity, which will be of type create board activity. And then we need to have a board, which will be of type board. All right. So then we can now go ahead and use that same approach and Firestore collection. So let's do that. Firestore, and by the way, we need to import board. So Firestore collection, we pass in constants.boards. So we're gonna give this collection a name, and it's going to be boards. All right. So then we can now go ahead and add a document, which I'm not gonna give any further details here. So it's gonna generate a document for me with random numbers and values, or just a random ID, so to speak. And then I want to set it. So I want to set a board with the set options. So you can see data, any type of data. In our case, it's going to be a board object that I pass into the database. And then we can add the set options, and I want to merge the data. Okay, so there are multiple different options here. What I'm saying is merge the data if they already exist. So don't overwrite directly, but merge it. So then I have an add-on success listener here, in which I of course want to run some code, which is going to be for now a log entry and a make text. So here, board created successfully is what I want to write there. And then on top of that, I would also like to run activity.board created successfully, which is going to be this function here, which is just going to hide the progress bar and which will finish it. Okay, so that is the creation of the board if it worked. So what shall we do if it failed? So we add an on failure listener here as well. So we need that here, add on failure listener. Now here we get an exception, and what we want to do with the exception is our decision. So first of all, I'm going to run hide progress dialog for that activity, and then I'm gonna add an entry for the logcat. So log an error, saying error while creating a board, and here it's called exception. So then we know at least what the information is, what the error is about, and everything. Okay, so this was just a preparation of creating the board. The actual testing of that is what we will do in the next video, because we are getting to the point where the individual versions of finally seeing something new, finally testing something, are getting bigger and bigger, or the code that we need or the steps that we need in order to achieve something visible in the database are getting longer and longer. So I need to have multiple videos until the point where we actually finally see something. Okay, so I'm sorry for that, but it's otherwise I would have to create 30 to 40 minute videos sometimes, because this is advanced stuff, right? So we would need to do all of that in one video, and I think it just makes sense to have these little breaks in between. So see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to actually create the board in the database, and that is something that you can do yourself already, because you have seen how to create a user and also how to update him. So now you have to make a connection between the two and use that knowledge in order to create the board. So it's going to be very similar. We already have the image of the board. We have the name of the user. We have the name of the board. So name of the board created by is the name of the user, and then assigned to for now will only be the user. So later on we will of course adjust that, but for now it's going to be enough if we just have the user who created the board as being assigned to. The rest will pretty much be the same as signing up a user, but not just signing him up, but actually updating him. So I think you can learn more from the update class rather than the creation class. So the my profile activity, I think here you can learn a lot more about what we need to do regarding, for example, uploading a user image. We're going to do a very similar thing to upload a board image, and also when updating something. Well, I think let's just get started. You can of course try to build all of that yourself. So let's go over to the create board activity and start by creating a new variable, which will be private var mboard image URL, which will be a string that will be empty for now. So we have the selected image URL, but we also need to know the board image URL. So if there is a URL for the image already, we need to know that, because we of course want to have a board image, but we just want to use a new board image if there is not one selected here in the selected image file URL. All right, so that's step number one. Then we need to go ahead and create a function which actually creates the board. So private fun create board, and here we just go ahead and, for now, as I said, assign the current user to the assigned user array list. So assigned users array list is an array list of strings. So it's what we need in the board here. So this assigned to, and I'm just going to assign the current user. So assigned users array list dot add, and here get current user ID. Now for this, of course, to work, this has to be an array list, even if it's an empty one. Okay, so that is how we create the board. Step number one. Step number two is we prepare the board information, so the board object. So we create a new board object, which will be of type board. And here we need to, first of all, get the board name. And as we are in the create board activity, we will get it from, of course, our activity create board. So here we have this edit text, which says board name as the hint, and that's the one we get the data from. So from that one, we get the name of the board. So let's go ahead and use that in our create board function. So here, et board name dot text to string will be our board name. Then we need to pass in the image. So mboard image URL, and then the m username, and then assigned users array list. Okay, so the username is going to be the current user. So when creating a new board, the user who is creating the board is of course the one who is the creator of the board. So created by will be the current user. All right. So now we can do the actual creation of the board in Firestore. So Firestore class dot create board, and here we need the brackets create board. Here we needed to pass the activity, so it's going to be this, and we need to pass in the board, so it's going to be the board. So you can see this create board function just prepares everything to then pass it to this create board function inside of our Firestore class, which does the actual Firebase stuff, which does the actual creation of the collection and then storing it in the cloud. Now we also, of course, need a function to upload an image, because we want to upload the board image to the storage as well. Okay, so let's create a function for it. Private fun upload board image, and here we show the progress dialog first of all, and I'm going to use the resources here. So the ones that we prepared, it's going to be resources get string r string please wait. All right, so as we've done before, then we need the reference, the storage reference. So we can pretty much get that from the update function here, where we update the image. So upload user image. So you can see it's pretty much the same code that we need. So what we can do is actually copy that and make adjustments to it. So create board activity here. Let's check. First of all, we need the storage reference for the instance here, and it's not the user image, but it's the board underscore image. And here board underscore image is how I'm going to call it. So this is the name of the image, right? And get file extension will be this, and here we have called it m selected image file URI. Let's see, it's this one here at the very top. Okay, the same name. So that is good. We use the same name in both cases. This makes our copy and pasting a lot easier now. Then we have to put the file, and it's this file that we have in the URI, which we have selected on the phone, right? The user has selected an image, and then we want to put that file onto our storage, so the Firebase storage. And then we have an add-on success listener. We get a task snapshot from it, and then we know where the image will be stored. So Firebase, let's call this one board image URL, will just be the, and actually that's a long name, too long name for a tag. Board image URL is fine. Task snapshot will give us the download URL. Then we can take that and store it in our board image URL. And then instead of updating the user profile data, we can create the board. So create board is called. And create board, by the way, is this function, which then calls the Firestore class create board. Okay, so uploading a board image, we also create the board, of course. So then add-on failure listener. If we get an exception, well, here we're just gonna say make text this exception message and hide progress dialog. So it's pretty much the same code. There are only some minor changes. Of course, we need to change the function that we want to call here. Now at this point, we can add an on-click event when the user clicks create board. So when the user presses the plus button and then clicks create. Okay, so it's inside this create board activity because that's the activity name, right? And then we have the IV board image where we select an image. That's good. So this is pretty much the preparation. And now we can go ahead and create the actual board. So button create was the name of the button. And we add an on-click listener here in which we first of all check if the selected image is null or not. So if selected image file URI is not null, then we want to upload the board image. And inside of upload board image, we also create the board, right? And then else, we want to show the progress dialog. So show progress dialog. And here we are also going to say, please wait. And of course, we want to create the board here. So create board. Okay, so inside of upload board image, we also create the board, right? We also call create board, but only if uploading the image was successful. So basically, we're saying, okay, let's select an image, and then we enter a board name. And if that was successful, we create then the board. And once we click create, only then we do the actual uploading and storing everything, right? So once we select it, it's just there, right? It's just inside of our selected image file URI. It's just going to be there. And of course, it will be displayed inside of our UI element itself, right? Inside of this image view. But then the upload process happens once we click the create button. And that's pretty much it. If we don't have selected an image or didn't select an image and we click create, it's still going to create a new board, but it's just going to use the default image that is there. Or to be more precise, it's just going to use an empty string here. It's not even going to be the default image. Okay, at this point, we can test it. All right, so there we are. Let's go ahead and create a board. Let's first create the board without image, board without image, create. Please wait. Board created successfully. Now let's go ahead and check it out. So let's refresh this page here and see if we now have a new collection here. So we should have a new collection. And we can see there it is. It says boards. Now let's see. You can see we get a unique weird number, such a random value here for our board because we didn't add any name for it specifically. And then inside of this board, you can see it's assigned to, and this number YQQHMJJ, let's look at that. YQQHMJJ. So it's the user ID that we have assigned this to. It is created by the username, which is Homer. And then the image is an empty string here. So we don't have an image for it. So we will just use the default image, right? And we have the name here, board without image. That's the name of the board itself. Now you could of course argue that created by Homer is a risky one because it just takes the username of the current user. It's not taking the actual user name from the assigned to value. So we would then have to of course read the assigned to value. So read this number or this value here and then read the name from that one, because the name could change anytime, right? But that's going to be fine for now. But overall, you can see the board is created and that works. Now let's go ahead and create an image or create a board with an image. So let's click the create button, then select an image here. All right, so I'm going to use an image from here. Select this photo, give it the name, board with image. So I'm going to call it, stupid name, but still good enough. And now let's see if this new board was created. We see board created successfully and it's there. All right, so there it is. We also have this image here. So let's get this whole image and put it in there. And we can see the image is there as well. Okay, so now you can see how you can create boards. I hope you managed to get some of this done by yourself. It was a lot of copy and pasting or reusing what we have done before, but it's still good practice to just try it yourself. All right, so thanks a lot and see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now that you know how to create a board, it's time to also display the board. And in order to do that, we will need to create a recycler view for this page here. As you can see, we have this hello world text currently as the only content of this page, but we want to change that. So we will need to create a recycler view, and therefore we of course need to create an adapter, and we will need to create an individual row inside of that recycler view, as well as the overall page that we can see here, or overall activity XML file. All right, so let's go ahead and start with that. Therefore, what I'm gonna start with is with a content main, or in my case, I think I called it main content. So here in layout, I called it main content, even though it should have been content underscore main. But let's go ahead and start with that. So first of all, what I will start with is that I want to use a linear layout here. Then let's add a background. So here, background should be the IC background, as well as the gravity should be a center, and the orientation should be vertical. And then I will add some padding, and for that I will use 16 dp, even though of course we could go to the dimensions. So here in the values, dimensions, if you want to stay consistent, let's just create some more dimensions in here, and I'm gonna do that real quick. So these are the new dimensions that I want to use. So main screen content padding, no boards available text size, item board content margin bottom, item board content padding, image size, image circular border width, and so forth. All right, so a bunch of new dimensions. You can of course download the dimensions file from this chapter, and these are going to be the dimensions that we're going to use in our main content, but also in another XML file, which will be our individual row inside of our recycler view. Then I will use something that I think we haven't used before, and that is the layout behavior. So layout underscore behavior, this one here, and there I want to use the app bar scrolling view behavior. All right, so this already exists, and if we look at it, it's here inside of the values XML, and these are not necessarily strings that we have created, but it's the ones that are directly available by Android or made available by Android. And the layout behavior, what it does is the class name of a behavior class defining special runtime behavior for this child view. So what we will do is we will make the app bar, or we will use the app bar scrolling view behavior. So the idea is, do you want to leave the app bar open, or do you want to get rid of it when once you scroll? So these are the things that you can change in the layout behavior. All right, and then what I want to have is a layout that allows me to put something inside of it and that it looks good. So I'm just going to use a card view. All right, so of course could use multiple different things with that description, but basically I'm just going to use a card view here, which matches the parent in both directions, and I want to have a white background. So I'm just going to use add color, or actually Android color white. All right, then a little bit of elevation for our card view so that it creates a little shadow. And here I'm going to use elevation. So here card view elevation, as well as a little radius for the corner so that it's rounded, so that we get a rounded radius. So card corner radius, and here card view corner radius, this one here. Okay, so inside of this card view, I want to have a recycler view. All right, so this is where our recycler view comes into play. Recycler view, and it was not this one. Recycler view, this one here, with a width of match parent and a height of match parent. Now this one is going to get an ID so that I can communicate with it, and I will use the rv_boards list here. So this will be the name, rview standing for recycler view, and will be the boards list. And then finally, I'm going to set the visibility to gone for now. Okay, so it should be invisible for the beginning. And underneath that, I would like to have a text view. So I'm just going to use the text view that we had before, where we just said hello world, and I'm going to use that. So you can see we have those two inside of our card view. And at the beginning, we just want to display a text view which says no cards available, please create one, or something like that. And I'm going to call this one TV, no boards available, so that it's a little more descriptive. It should match the parents in both directions. And the text should be something like no bars available. So let's go ahead to the strings and create a new string here as well. So strings. So it's just going to be this string here, no boards are available, and the text which will just be no boards are available, this exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. So now we can use that instead here. So add string, or actually let's use no boards are available. That's easier this way. We don't need to use all of this constraint layout stuff because we are using a linear layout. So let's get rid of that. The text should be centered. So let's adjust the gravity to center so that it's beautifully centered there. Text color. Well, let's use the secondary text color that we have prepared. And then the text size should be text size for, what is it? No boards are available text size, this one here. All right, so these are the dimensions, the main content, the strings. Now let's add one color here that I want to have, and that is going to be my divider color. So I will create a little divider and I will use this color here. So EA, and I don't mean the video game company here, of course, it's just this color that we are using here. All right, so let's design every individual board that we want to display. So it's just going to be a list view element, so a list view item that we want to design. So let's go ahead and create a new XML file for our layout, new layout, and I'm going to call this one item board. And how I want this to look like is On the left side, I would like to have an image and then a title, and then also underneath it, who created this board. All right, so that's basically it. Not too complicated. Of course, you can adjust it to your liking. You could add the created date and so forth. So a lot of information that you can add. Okay, so instead of a constraint layout, I'm going to use a linear layout here again. The width should be match parent, but the height should be only wrap content. So only wrap the content height. Then the background should be attributes selectable item background. As you can see, so there is one by default, this one here, selectable item background, which is a style that may be applied to buttons or other selectable items that should react to pressed, focus states, and so forth. Okay, so this is the one that I want to use. Then the orientation will be vertical, as well as I want to have a little margin towards the bottom for this whole thing of margin. And this one is called item board content margin bottom, this one here. All right, so this is the linear layout. Inside of that linear layout, I want to have another linear layout which puts things next to each other, and then one where things are put on top of each other. Okay, so we have multiple linear layouts here. So let's create another one which will be very similar. So let's go ahead and close this linear layout. So this is the linear layout that I want to use. Match parent, wrap content, orientation horizontal, so that elements are next to each other. The padding should be item board content padding. And then I want to use the circle image view. So this one here, I'm going to call this one IV board image, and the width should be item board image size, which is 60 density pixels, as well as the height, so in both directions, 60 density pixels. Then we have a content description, we have a source, which is our IC board placeholder, in case we don't have an image for it, right? And then I would like to use the civ border color of color primary text color, and in order to do so, I need to create a namespace for app. Okay, so it's added here at the top, a new namespace. So this will put the image here, as you can see. And now I would like to have a text and then another text underneath it. So the top text should be our title. So what we will need is another linear layout so that things can be put on top of each other. So this time the orientation will be vertical. So here, orientation vertical, margin start will be item board name layout margin in my case. So this is the dimension that I created, but internally it's just going to be 10 density pixels. Then this linear layout has to, of course, be closed at one point, and here we can now create our two text views. Okay, so I'm just gonna paste them in here so that we have them directly here. So text view number one will be TV name, match parent, wrap content, as usual. We take the whole width, but only the height that is necessary. Then we set the text color as the primary text color, text size as item board name text size. Then in tools, I'm going to add this namespace as well. In tools, I want to call this one board name. As you can see now, in tools it's called board name, and underneath I have this created by, and that will then later on, of course, be replaced by created by the username. So it's going to add the username here to the text itself, because here we're just using the tools text so that we see something in the design, but we're not actually setting the text specifically. All right, and now let's go ahead and create the adapter. So we will need to create a new class. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to put that into a new directory. So let's go ahead and create a new path here, new package, and I'm going to call this one adapters. And here, let's go ahead and create a new class, Kotlin file, and I'm going to call this one board items adapter. Okay, so each time we work with recycler views, we of course need to have an adapter, and I'm going to make this one open so that I can inherit from it. And here I will directly add a constructor. All right, so I'm gonna say that I want to have the context and the list that I need to display, which will be an array list of boards. Okay, so nothing new. We have used this approach multiple times already. Of course, we need to import context as well as board. And then we can add the recycler view text here. So we need to have a recycler view, or we need to inherit from recycler view dot adapter, and here we will create a new view holder class. So I'm just going to say recycler view dot view holder. All right. So let's import recycler view, and now let's create our own view holder, and here implement the members that are necessary. So let's implement all of them, select all, and it created the ones that we need in here. And of course, let's go ahead and create this private class my view holder here, where we pass in the view, and it's a recycler view dot view holder, where we pass in the view. So if this is a little too quick for you, check out the demo on recycler views, okay? Because we're not doing anything fancy or new here. It's the same that we have used before, the same code pretty much. So let's start with on create view holder. What do we want to do in here? Well, we will return my view holder, which we then can pass in the view that we want to display. Well, the view that we want to display is coming from layout inflator from context inflate, and then we use the layout that we want to inflate. And the layout that we prepared just for this was called item underscore board. And we need to pass in the parent as well as the statement for attach to root. Okay, now let's import R. Okay, and that seemed to work. That's fine. So let's go ahead and put that in a different line here so it's a little more readable. So we return our view holder here with the parent and those settings, as you can see. Then let's go to our onBind view holder. Here, what we want to do is we want to first of all use the model, which will be our list. Okay, so list at the position. So our class board items adapter gets a list of boards. So a single board should be our model. So we're using this model here in order to then check if the holder is my view holder. Then we can use glide in order to display an image. And the image that we want to display is of course the image of the board that we have used. So I'm just going to use with context, and context is the variable that is given to our adapter, which will be the class in which this recycler view will be displayed. Of course, in our case, it's the main activity. Then it's going to be model image. And by the way, model, of course, will be our list position, which means it will be the board itself. So it's going to be this board and it's going to give us this image. Okay, because that's what we're passing to this class, to this board items adapter. All right, so we get the image of the board. We center crop it. As a placeholder, we use IC board placeholder. and then we put that into the holder item view IV board image. And IV board image is inside of item underscore board XML, this circle image view that we have prepared just a couple of minutes ago, and I called it IV board image. Now, if we look at this item board, we of course also need to set the board name and create it by. All right, so let's just do that inside of this onBind view holder. So now we have the image. Now it's time to set the item view, TV name, text. So here holder dot item view dot TV underscore name dot text will be model dot name. And then we have holder dot item view dot TV underscore created by text should be, for now, created by, and then we get that info from the model. So model dot created by. Okay. Now, of course, every single holder should have an on-click listener. So every single one of those boards should be clickable, because then you get into the board and you see the board details with all of those cards and all of those list items that you have there. So all of the tasks that have to be finished. All right. So what we'll do is we'll say holder.itemView.setOnClickListener. So we add an on-click listener. All right. So then what I want to prepare as well is an on-click listener. So I'm going to create my own interface here, which will be an on-click listener, which will then have a function on click with the position where it was clicked, which will be an integer, and the model that it was pretty much clicked. So when we click onto one of those list elements, it's always at a specific position and there is a board in the background, right? So I want to use this on-click listener here. But the thing is, we of course need to create an object or an instance of that on-click listener, and I'm just going to create it up here at the beginning of the class. So for now, I'm just going to say private var on-click listener should be an on-click listener nullable, which I'm going to assign null to. And then later on, and to be specific, when we assign an on-click listener to our holder item view, which means to our list item, at that point, I want to assign an on-click event. So here, if the on-click listener is not null, then do on-click listener on click with the position and the model, because we get both, right? So in this onBind view holder, that's where we get it, right? Where we get the holder, we get the position, and then based on the position, we can find out the model, and we can then pass both to the on-click event, which is of course this on-click that will then be executed. Now let's do the get item count. I think that's the easiest one, where we just return the amount of items. So here, return list.size. And by the way, the list is the one that we get passed when we create this adapter. So depending on how many list items we have in our database, that's the amount of items that we want to have in get item count. All right, and at this point we have prepared our board items and the item adapter. Of course, we still need to add a recycler view, but that's what we will do in the main activity and in the next video. So unfortunately, this is not the point where we can test it yet, but we will do so in the next video. So this was just a preparation to prepare the board items and to prepare the adapter, the UI and everything. But at this point, we can now go ahead and implement the final parts of this to finally then test it. So to load the data from the database, load it into our app, then load it into our recycler view and display the different boards that we have. So see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to display the list of boards that we have. And in order to do so, we of course need to add some more code. So let's get started. Therefore, I'm going to go to the main activity, and there we need to create a new function which will take care of populating our board. So let's go ahead and create it here. Fun populate boards list to UI. So I'm going to call it. And we first need the boards list, which is going to be an array list of boards. So array list of board. And then we need to import board here. And now we can start with the code for this function. Okay, so what do we want to do here? Well, first of all, we want to hide the progress bar if it was loading before. So let's hide it. Then we want to check if the boards list is empty or not, or is 0 or not. So boards list size is greater 0. If it's more than 0, what we know is that we can make our RV boards list visible. So let's set the visibility to view.visible. And then we can go ahead and make the TV no boards available text invisible. So here visibility set to view.gone, because invisible is not going to be enough. It actually has to get out of our whole layout. Then I'm going to tell my RV boards list what kind of layout manager I want to use. So here layout manager will be a linear layout manager, where I then pass this activity to, and then I can set has fixed size to true, so that our boards list has a fixed size. All right, so that's what this function does. It's a recycler view function, and adapter changes cannot affect the size of the recycler view. Then, as always with recycler views, they need an adapter, right? So let's prepare an adapter here, which will be our board items adapter that we created in the last video. Here we needed to pass a context and the list that we want to use. The list that I want to use is the boards list. Okay, so if you recall, boards item adapter is the class that we created in the last video. We needed to pass in a context and then a list of boards. Okay, so that's what we do here. And now we can assign that adapter to our boards list. So at RV board list adapter should be the adapter that we just created. And then if the board list is in fact empty, then we don't want to display our board list, but we want to do it the other way around pretty much. So here, then our boards list should be gone, and the text that says that there are no boards available, this one here, this text view, no boards are available, should be set to visible. So this function will just take care of creating the boards in the UI. It's not just gonna actually download it, right? Because we will download it somewhere else, then we will pass it to this function, and this function will then go ahead and display everything in the UI. Okay, now I want to make a little change in my board, because the board doesn't know about his ID. So I'm gonna create a new variable here, val document ID, which is a string. And then we of course need to add that here as well. So parcel read string. Then further down here, parcel write string with the document ID. Okay, then in the constants, I will also use this assigned to. So I'm going to create a assigned to variable in my utils constant. So here we have the mobile with the name, the image, the boards, everything. Now let's create one for our assigned to. Okay, assigned to, which will be a string, which will just have this text called assigned to. Because now we can use this constant instead of using the string, which will be a magical string, and it's always difficult to then find the right spot where we use that string and how we called it. And if we made a mistake, then it's going to be difficult to find that mistake. So it's really a lot easier when you just work with constants that you can then quite easily adjust. All right. So now we can go to our Firestore class, because now it's actually time to get the boards list from our Firestore database. So let's go ahead and create a new function here. So here we created the board, then we update user profile. Well, let's create a function to get the boards list. And we need to get the main activity as the activity that calls this function. Then I'm gonna use this collection stuff as well. So Firestore collection with the constants dot boards. Then now we are using queries. So that is something that is pretty powerful, and that is a feature that Firestore offers that unfortunately the real-time database of Firebase doesn't offer. And that's really where the power of Firestore lies. That's why we use it. Okay, I thought about using a database or a real-time database, and I even tried to build it there. But man, oh man, that was a tough one. It really made things so much more difficult when you wanted to create a maintainable and hugely flexible database structure. That was a pain. So I decided to go with the Firestore approach, and this is why, pretty much. So the stuff that we're going to do now is really a big part of why I decided to use the Firestore. So we are checking where the array contains constants dot assigned to. And what is it assigned to? Well, our current user ID. So current user, actually we need to get it right, get current user ID, this one. Okay, so what we're doing is we're checking the boards collection where the value for assigned to is the current user ID. So if we look at our boards here, for example, this board was created by this user, and that's the user ID of the current user ID, or of the current user that is logged in. That's the current user ID. So we just checked through all of the boards that we have where assigned to is equal to whatever this ID is that we have. Okay, and if it's the same, then we want to display this board, because then we want to use this board and it was assigned to us. So either we created it as ourselves, so it's assigned to us, or somebody else created it and assigned it to us. Then we also want to see this board, because then we need to make adjustments on the board maybe, or we need to finish tasks, and this project is also assigned to us, and so forth. So what do we want to do with that? Well, we want to get it. So get, and then let's add an on success listener. So if that was successful, then we will get, and you can see there are multiple different options, what we will get, and I'm just going to get a document. Okay, so I'm just going to say, okay, now that you give me this document, let's use it. And I'm just going to write a little log entry here. So simple document, documents to string. So I'm just going to display the whole document, as well as I will create a boards list, which will be an array list of boards, which will be for now an empty array list. And of course I want to add all of the boards from that document to it. Okay, so this document is a snapshot, and the snapshot only contains the stuff that is assigned to us, so only the boards that are assigned to us. So what I can now do is I can go through the whole document and then add every single board to my board list. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, create a board, which is I to object, and here is our board : class.java. So we're basically saying whatever object you have there, now create a board object from it and store it in this board variable, which we then can use to, first of all, get the ID of that board. So now we don't only get the board list, but we're also getting the document ID. of that board. And we can now go ahead and add that boards list, or that board, to the boards list. Now, as it seems, the document ID string, let's have a look what the problem is. Well, it has to do with toObject returning a nullable. These are the tricky ones, right? So it returns a nullable. That's why we need to use double exclamation marks here. And here I'm still getting a little error. That's because my document ID is a var, or should be a var instead of a val, because I want to be able to change the document ID. As you can see, that's what we do here. That's why I needed to change it real quick. Okay, so at this point we get the whole list, but what should we do now? Well, we should of course also populate our activity. So activity dot populate boards list to UI with the boards list that we just prepared. Okay, so that's what the whole boards list to UI function was for, right? It needed a boards list to then display the boards list in our recycle view. So that was the whole point of this function, and then we created this function to get the boards list to then populate our board with it. So that's the add-on success listener. Now let's add in failure listener as well, in which I'm just gonna hide the progress dialog. So here, add on failure listener with an exception here called E, and I'm just gonna say log E, simple name, error while creating a board. All right, the next step that I'm gonna do is also a little optimization step, so to speak. So let's go to the load user data function. So we have this function here, load user data, this one here. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a parameter here. So that's gonna be called read boards list, which will be a Boolean. All right, so I want to know if I should read the boards list or I shouldn't. And this will be relevant here in the update and navigation user detail, because I want to make sure that I only update the navigation user details and only read the boards in there if necessary. Okay, so let's go to our update navigation user details. And actually, before we do that real quick, I'm gonna assign false to this value. So not here, but here. I'm gonna assign default false. So this will be by default false. So you don't always have to add a value, but if you add one, then you can make changes to it. Okay. So now let's go over to our update navigation user detail. And here we need to accept a Boolean. And I'm gonna give it the same name. Will be a Boolean. The idea behind this is that we don't always load everything from scratch, but yeah, sometimes we just have to clean up things, right? Okay, so before we update this function, I want to make clear why we even need that. So inside of our main activity in the onCreate, we load the user data, right? So here, Firestore class, load user data. At this point, we want to also load the boards. So the user comes to the main activity for the first time, and then we want to load all of the boards of that user. So here we need to pass in true, because load user data is the function where we load the user data, right? So it reads the board list, or should it read the boards list Boolean true or false? Well, I say yes, please read it. So then it should read it when we load it the first time. But now let's say the user has this this flow. So he comes to the app and he sees all of his elements here. Then he goes to the profile. He changes something in the profile and he comes back to this activity. Then I don't want him to load the whole board once again. The board can stay the same as it was before. The page will load, but it will not load all of the details of the boards. It will just keep the boards as they were before. All right, so this is just a design decision. You could have left that out, but it wouldn't be that optimized then. Okay, and now we can go back to our update navigation user details. And here I want to load the boards list if the read boards list is set to true. So if read boards list is set to true, then go ahead and show the progress dialog that we have prepared so far, which is this please wait progress dialog. So here you can use resources get string r string please wait, and then our Firestore class get boards list with this activity. And at this point we can finally test our application. All right, so projet manage, no boards are available, and then it loads them, and as you can see here, board with image and board without image. Okay, so these are our boards that we created earlier on. Now there is one thing that I'm not so happy about, and that is the fact that I cannot distinguish the two boards from each other, or where one ends and the other starts and so forth. So we should go back to our resources, and here we have the layout item board, and at the very bottom I want to add something. So it's just inside of the last linear layout, which is just a little separator. All right, so width should be match parent and height will be the item border or board divider height. All right, then the margin top. So here margin top should be divider margin top. And then finally I want to have a little background, which will be add colors divider color. So it's this divider color that we prepared, this grayish whitish color, so slightly different than white. Okay, so let's close this and run this again. All right, and there we are. So there's this little line here, barely visible, but it's there. And that is this divider color. Of course, you could make it more gray, so it's a little more visible, but it is all design choices that you can make yourself. Okay, so that is it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. You probably have noticed that once you create a new board, the board will not be displayed. So I'm just going to create a new board here, board 1. It's not going to be displayed in our boards here. So it's not reloading this page, right? So that is something that we can add as well. So once we create a new board and we click this button, we pretty much want to get a result from it. So we create a board with a start activity for result, or we click this button and we start the activity for result so that we get to this screen here. And once we click the create button, then it will also send us the information that there was a new entry made, and if that is the case, then we want to reload the boards. All right, so let's go ahead and add that functionality in real quick. Therefore, in the main activity, I will create a new entry here at the very top in our companion object. So I'm just going to create a new const val create board request code, which I'm going to assign the value 12 to. Okay, now the next thing is that we can start the activity for result once we click on the create board button. So here fab create a board, and currently we start the activity but without asking for a result. So I'm going to change that now. Start activity for result with the intent and with our create board request code. Okay, now the next step that we need to prepare is to set the result as okay once we get over to the create board activity. And to be precise, we want to do that once the board was created successfully. All right, so let's go over to our activities here and create board activity. So here we have this function that we created, which was called create board successfully. All right, So here, what we will do is we will just set the result to be activity.result OK. Now in the main activity, we have this onActivityResult function, this one here, and we now can check. So let's create another else if here. Else if, and here what we want is to check if the result code was okay. So pretty much the same thing as we had before. And if the request code is, and how do you call it? Request code, create board request code, this one here. If it's that code, then we want to run some code, which means I just want to go to Firestore class here and get the boards list once again. And here we then just pass in the get boards list activity that we need here. So it's going to be this. And now let's run this again on the device. Now let's go ahead and create a new board. So there we are. We see board 1 is here. Now let's create board 2. Or whatever. The name doesn't really matter. Board created successfully, and then you can see it's here as well. Okay, so now we have this functionality that allows us to update our boards directly once we created a new board. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to prepare the task list activity. So once we click onto a board, we want to see all of the different tasks that are to be finished. And that's what we're going to start with in this video. Of course, we cannot finish everything that we need for it in this video. It's going to be a lot more, but let's just start with the first steps. So first of all, I will create a new activity inside of my activities directory here, or the package, new activity, empty activity, and I'm going to call it task list activity. Then let's go to the manifest, because I'm going to apply the same rules to my activity that I just created. And it's at the very top here, this task lists activity. And then we need to get rid of this activity in my case here. Then the next thing that I want to set up is, of course, here, fix this error, import R. And then get to the activity task list XML. And here I'm going to replace this with my other code. As you can see here, I'm using a linear layout again with an app bar layout at the top, which has a toolbar, and then another linear layout, which just has a recycler view. Now the padding is a new dimension. So let's create that dimension value. And let's go over to it. Now we can assign a value to it. Let's go ahead, and I'm just going to use 10 density pixels here for the task list content padding, which is basically the padding between the layout and the recycle view. So let's look at it. You can see here we have a little padding all around, and these are the different items that inside of our RV task list, which is our recycler view task list, this one here. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the main activity and just add an on-click event for each and every single item in our list. And that makes sense at the point where we create the on-click listener adapter connection. So it should be done at the point here where we assign the adapter. Okay, so this is where we can now add an on-click listener to the adapter. That set on-click listener for our adapter. And of course, we need to create it in the board items adapter. So here, For the adapter, which means for the board items adapter, I would like to have a set onClick listener function because I have an interface for onClick listener, but I don't have a function to set an onClick listener. So onClick listener will be of type onClick listener. And here I'm just going to say that the onClick listener of this class should be the onClick listener that is passed to this function. Okay, so that is this onClick listener here should be the onClick listener that is passed to our set onClick listener function, which is basically going to be the one that I'm going to assign here in our main activity. So here I can just create a new onClick listener, and I'm just going to do it this way. I'm just going to say object board items adapter onClick listener, and now I can implement it. So what I'm saying is I'm implementing the onClick listener interface that we created in our board items adapter, and now I can just say what should happen once the onClick function is triggered. And that will happen once we click on one of the adapter elements, which means one of the item lists. So here, for example, on this board. Okay, so then this will be triggered, this onClick. And for now, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to say, okay, start activity with the intent where you just go ahead and go from this class to the class that is our task list activity. Okay, here task list activity ::class.java. Now here, this doesn't seem to be enough. It requires a context. So I can add information to the this statement, because it should be this as the main activity and not something inside of our populated boards list. So the thing is, we are inside of a closure here. That's why we need to add this statement. Okay, so this add main activity, and then we will start the activity now each time that we click on one of the adapter elements. All right, now let's test it and see if we are sent over to the other activity once we click on the board elements. All right, so there's loaded. Now let's click on one of the boards and you can see we are sent over to the other activity. Let's try to get back. Let's go to the other board. Well, we don't have any details about the board yet, but that's what we're gonna look at in the next video. So see you there. Hey, and by the way, don't miss out on the opportunity to get the complete Android masterclass. You can find the link in the description below. You'll get a huge discount. And in that course, you're going to not only learn how to build this particular app, which is this Trello app, of which you are just seeing half of the course's content in this YouTube video, but you're going to get a bunch of other projects which you are going to build all the way from scratch up to the final prototype. All right, so link is in the description below. I hope to see you in that course where you also get support and all kinds of other goodies. So see you there. Alrighty, welcome back. In this video, we are going to set everything up so that our task list activity is going to be prepared, so to speak. So you can see here at the top, we can see the board name, and then later on, we want to, of course, have the task list here. We will already see how we can create tasks, how we can load the tasks, but of course we are not able to create tasks yet, and that's what we of course will do later on. But as you know, it's a huge project, so there's a lot to do. So let's go ahead and start with that first. So the first thing that I think makes sense to build is going to be a new model, which we will put into models here, of course. So create a new Kotlin file, and it's going to be a class. So I'm just going to call this one task. So the idea here is that each board can have multiple tasks. All right. So here I'm just going to say that it should have a title, which will be a string. And by the way, this is going to be a data class. So I think it makes sense to add this here and put the var title in there. There should also be parcelable, of course, so we'll need to do that. And then created by will be a val because it will never change. Okay, so each of them will be an empty string for now. And that is it. Okay, so when we create the task, for now it will be empty, but later on we will add information in there. And this one should be parcelable. And if we do that, we need to make a change here, implement the members. And let's add those two here. And let's also add the parcelable implementation. So here after the parcelable read string, we need to add that. And other than that, should be pretty much good to go. We don't need to have these brackets here because we're not going to implement the constructor or do anything in there. By the way, write to parcel, well, here for some reason it didn't work out for me as I intended it, so I'm just going to add the values here manually. So first of all, I will need to add with the destination, or dest, it's not the destination but dest, and then write the strings here, and then I'm going to get rid of this question mark here to make it simpler, and describe contents will simply return 0. Okay, and the rest can stay as it is. That is going to be our task class. Next, I'm gonna go over to the board and create a new entry here, because we don't only want to have the document ID, but of course also a task list. So here, array list of tasks should be an empty array list for now. And of course, accordingly, we have to make adjustments here as well. So the first thing is that we adjust the constructor here, okay? And what we will do is we will first of all add a comma here so that we have another entry. So parcel dot, and here it becomes a little more advanced. So we are using a typed array list here. So not a string array list as we had before, but this time we're using an own type, which is task. And when you do that, you also need to add a creator here. So when you hover over it, it well, needs some more details here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use task.creator. So what is this task creator? Well, if you look in our task class, or to be more precise, if you look at the creator, you can see that we have this companion object, which is the creator, which is our possible creator of a task. So here we create a task from parcelable, or from the parcel itself. And that is what we need to pass in here. And it's still complaining, so let's add the two exclamation marks here as well. And then here we will also need to add something to our write to parcel. Parcel dot write typed list, where we then pass in our task list. Now, if you look at our project, you can see that this is the Watch Simpsons. So this is the title of our document, and we want to pass the title over, but more specifically, we want to pass the document ID over so that we can get all of the information about this specific board. Okay, so in order to do that, we will just go to our constants, and first of all, create a new constant, const val, and this one will be the document ID of type string, and I'm going to assign document ID here. And why would I even need that? Well, once we click on the board, and I mean the main activity here, once we click on the board itself, when clicking on the adapter, what we wanted is to start an activity here, right? But what we want to also do is we want to pass some more information here. So for example, we would like to pass in details about the document that we want to open. So let's cut out the intent. Let's create an intent here. So val intent will be our intent that we had before. from the main activity over to the task list activity class here. And then this time we pass in some more information to our start activity. So we need to add this to the intent. So put extra. And where do we want to put it? Well, in constants.document ID. And what kind of information do we want to pass in? Well, model.document ID. So this model is what we get from our onClick here. So we get the board, which is our model. And in the board class, we have this document ID. And now we use that in order to put it into the intent and pass it over when starting the activity. Okay, so that's the idea of this change in the code here. Then we can get the details in our task list activity, because now we can catch it once we are in this view. We can just go ahead and say var board document ID is going to be an empty string, and then we get the actual string from the intent. So if the intent has some extra information at the position of constants document ID, then we want to use board document ID is equal to intent get string extra at the position of constants dot document ID. So we're basically just passing over the document ID from one activity to another. In this activity we catch it, and then we have it here in our variable document ID. And now we can load that document ID from our Firestore class. So first of all, let's show the progress dialog real quick. And then in order to do that, we of course need to make sure that this class is inheriting from our base activity that we created. Then we use our Firestore class to get the board details. And get board details is a function that we still need to create. So we pass in the activity and the board document ID. Okay, so let's create this function in our Firestore class. So to just go ahead and fun get board details. Here we need to pass in the activity, and here it's our task list activity, and then we need the document ID, which is of type string. So document ID, which is a string. Okay, so this is the information that we need to pass when we want to get the board details, and then we can go ahead and do the whole getting of data from the collection. So here it's very similar to that code, so let's copy it. It's very similar to our Firestore collection getting the boards. But this time we don't want to get it where the array contains a certain information, but we just want to get the document where the document ID is the same as the one that was passed to this function. Okay. So then if we get that, we can now use that document to first of all log something. So we are going to log document to string dot here to string. Then we can for now get rid of this whole code and also this part here. And now what we want to do is get board details, and these are the ones that we are going to again do in the task list. So here we're going to create a new function, fun board details, which needs a board. So here I'm gonna say pass in a board. Let's import board here, and here I'm first of all gonna hide the progress dialog. So then I want to set up the action bar, and where would I get it from? Well, we can get it from the main activity, but we can also look at some other activities where we set that up. So let's look at the base activity. Did we set it up here? I think we didn't. then in the my profile activity, I think that we had a very sophisticated function here, which was set up action bar. So this one here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this one and I'm going to reuse it in my task list activity because it's going to be very similar. So first of all, we have the setup action bar function, which here now is going to use the toolbar task list activity. And it's super important that you adjust the toolbar task list activity settings here at the set navigation on click listener as well, because otherwise you get a crash. Then the action bar can stay the same. The title, however, is not going to come from the get string, but it's actually going to come from the function call. So here I'm going to say that pass me the string, so pass me the title, and I'm going to display that. So now what we can do is we can do that in board details. So we hide the progress dialog once we load the page, and then we set up the action bar with the title, which is going to be board.name. So each board has a name, right? And here we want to get that name and we want to display it in the toolbar there at the top. So that's what this function does here. This setup action bar is going to set that up, and also it's going to add a little back button as well as the on back pressed functionality once we click on it, and it will be called in the board details this time and not in on create. So now we can go back to our Firestore class and finalize our to do, and here we just say activity dot board details, and here we can pass in the document. So document to object, and what kind of object is it? Well, it's of type board. So board class.java, and this can go wrong, or this could be null, and that's why we need to add the 2 exclamation marks. Okay, so at this point you might be a little confused because I jumped around between the different classes, but it's the same approach that we had before. So in our Firestore class, that's where we handle all of the loading of the data, right? So we're getting the board data from the collection. So we get it from the boards collection, then we have a document there with the document ID. So each board has a document ID, a unique one, and we want to get that. And if that was successful, then we're going to load that document and we're going to use that as an object of type board. And we pass that to the board details function in our task list activity, because get board details is going to be loaded in this activity. So we need to pass on this task list activity, which means that in the end we get to this function here, where we then set up the action bar, where we then load the title that was passed to us. By the way, it is the board name that is then passed to us, and we set that as the action bar title. So basically what we did is we got the board document number, passed it over to this task list activity. In the task list activity, we loaded the board for that number, and we loaded the name of that board. All right. Now you could have, of course, also just directly from the board itself sent over the name, but that is not going to be enough for later stages, because later on we don't only want to have the board name, but we also want to get more information on this task list activity. So it makes sense that we load the data anyways. All right. Okay, so that is it for this video. By the way, before we finish it, let's test whether this actually has worked with our own examples there. And there we are. Let's check out the board with image, and we can see the title is there. Let's go back. Let's go to board 1, and the title is there. All right. So it seems like we are opening the actual boards, which is amazing, because now we can go ahead and use that knowledge to display all of the details about the board, which contains all of the different tasks, which then contain all of the different cards. Okay. So thanks a lot for being with me, and see you in the next video. Welcome back. This time I want to take a slightly different approach to bring this topic closer to you, because what we're going to create is a UI which looks confusing at first. So we're going to build what you can see right here. And what you see right here is rather complex, so I have to explain it slowly. Okay, so I'm gonna go over this UI, and once we're done with this, then we can look into the XML code and copy it into our project, right? So I will not build it up with you step by step, but I want to explain everything. Then we will look at the code, and then we can just use the code. Okay, so if you want to build something like that, that's not something that you would do in 10 minutes. Okay, this is there's a lot of thought process behind it. Okay, so let's just start with it. So what we have here is the screen that should appear once we get to this screen here. So once we open up a board, once we go to a board, we want to have what you can see here on the screen. But this shouldn't take the whole width of the screen, because we want this to be scrollable, right, in both directions, because in the end we can have multiple lists here. All right, so we have multiple tasks with multiple cards underneath them. Okay, so we have this add list, which is a button, which you already can see, right? So when we're done with this version, with this video, we will have this button, but the button doesn't do anything, so we still need to implement it, and it's still going to take several more videos to do that, because this now is going to be the super advanced stuff, which really makes a pretty cool app in this case, I think, because we are using features which look pretty good, and they have a certain oomph to them. I don't know, it's like it's just so cool. I really like this. So let's look at this. We have this add list button. Underneath that, we have what you can see here, edit task list name. So how I did it is one task can have multiple individual cards. Okay, so you have multiple different steps to finish for one task. Okay, so that's basically how the concept behind that is. So we want to have multiple cards, right? But before we can have cards, we still need to create a list. So we have this button. When we click that, we see this ET task list name. So this edit text, which allows us to create a new task list. And we have on the left-hand side, we have a little button which cancels the whole process. And on the right-hand side, we have a little button which starts or finishes the creation of that list. So this will then create a list item in our database as well. And of course, we will, whatever name we have entered there, that will be the name for that list or that task list. Okay, and then once we have that, it will display like this. It will display the title, and then on the right hand side we will see two buttons, so one for editing and one for deleting. Now once we want to delete it, it will just be gone, right? But if we want to edit it, we press this button here, this edit button, and then this edit text opens up. Okay, so this edit text where we can then change the name, we can delete the whole thing or cancel the whole process, and we can save the changes. And underneath all of that, that's where we want to display the card list. So here we will have a bunch of different cards. And currently it just looks stupid because it's just item 0, item 1, and so forth. It's not super interesting, right? But as soon as we see how a card looks like, that's going to be a lot better. So you can see when we create a card, so when we want to create a new card, this is what's gonna appear. So we have this add card button. Once you click that, it will open up this edit text, which allows us to enter a name for that card. And we can delete the process or cancel the process by pressing the left button, or we can finish the process by pressing the go button or the finish button. And once we have added the card, it will go into this RV card list. So it will appear on this RV card list. Okay, so that is basically the UI that you have here. And of course, not all of those elements will be visible. So for example, only if there are cards, this RV card list will be visible. Only if we have a list, this add card will be visible. Only if we have a list, we will of course see the title of the list with those two buttons. Only if we want to create a new list, this edit text will be visible. Only if we want to edit a new list, this edit text here, or edit our list, this edit text will be visible. Okay, so that is the overall UI structure that we have here. So a bunch of stuff that will not permanently be visible. Okay, So that is the UI for the screen here, where we see the individual board with all of the lists and then all of the different cards inside of the list. Okay, so now let's look at the code, because the thing is, it's the individual parts of the code are not something new. So we have used all of that. We have used card views, we have used linear layouts and everything. So if you want to look into that in more depth, just download version 27 and really look into the code and try to understand everything that is going on here. So first of all, this whole thing, so this whole item task is a card view. So this part here, this add list, is just one button of the whole card view. So there's a bunch of stuff there that is hidden currently, that is not visible or actually gone even. So if we want to make it visible, we of course need to only make it visible at the right time. So this is the card view, and inside of the card view we have everything else. So first of all, we have a little bit of elevation, which creates this little shadow around it. Then we have the linear layout, which is a vertical. So this is basically the overall linear layout in which we have all of the content. But that linear layout itself is inside of a card view. Okay, then we have a text view, which says add task list. If we look at it, it's this one here, where it says add list. So we use this add list, which is not even a button. It's actually a text view, this one here. Okay, so the text color is blue. It's the color accent that we use. The text is add list, which is of course a string that we create. So action add list. The padding is 12 density pixels, which is a new dimension that we create. Then we have some more settings here to make it look a little better. So we have a white background, which is task list action color. You can change that anytime you want. Of course, if you change the color for this. So you can of course also check out the colors here. We are going to copy them into our project afterwards, but let's finish this first. So that is our text view, right? The very top one. And then we have a card view, which then contains a lot of other information again. So we have another card view, which is the CV add task list name. So we are using this card view. We have a little elevation, a little layout margin. The visibility is set to gone, but in the tools, it's set to visible. The same goes here for our text view. So when we actually run the app, the visibility will be gone, so it will not appear. But when we test it here or look at it in the design, you can see they are there. So this thing here, this overall element here is another card view. So it contains this button at the left, and it contains the edit text, and then it contains another button. So it's this card view here, which contains a linear layout, which then has an image button. So I have a button which is an image, right? So it's just this little icon that we can see here, which is this cross, okay? So this is the image button. Then we have the edit text, and then we have the image button. So we are using the orientation horizontal so that those three elements are next to each other. So first the image button, then the edit text, and then the image button again. Okay, for the edit text, we have the input type here, which is very helpful. The keyboard will be accordingly. Then the hint that we want to display is hint list name. So it's another string that we use here, as well as the autofill hints is also hint list name. All right, so the layout weight, I use 1 for this one. And for the image button, I use the layout width wrap content. So this time we're just saying, okay, only take as much space as you need, as well as the image button here. It only takes as much space as it needs, but has a little padding. Of course, we don't want to push things too close to each other. But this edit text is gonna have the layout weight of 1, which means it will take the whole width that is possible. All right, so the whole width that is still available. So as you can see, we have this button, we have this button here, and this edit text just takes all of the rest of the width that is available. All right, so then the next part is our linear layout. So here we use the LL task item linear layout. We give it an ID so that we can make things visible and invisible. It's really important. And inside of that, we have another linear layout where the orientation is horizontal again. So we want to position things next to each other. So first of all, we have this text view. So as you can see, we're using buttons as text views, right? Or text views as buttons pretty much. In this case, it's just a text view actually. This is not a button this time, but we use it as a button up there at the top. Okay, so then we have this image button here and another image button. So now this time we are using the two image buttons right next to the text here, to the title. You could, of course, if you prefer to have this button here at the left hand side, you could just copy this image button and put it on top of the text view. So here, just before the text view. All right. So then we have the two image buttons, of course, which have individual IDs so that we can connect with them in the code. And we use certain backgrounds here, selectable item background, content descriptions, all the good stuff. Okay, and then I have a little view here, which is just a divider. So it's just a little bit of a visible divider here so that we can see, okay, this is where one thing ends and this is where the other starts. Okay, so then we have another card view, which is the same thing that we had before. So we have an image button, then an edit text and an image button. This time it's this one here. Okay, so this ET edit task list name. Afterwards, we have a recycler view. So here we're using a complete recycler view, which afterwards has then another card view. So this card view has the same rules pretty much as the other card views. So you see this here is a card view, that one is a card view, and then finally that one here at the bottom is also a card view in which we have a button, an edit text and another button. Okay, so this is the final card view with a linear layout where the elements are horizontally oriented, which means our image button is on the left hand side. Then in the center we have the edit text and this image button here is on the right hand side. Okay, and then finally we have another text view which I use as a button again. So it's going to be this add card text view. Okay, and just by changing some settings, it appears like an actual button, but it's really just a text view. So you can use pretty much anything as a button, so to speak, if you add an on-click listener to that element. But for now, our text view is the better choice for me, at least in terms of the UI. I have some more settings that I can play around with and so forth. Okay, and that is it. So that is our item task XML. I hope this was a good enough explanation. The thing is, we have to play around with view gone and view visible. And it's always good to put those kind of things into a bigger container. For example, here everything is, or this linear layout is within a card view, and we can play around with the visibility of that card view in order to either make it appear or not appear. And of course, if you want to see things in the designer, it always helps to have tools visibility visible if the actual visibility is set to gone. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add all of that to our project. So you can simply download the file, download the whole XML file and add that to your resources, so to your layout folder, because I think pasting it in here is not even going to be as useful. So let's just copy it over, download the project, copy the item task XML and paste it into your layout with Control V. Okay, now of course we will need the latest dimensions, so let's just add those as well. And of course you could have left the dimensions out and just put it directly into the XML file, but this is just a slightly cleaner way. So this is where we have all of our dimensions here: task, item, title, view, text, padding, and so forth. So everything is in those dimensions that we use then in item task. Okay, now of course we still have some errors because we're using colors and strings which aren't prepared yet. So let's put those into our project as well. So here we have a bunch of new strings that we use. So let me put those in here. Action, add list. So the add list text, then list name, cart, add cart, cart name, add list. Okay, so here We have the action add list, and then we have another text for add list. So you could of course use the same one, but if it's different positions, then you might want to think about different names for them, because maybe you want to give them more specific texts. All right. And then finally, we have the colors that we need to add, and it's just 2 colors that I'm using here. So let me add those here as well. So it's this task list action color, which is this white-ish color, and then we have the task list title view background color, which is also a whitish color, but slightly lighter. Okay. I think it's enough for this video. We still, of course, need to add some code. Now we need to add adapters because we have a new recycler view. So we need a new adapter to add and a bunch of other code. So I think let's make a break here and just go ahead to the next video where we're gonna add those little adapters and so forth. So see you in the next one. Welcome back. Now that we have the item task, it's time to add the adapter for our RV card list for this recycler view. All right, so we will need an adapter, of course. Each time that we use a recycler view, we of course need to give it an adapter. So let's prepare that. Okay, and we're going to do that in the adapters folder. So let's create a new file class, and I'm just going to call this one task list items adapter. All right, so here this one will be an open class so that we can inherit from it, and we will use the default constructor here as we have it, private val context. So pretty much the same thing as we have with the board items adapter. It's going to be very similar, but there are some minor changes here as well. So private var list, which is an array list of task. So we will need to have a new class called task. And do we have it already actually? Let me see. Yes, we have it already. Okay, so we created this little task which has a title and is created by. So perfect, we prepared it already. So now we can go ahead and import it. So import task and then import context as well. And here it's the Android context, and when it comes to task there are also multiple choices, and I want to use the one that we created. So EU tutorial project management, or project manage, that's the name of our project. Okay, and now of course this should inherit from recycler view adapter with recycler view dot view holder. All right, nothing too fancy here. We've done that multiple times before. So let's close the bracket and just like that. Okay, so once we add all of that, like this, we need to make sure that recycler view is there, but as it seems, the error disappeared, so it's there. And now we can go ahead and implement the missing function. So implement members here. As usual, let's all of those members, or let's add all of those members. So we have the onCreate view holder, get item count, and onBind view holder. Now this time we will need to make minor changes to what we usually would do. Okay, usually we would just take the whole space available, and our view holder would just be the whole width, right? But this time what I will do is I will just make it 70%. Okay, so you can see here it's roughly 70% of the screen width that we are using, and that's what I want to do. So I want this recycler view to, of course, also just have a certain percentage of the screen available. So once we swipe over to the other side, we can still see that there are more lists. Okay, so that's the idea behind this. You can, of course, change the value if you like 80 or 90% more than what I'm using here, but I'm just going to work with 70%. So in order to do that, I will need to create a function which calculates that correctly. Okay, so it has to calculate the width into density pixels. So let me just create a new function here which will do that. Private fun int to dp will return an integer. Okay, and what this will do is it will just do this dot / resources get system dot display metrics, and here resources needs to be imported so that we can use it, and it's the Android resources. And here we can now get the display metrics dot density, and now we want to transfer that into an integer, so to int, and that is it. It looks a little confusing, I'd say, but what it does is basically it allows us to get the density of the screen and convert that into an integer so that we see how big the density pixel value is, so that we can then adjust our width of the application accordingly, or of this adapter, list items adapter. So we get the density pixel from the pixel, and now let's get the pixel from the density pixel. So now we do it the other way around. So let me just copy this code here, because now we use 2px. Okay, so you maybe recall dp stands for density pixel, px stands for pixel, and by the way, I think I'll just use dp with d capital and p non-capitalized. So 2dp here and 2px here, and now this time it's not dividing by, but it's multiplying by, and we want to multiply it with the density to int. Okay, so the one way is to divide it, the other way is to multiply it. So now we have both directions. So this one gets us the pixel from density pixel, and this one gives us the density pixel from pixel. Now, as we always do, we create a little class here, which is my view holder, view recycler view dot view holder, and here we just pass in the view. So view here. Now we need to import view, alt enter, import it, and it's android.view that we want to use. So this view holder describes an item view and metadata about its place within the recycler view. So that's the idea behind this class here. Okay, now let's go ahead and implement all of the functions that we have here. So the easiest one will be get item count. So here we're just gonna return the list.size. That's an easy one, right? Then we have our function, which is the onbind view holder. Here we first of all get the position int, and of that position we can create our model, which is list at the position. So whatever list we get at any position given, we will get the model from it. So in one case it was the board, in this case it will be the task. So now our model will be the task because we are in the task list items adapter, and here at the top we get the list of tasks of, that's the idea, right, of array list task. Okay, so now we get the model, and we can now check if the holder, that is our recycler view holder, if that one is the my view holder, so the one that we just prepared here at the bottom. Okay, so if that's the case, then go ahead and check if the position is equal to list.size minus 1. So if the position is equal to the list size, whatever that is, let's say we have no entries there, minus 1, then we want to display our task list text view. Okay, so then we want to display this add list text view pretty much, right? So let's just do that. Let's just say holder dot item view dot tv add task list visibility should be view dot visible. Okay, what do we want to make invisible or gone in that case? Well, all of the rest, right? So holder item view ll underscore task item visibility should be set to view dot gone. Okay, so what is this ll task item? it's basically, as you can see, everything underneath. So this whole part here, which is all of the stuff that has to do with the individual cards. So every little task item that we have inside of our list, that should not be visible then. Okay, so that's the idea here behind this code that we have here. So the text view should be visible if we have no entries in our list, and the other stuff should not be visible. But if we have an entry in our list, then we want to do it the other way around. Okay, so then we just basically want to do the same code as here, only that now this one should be gone and this one should be visible. So this TV add task list, if you look at it, so here I only want to display this add list if there is no list. As soon as there is a list, I don't want to have this add list icon here. Instead, I want to have the title of the element with all of the different cards. And if there are no cards, of course, I want to prepare the cards. So I want to create a new card or add a new card. Okay, so this is our on-bind view holder. As you can see, it's a little more complex than what we have had before. Then we need to look at our create view holder. That's this one here. So what we want to do here is, of course, to inflate our view, which is our item task. So basically this whole XML that we prepared. So val view layout inflator dot from context inflate r dot layout dot, and it's this item task. Now this of course only works if we import R. And now the inflate function, as you might recall, needs some more information here. So then it needs to have the view group and the attached to root, which I'm gonna set to false, as we have done multiple times before by default. Okay, and now we want to set the linear layout as the layout parameters. So layout parameters, layout params is going to be a linear layout dot layout parameters, so layout params, and here we can define the layout parameters of the linear layout that we want to use. And the thing is, I want to use the parent width, so the width of the whole screen, and multiply that with 0.7, and then make an integer out of it again, because this function here, this layout params, needs an integer. And then I can pass in the layout params wrap content. So this is something that we have not done before, but basically what I'm doing with this code here is I'm just saying, okay, the view holder should be 0.7 times the width of the parent of the screen, pretty much, that we have available, and make an integer out of it, because that's what the layout params requires. So it requires a width and a height. So as the width, we just use 0.7. As the height, we say use wrap content. So use only as much height as you require. So that's basically what we define here with the layout params. Okay, then basically what we're doing here is we do XML stuff, right? So we just create our own code to use XML stuff. Okay, now we can go ahead and set the margin for our layout params. So basically this layout params variable is just there to add a lot of parameters that you want to have for your layout. And I'm just gonna say that it should create some margins or have some margins. I'm gonna use 15 to dp, and then I need to make it to pixels again, to px again. And then I need to say what the top and the bottom is. So basically what I'm doing here is I want to have margins at the left and right hand side, but none at the top and bottom. Okay, so I'm just saying here it should be So by the way, it's like this. And then we have the comma here. So then it's 0 and 40 to dp to pixels and 0. Okay. So this looks a little more confusing, but basically I'm just saying, okay, I want to have 15 margin towards the left and 40 margins towards the right. Okay, because look at margins. Left is the first entry, top is the second, right is the third, and bottom is the last one. So as the first entry, I'm saying use 15 density pixels, then 0, then 40, then 0. So you can see why we need this 2dp and 2px here. It's a little counterintuitive, but that's how we have to handle this situation here. All right, and then we can set those layout parameters for our view. We can just say layout parameters, the ones that we prepared, should be the one used for our view here. And then we can return my view holder with the view that we just prepared. So now everything comes together, right? It was a little confusing before, I think, but we have prepared this view holder, which requires a view, which basically is just a recycle view view holder. So it inherits from it. But we want to use our own view holder here. We want to return our own view holder with all of those settings. So we create a new view. We say it should be this item task view, which is this XML file that we prepared here. But then we adjust it in the code. So then we just say, okay, just take 0.7 of the width and wrap your content towards the height. Then have a little margin towards the left and right hand side. And then we just assign those layout parameters that we prepared here in those lines. We assign them to the view that we prepared here at the top. And then we pass it to our my view holder, which will then be the one that will be created once the screen is displayed or once this adapter is prepared. Okay, so this is the task list item adapter. Now let's use it in our tasks list activity, because that's what we prepared it for, right? So now in fun board details, so I'm setting up the action bar, right? But at the same time, I also need to load all of the tasks. So I'm just going to say add task list should be a task, which I'm going to import here. And the first task will be the add list. So it's just the resources that we prepared. So it's a string here. It's this add list string, this one here. Okay. So then once I have that, I can use that task list to be added to my task list. So it looks a little weird, but basically what I'm saying is my task list of the board. So our board has a task list. So let's look at the board here. You can see it has this task list. And now I'm adding to the task list, which is this array list here inside of our board. I am adding the add task list. So just this text here, which is just gonna say add a list, even though it's not really part of the task list, right? It's just a UI element, but it's just a workaround that we're working with here. So that's how we can make our UI completely code dependent or based on events instead of just being a fixed UI that we have there. And then we can go ahead and set our RV task list layout manager to be the linear layout manager that we've come to love with this, and the setting that element should be horizontally positioned and reverse layout is set to false. Okay. So let me put that in 2 lines so it's a little more readable. Then I'm just going to say that it should have a fixed size. So set has fixed size is set to true. And now we can prepare the adapter. So let's go ahead and create an adapter, which will be our task list items adapter. So it's this class that we prepared, of course. And here we need to pass in the context and the list that we want to display. And it's our board.task list that we want to pass. Okay, and now we can set that as the RV task list adapter. So now we can say, okay, the adapter that we just prepared is going to be the adapter of the RV task list. So this whole thing that we prepared in this items adapter is just here for this line of code here, actually. Okay, so it's just this the task list items adapter that we prepared, where we needed to pass in the context and the task list of our board. And that's what we get here. We get a bunch of tasks, an array list of tasks, and then we can do all of the magic that we just prepared. And now before we test that, we of course need to add all of the images that we are still lacking. Okay, so if we look at our item task list, which we prepared in the last video, we still have a bunch of errors here. I see cancel, I see done. So all of these images are still missing. So let's add those to our project as well. Therefore, you can download the project, which is assigned to this chapter, and then you can go to your drawables folder. Actually, to your resources folder is going to be fine. So show in Explorer, and then do the same thing with the other project, and then paste all of the drawable stuff in here. So just mark all of that and paste it in from the other project. Okay, so just copy this code here and paste it into this one and skip the files that we have already prepared. All right, and now at this point we can run the application. I hope the errors should disappear or will disappear. So let's run it again. Now we have this IC cancel, IC delete, IC done, IC edit. So these are the images that are used now. Okay, and there we are. Now let's open up a board. Let's see if our application crashes. No, it doesn't. You can see the add list text view is here. Okay, so that is it for this video. It is a lot of stuff that comes together now. So it's really important that you have seen all of the basics and learned all of the basics before to understand all of the new stuff that we're using here. But I think at this point we have prepared everything we need to do in order to now load the data and display it. And there are still, of course, quite some changes that we will need to do on the way, but so far I think so good. And now let's go over to the next video, and thanks a lot for still being with me after this long video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video we are going to add something to the task list. So let's have a look at Watch Simpsons here. So I have this board, Watch Simpsons, and you can see I have a bunch of lists here. Well, in our case, just two, season 1 and season 2. So what I have to watch is season 1 and season 2. Okay, so adding card doesn't work yet, editing doesn't work yet, deleting doesn't work yet, but what works is to create a new list. So you can see I can click on add list, and that will open up this card here. And there I can, for example, now add season 3 as another list. So let me add that here real quick. And you will see we have season 3 here, season 2 and season 1, all of them directly here. All right, so this is what we're going to implement in this video. So you can see the data is in the database. Well, you can see it by me going back and then opening it again. You will see that it's still there. So this means that we actually use data in the database, and let's go ahead and build that. Therefore, what we need to do is we have some stuff in the Fire class or Firestore class. Then we will need to adjust our task list activity, of course, because that's where all of that magic happens. And we will also need to make some changes to the adapter that we have created. So this task list items adapter, then the Firestore class, and of course our task list activity. Let's start with the Firestore class. So what I want to have here is I want to assign the document ID to the board. So we haven't done that yet, and that has to be done in the get board details. So here what we currently get is the board details, and we say, okay, let's pass in the document that we loaded to a board object. But I would also like to have the ID of the document, or to be precise, of the board itself. So what we can do is we can create a board here, which will be document to object, and pretty much the same thing that we have here. So board equals the document to object, and then we can assign the document ID to the board. So you know, the board has this property called document ID, and the document has an ID. Okay, so when we create a new board, it has a unique identifier, which is this identifier here. Okay, so I want to get this unique identifier here. And then instead of doing the code here, we can just pass in the board now. Okay, so that's step number 1 in the Firestore class. Now let's go over to the task list activity, because what we will need here are the board details. So let's create a variable here, and because we will initialize it later on, it's going to be a late init. Board details is how I'm going to call it, and it will be a board. So our board class here needs to be imported. Now, where would we initialize that? Well, let's look at our class here. We have this board details function where we get a board passed. So that's a good idea. At that point, we have a board, so we can use that board as the one that we are actually working with. So let's go ahead and do that here. Let's just say board details is going to be the board that is passed to us. Now at that point, we don't need to pass it to our setup action bar anymore. And accordingly, our setup action bar doesn't need to get the title anymore, but we can directly get it from our board. So board.name, or actually it's the action bar title will be board.name, like that. And of course, it's our board details that has the name, which is this board object, which then of course has a string called name. All right, so now we can go to the task list item adapter, because we have this element that we want to be able to click on. Okay, so here when we have this onBind view holder where we say what we want to hide and what we want to display, and in here after the else block and not inside of this if else statement, in either way, what we want to have is we want to have a text for the task list title. So here holder item view TV task list title should have a text, and that will be model title. So the title of the model, which is basically the title of the model that is passed to us, which is the task. Okay, so we have a title for the task, and then we set that. Okay, so we get that title, and then we set that as the TV task list title, which is this element here in the design. If we look at it, this title here, where we have the two buttons next to it. Okay, so we're loading this title here. Okay, that's what we do here. We assign that title, and then what we also do is we give it an on-click listener. Okay, so holder item view TV add task list. So not the task list title itself, but the actual task list. We want to give it an on-click listener so that if we click it, that something will happen, of course. Okay, set on-click listener. And what do we want to execute there? Well, we want to make the add task list invisible. So holder, and it's actually the same that we have here, TV add task list visibility to view gone, and we want to make the, it's not exactly the same, we want to make the CV add task list name visibility to visible. So when we click on this add task list item, what we want to happen is we want to make this added text here, or this text view actually, we want it to disappear, and we want this element to appear. Okay, you can see it's the one that is called CV add task list name, which is this part here. So we want this to appear. Now, of course, once we click the icon button here on the right hand side, which is this checkbox or this check here, once we click that, we want to create a new element. So we want to give this one a on-click event. So here, when I say something like season 4 now, and I click this button, then I want this element that we have here to be invisible, to disappear, and instead this part here to appear. Okay, and also the add card to appear. So I want to again make the one that is currently visible invisible, and now instead of displaying this here and instead of displaying all the other stuff, I want to display this title here with the buttons, and I want to display this add card. Okay, so let's just do that real quick, just here. So I'll give the holder item view dot ib close car list name, this one here. I want to give it an on-click listener. So set on-click listener. And by the way, this is this image button to close. And then we have an image button to add. So we need to implement both of them. Let's first do the close one, which is the easiest one, because then we just reverse what we've done before pretty much. So now we just do what we've done here, only the other way around. So now this one will be visible again, and this one will be gone. Okay, now we can of course go ahead and do the IB done. So holder item view dot IB done edit list or done list name, this one here, done list name. We can add an on-click listener here as well. And here for now we will say to do create entry in DB and display the task list. Okay, so we need of course to add that later on, but a lot is going on here, so we need to prepare that by doing some other stuff first. Okay, so the stuff that we need to do first is to create a function that adds or updates a task list. And where would that be? Well, I think in the task list activity would be a good spot. So let's create a new function here, which I'm going to call fun add update task list success. This one will be called if it's successful, right? And then we want to get the board details. So Firestore class get board details, and here we need to pass in the activity as well as the document ID. So here mboard details dot document ID is what we will pass here, and then we might also need to close the dialog that we are opening, so the progress dialog and everything, but that's something that we will see in the near future. Now that we are going to work with the task list, I think it makes sense to create a new entry in our constants here for our task lists. So you can see each time that we have a new name that we use for any element in our document, which means any element in our database, we create a new constant so that we always use the right URL here or the right name for it. So this one will be a string, which I'm going to call task list. Now let's go ahead to our Firestore class, because that's where the magic is, where we actually create something, right? We create a board here, we create the user, we get the board list, and so forth. So all of that magic is happening here, all of the database magic. And now I'm going to do the same thing here for our task list. So I'm going to create this function, add update task list, so I'm going to call it, and I need an activity, this time the task list activity, and I also need a board. So let's pass that in here as well. And then here comes the Firebase magic. So first of all, we need to think, okay, how is the task map or task list gonna be? Okay, so if we look at the board, we can see that a task list is a task, and it's actually an array of tasks. So an array list of tasks, multiple tasks that are in there. And the task itself has a title, and created by. So this can be displayed as a hash map. Okay, so we have a string, and then we have any kind of information, even though in this case it's string, but maybe we want to adjust the task later on where we also want to store the date, or where we also want to add some more information that we want to store about the task. So it makes sense from the beginning to use a hash list, which is going to accept both, or a hash map, which is going to accept both. So let's create one. Task list hash map is how I'm going to call it, and it will be a hash map, which is a dictionary in other programming languages, as you know, or maybe no. So this is how we create a hash map. We just say, okay, the key will be a string and the value will be any, and then I can go ahead and assign values to it. So task list hash map at the position constants dot task list, and that's exactly why we created this, right? So that we can now access it. And we say at this position I want to store board dot task list. So now any makes a lot more sense, because if we look at it, board task list is an any type. It's not a string, it's an actual array list of tasks. Okay, so now it really makes sense that our hash map is going to be of that type. Okay, and now at this point we can go ahead and create the entry in the database. So here we're just going to use Firestore again, create a new collection called, or in constants, boards, which is going to be document. And here for the document we pass in the board.document ID. So this time you can see we are passing a document ID instead of just using nothing. So if we use nothing, then it creates a new ID for us. But if we're passing an ID, it will just check the one ID that exists and override whatever is in there. So it's going to update it. That's exactly what I want to do. So I'm just going to say update, and then update the task list hash map. So now add that one here to the document, and then we want to see if it was successful with the add-on success listener. So here I'm going to add a log entry saying that it was successful. So task list updated successfully. And then I want to call activity dot add update task list success, which is this function that we created in which we get the board details from the Firestore class for that document ID, which is get board details will get us the whole document, which means the whole board pretty much. Okay. So here get document, which will be the board, which we then pass over to board details, which then goes ahead and displays the board and so forth. But at the same time, we will have the board then. Okay, so that is how we can get the board and how we can update the task list. And now we also need to add a on failure listener. So here we have an exception that we will get if we have a failure. And what do we want to do if we have the exception? Well, definitely hide the progress dialog and then have a little log entry telling us about the error that we get. So error while creating a board, and here we will pass in the exception that was given to us. Okay, so it will contain some more info. Okay, so at that point we can call this function. But where would it make sense? Well, I think it makes sense to update the task list once we click on this create button here, on this add list, and then on this button here on this side. But of course we need to prepare it, right? So let's prepare a function which will take care of all of that. And I think it makes sense to prepare it in the task list activity. So let's add it here. Fun create task list, which needs a task list name, which will be a string. And then we can go ahead and create the task, which will be task list name, and Firestore class dot get current user ID. So what we will do is we will create a new task, and as you can see, a task needs a title and it needs to know who created it. So I'm just gonna say, okay, the task will, when we create a new task, just give me the task name. I can get the current user ID from the Firestore class directly. Okay, so here we're creating a new task. And then of course we need to update our board. So we have this mBoard details, which is a board, and we need to let it know that something has been added to its task list. So we can just say mBoard details task list add at the index 0 task. Okay, so when we create a task list, we can add that info at the index 0 and we can pass the task. So that will be our new task list element. And then we also need to make sure that we remove mBoard details task list remove add mBoard details dot size -1, and it's actually task list size, task list dot size -1. So maybe you remember where we used this task list size -1. It was here in the adapter in the onBind view holder where we checked the list whether it was -1. The position was -1. So we only wanted to display this, let me cancel it, this add list, only display it if the list size is -1. Otherwise we don't want to display it. Or the list size -1, so this part here. So basically we are removing the last entry with this, the very last entry of our task list. Okay, at that point we can go ahead and show the progress dialog with our please wait text. So just so the user needs to know that he has to wait. Okay, and then we can use Firestore class add update task list with the activity and our board that we just created. So board details. Okay, now let's check this out. Add update task list. We can see we create a collection here. We update the task list with the latest board that we have. Now this board has a task list that has something in there. And we can now go to our to-do, which was in our adapters here, where we need to create an entry in the DB and display the task list. So let's get the list name here. List name. So val list name is going to be holder.itemView dot edit text edit task list name, or edit task list name dot text to string. Okay, so whatever the user has entered in here, once we click that button, so this is this holder IB done list name set on click listener. So this is the IB done list name, this one here, this image button. Once we click that, this will be triggered. So what we will get is the text that is entered here. So let's say season 5 is entered. We click on this button, then the list name will be gotten from the edit text. Then we will check if the list name wasn't empty. So maybe the user didn't enter anything. So if it was not empty, is not empty, then we want to run some code. So we want to check if the context that we currently are in is our task list activity context. And if that's the case, then we can use the create task list function from the context, which means from the task list activity, and there we can pass in the list name. So this means that the create task list, this function here, will then be called where we create a task, where we update the board, where we show the progress dialog, where we add update task list. Okay, so then at this point we should go back to the task list item adapter because we're not fully done yet. What if it's empty? Well, then let's just write a little toast and let the user know that he can't create empty boards. or empty lists, so to speak. Please enter list name and then toast length, sure. Okay, so this is what we're going to display to the user if he didn't enter anything into the list name when trying to save it. Okay, so then there is one last thing that I haven't done and that I would like to show you, because potentially, well, we can test it, but then we will probably get this weird behavior which I need to fix. And that is this add update task list success. So what we get here is the board details. But the thing is, we have a, we have a progress dialog open, right? So this show progress dialog is currently open. And we first of all need to hide one, because when this function is called, or just before this function is called, we create a progress dialog, and this function is called when we were successful getting data, right? So it's here, add update task list success in the Firestore class. When we call this function, we open a progress dialog just before calling this function. Okay, so we will need to close it at one point, and doing that here is a good idea. But then we need to open another one, because here we're closing one again. So here we are hiding the progress dialog in case of a failure, or in board details we are also hiding it. So what we will need to do is we need to open up another one. So the thing is, now you might wonder, why the heck would you close one and then just create another one? What's the idea behind that? Well, the idea, and I'm jumping around to find the right activity where we were. It's this one here. I want to show another progress dialog. Okay, so I'm just hiding one, and then the next moment I want to display another one. So why is that? Well, the thing is, I'm hiding the one that was successful to load the activity, but when loading the activity, but I want to create another one or show another one when I'm trying to get something from the Firestore again. Of course, you could just say, okay, just keep the one open that is currently open, but then it might be a very long one, and it's two different processes, so to speak, right? So now the question is, do you want to have just one which is constantly showing, or do you want to show one, then quit it quickly to then open it up again? So that's basically what I do here with this show progress dialog. And here I'm just going to say, please wait again, which is inside our resources, get string, please wait. Okay, so at this point, let's test the application. And it was another long video, but I promise there will be a bunch of short videos coming. So it's just that some topics are just so complex that it doesn't make sense to display stuff in 5 minutes and then make a break and then just keep on going, because it's just one flow here, right? That's why it's such a long video. Okay, so now we can actually test it in our own application. So not the one that I prepared before, but the one that we have built together. So let's wait for the boards to appear. Here we see board with image. Let's go there. Let's add a new list. Okay, that worked. Let's call this list 1. List 1. Let's add it. Let's see in the database if it was created, even though in my case it just disappeared. So it seems like we still need to fix something. But overall, let's look if a new task was created. So a new color. And that was in this board. And you can see here, created a new task list, or it created a task list with the title list 1, created by the user who also created the board. Okay, so the creation actually works, but the loading doesn't work yet, or at least I'm not displaying the right stuff. So let's see where I have the bug. So if we look at it, it could either be when we load the data, or it could be when we actually just hide or display stuff. So as it seems, we're just not hiding this add list, and we're not displaying the one that we want to see, or the data that we want to see. So let's look into that. And I think it was actually another mistake. So here I entered or used as a task list the wrong term. So I used task list with a small l, or it should be a capital L here. And if we look at our board, we can see the task list is with a capital L. So it was expecting something else. So let's test it again with this minor change. So you can see these minor changes, they can really make a huge difference when it comes to testing your application. That's why I highly recommend to use these constants, because now you can see why it's important to use these constants. Because if I once write task list with a capital L, another time without, another time I'm making a typo or whatever, then I'm going to get so much or into so much trouble. But here everything is in one place. So all the constants, all of the names are in one place. So if I make this change once here, it's going to be working for all of the situations where we use this constant task list. So let's go to our board with image, because that's where I created the list element. Let's create a task list, and I'm gonna call this one a list 2 just for testing purposes. And we can see list 2 is there. Okay, so that is a very tricky one. I'm very happy that I found it in no time. And here, let's create this list and create it not, or just cancel the creation. You can see it works fine. Okay, but now, of course, in our database, we have a task list which doesn't work. So let's look at that. So we can see now we have a task list and we have a task list. So one with a capital L and one without. So I can get rid of this array with one without, so this list 1, because it's not going to work, because it was just an incorrect one. Okay, and now our app should work fine. And we can even see that it works fine. So let's create a list 1 this time. There we are. List 1 is there, list 2 is there, all of them are there. Perfect. So I hope you managed to get this done as well with me, and it works for you as well. And see you in the next video.